you ready to level up your skills and supercharge your portfolio with real-world full-stack project that can actually get you hired? In this 16 hours hands-on tutorial, we'll dive deep into MERN Stack development, building not one, not two, but 3 full-stack applications from scratch. You would learn to build a full-stack food ordering app from scratch. You would learn to build a booking system, and you also learn to build a full-stack restaurant reservation platform. We'll be using React, Node, Express, and MongoDB, all taught in a practical-based project. Let's kick things off with the first project, which is the food ordering system. By the end of the tutorial, you will have a fully functional website with a front end for users to browse and order food, a back end to manage orders and authentication, an admin panel for managing products and tracking orders. Here is the project overview. We'll start by building the front end, which will include our navigation bar. We have our logo on the left, a search bar at the center, an account, and a cart icon at the right side. For the account icon, when you hover on it, we're going to have a drop-down list that is going to contain our login or sign-up page navigation, an orders page, and a logout option for users to log out. And then we're going to create a visually appealing hero section that will have the top and the bottom. For the top, on the left-hand side, we have text to captivate our users, and on the right-hand side, we have a dish here showing a food display, also to show the user that this is a food ordering website. And we have the support system right here at the bottom for free shipping, worldwide delivery, 24/7 support, and secure payment. Next, we're going to build the food display component. On the left-hand side of the food display component, we have the category list, which will allow our users to filter food by category. Right now, we have all the food items displayed here. So our users can filter food based on the category of their choice. So right now, we have all the categories listed. If I click on spaghetti, we have 2 items that match with this category. If I click on pizza, we have 2 other items that matches with this. If I click on rice, we have food items that match with rice category. If I click on noodles, we have items that matches with this. Chicken, we have an item here. Drinks, we have 2 items as well. And if I click on all the food that we have in stock will be displayed. And for the food display, we have the image of the food. For each food card, we have an image, we have the name of the food, we have the price, and also a call to action button that is telling the user to add the food item to cart. And finally, we're going to build a simple footer section that is going to contain useful links and branding, also with subscription input for users that want to subscribe to get the latest offer. So now we're going to test placing an order. So right now, the first thing the user needs to do is to have an account with this website to place an order. So I'm just going to I'm going to hover on the account icon, then click on the login or sign up, which is going to lead me to the login and sign up page. So right now we're on login. So existing users can log in, and non-existing users can create an account to sign up as well. Because I have an account already, I'm just going to click on login, and I'm going to log in the account now. Or preferably, I'm going to create an account since we want to retest. So click on create an account. I'm going to create an account under this name. Let's say Sheila. And for the email as well, sheila@gmail.com. The password. So I created an account just now, and I'm going to click on sign up. So right now you can see a notification here showing that an account has been created successfully, and it has redirected us to the home page. So I'm just going to navigate to our food display, and I'm going to select any food of my choice. I'm going to click on this first one. This food item has been added to cart. You can see the notification here. I'm going to select this other one as well. The food item has also been added to cart. And also we have it reflected here that we have 2 items in the cart. I'm going to click on the cart icon, and you can see that we have a spinning animation right there before it leads us to our cart page. And now we are on the cart page. These are the cart items. These are the list of food that we've ordered. We have the name of the food as well, and we have the quantity adjuster to increase and decrease the quantity of food items. So I'm just going to increase this to 2, and you can see that it's reflecting right here. You can delete an item, a food item as well. So I'm going to delete the second item, and the price has been reset here as well. This is $25. We're ordering 2. That's why we have $50. The shipping fee for this website is $12, and the total is $62. So this counter is working well. Then I'm going to proceed to checkout. So right here, we have two options. We have the Stripe payments method and the cash on delivery. I'm going to test out both methods so that you can see for yourself that this is working. So we're going to start with the cash on delivery. We have the payment option in our checkout page. We have the shipping address, and we have on the right hand side, we have the cart total. So this has been selected. I can select Stripe, I can select cash on delivery, but for this case, we're using cash on delivery. So I'm going to select, I'm just going to type in names. So here, fill in the states, fill in the country, fill in the zip code. Then I'm going to click on place order. So now we can see that this order has been placed and it has redirected us to our orders page, showing us that these are the orders that has been placed. So we're going to test out for, and now we have nothing in the cart because the order has been placed. So we can just go right here, click on our orders, and it's going to lead us back to the orders page. Okay, we can track the orders as well to know if they've been out for delivery, if they've been shipped, if they've been received. So I'm going to click on track order, and the admin is going to update it once they've received the order. We're going to get there very soon, but for now, let's test using Stripe. So I'm going to click on, I'm just going to select other food items. Let's go for this mojito cocktail with lemon ice cube. So this product has been added to cart now. Click on our cart icon. Click on proceed to checkout. I'm using Stripe payments. Fill in my details. Street address, city, state, country, zip code. Click on place order. And here we're going to have a new page for our Stripe checkout. This is the test mode though. So this is our Stripe payment. So we're going to use card for payment, and it's going to ask for card information. Okay, since this is a test mode, we're just going to get dummy card number from Stripe. Open a new tab, and you're going to type in Stripe dummy card number. So here for Stripe documentation, click on this. So right here. So we're testing now. Once you're on this page, we want to test cards by country. So I'm just going to select United States. Copy this. Head back here. Paste the card information, and then enter any month of your choice. So I'm just going to choose the 3rd and an expiry date, let's say 2026 of 26, and any CVV. So I'm just going to use full card name and the country we choose. The country we're testing for is United States. Zip code, just enter any zip code. This is testing too. And the email here is going to be sample@gmail.com. Click on pay. As you can see, the payment has been made and you'll be redirected back. Order placed successfully. You can see the notification is right here, and you'll be redirected back to the orders page. So we have it here, the image, the name, the price, the quantity, the dates, the time, the payment method for this is Stripe. The payment method for this is cash on delivery. Okay, so this is what we have now. Now we're going to go through our admin panel. Now for the admin panel. On the admin panel, you're going to be welcomed with a login page. So you're going to enter the registered email and password. Click on login, and then you're going to be welcomed like this. So we have the sidebar and the main page. So our side menu has 4 sections: the add products, the list products, orders, and logouts. For the add products, you can upload images, enter product name, product description, product category, and also set the price. For the list products, this is going to show the list of items, the list of food items that we have in stock. So for all the food items, all the food that is being displayed here, this is everything right here. Special fried rice with chicken, the category is rice, price is $25. That is the same thing we have here, right? Grilled spicy boneless chicken, category is chicken, price is 28 with this image. That is the same thing that we have here. So this is the list of all the products that we have on our own page. This is a list of the products that we have available. It spans from the product name to the image to the price to the category, and also we have an action button to delete a food item. Then we have our orders. So these are all the tests that I've made. But for the current one that we did earlier, we did special fried rice with chicken. The quantity is 2. Grilled boneless chicken as well. We did for this customer grace flavor. We fill the shipping address, right? So this is the customer's name, the phone number, the shipping address, the name of the product, the quantity of product, number of items, the price. Payment method here is Stripe. Payment method for this other one is cash on delivery. Here, because it's cash on delivery, payment is going to show pending. And because this is Stripe method, the payment is done. The time and date when the user placed the order. And here is where we can control our delivery status. So for the delivery status, right now, by default, it's going to show that order has been placed. You can change it to packaging if you're packaging. You can change it to shipped if the item has been shipped. Out for delivery if the item is out for delivery. Delivered if the user has received the item. So now I'm just going to click on packaging, and if we come back here to our orders page, click on orders. Right now you can see that this is packing. Okay, so it has been updated here that it's packing because we clicked on track order. Then we're going to add a product to our front end. Right now, this is what we have. These are the list of products that we have. We have rice, we have the spag here. So I'm going to try and add another food item. So now on our admin panel, for the add section, I'm going to click on product. So here, I'm going to select this. Then I'm going to give it a name, delicious strawberry smoothie cup. Smoothie with the H. Okay. I'm just going to copy the product name for the description. And then the category is going to be drinks. And I'm going to set the price to, let's say, $16. Click on add products. And we're going to get a notification that the product has been added to cart. So here it's showing us the product added successfully. If we click on our product list, we're going to see the product that we just added here, delicious strawberry smoothie cup. The category is drink. The price is $16. Now back to our page. Let me reload this, and we're going to get it right here. You can see that we have it. It has been added to our front end. The image is here. It's very clear and it's okay. The name of the this particular drink is delicious strawberry smoothie cup, going for $16, and we have an add to cart. So if we click on category for drinks, you're going to see it here as well. We have the cup of tequila sunrise cocktail, mojito cocktail with lemon ice cube, and here we have the latest, which is delicious strawberry smoothie cup. Okay, so all of this is working. And now let's test the delete action. I just added this now. I'm going to click on this delete product removed, and you can see that the product has disappeared instantly. So if I come back here and I reload, we're not going to see the products anymore on our page. So our front end, our back end, and our main panel is working perfectly well. So this particular project will teach you front end, back end development, API integration, authentication, payment handling, and dashboard setup for admin. So stick with me. Do not forget to subscribe. Hit the subscribe button. Click on like if you like the overview that you've seen so far. And if you're optimistic about building this project from scratch, drop a comment and let me know your thoughts on this project as well. Do not forget, hit that subscribe button. Let's get to 1K, guys. And by the end of this tutorial, you'll have a fully functional food ordering website. So let's dive in. So first off, we need to create the folder for our project. I'm going to create the folder in this other folder. So just click on new, click on folder, and the folder name is going to be MERN Food Ordering, for MERN Stack Food Ordering. And then I'm going to open my VS Code. Click on open folder. I'm going to get the folder that I created, which is MERN Food Ordering. Select the folder and open it in VS Code. So this is the folder here in VS Code. Then you're going to right click on the sidebar. Click on open an integrated terminal. So we're on the folder already. Then we're going to use this command to create the front end. npm create vit at latest front end hyphen templates react. Now you click enter. So now the front end folder is already created. Now we're going to change our directory to the folder cd front end. And then we're going to run this command npm install. Press enter. So our React app has been created. If we open this front end folder, we can see our node modules, public folder, source folder, git ignore, every other folder that is supposed to be here. So next thing is to run. But before that, we need to do, let's see what we have. We have our asset, app.css, and every other thing. So let's test if this React app is working. I'm going to do npm run dev. It is also part of the command that was listed here that we should follow. So this is going to generate a link that we would use to view our React app in our local browser. So here, hover on the link and you see follow link. Click on follow link. Okay, so this is what we have on our screen. Our React app is working. So let's try and change some things and see. For the app.gss right here, instead of vits plus, I'm going to change this to subscribe to my channel. Guys, don't forget to subscribe to my channel. And here we have it, subscribe to my channel. So this is actually working. Our React app is working. The counter button is working. So we're going to do some cleanups and so that we can start our own project from scratch. So back to our app.jsx, I'm going to do Control A and delete everything. And I'm going to use this command to create a React snippet. RAFC. So to use this command, you need to have this extension. EXM React Redux React Native extension. So do well to install this extension. So I'm going to be deleting app.css as well. We're going to do the same thing to our index.css. Control A, delete. So for the entire document, we're going to set the margin to 0 and the padding to 0 as well. For our index.css, this is the front end. So I'm going to change the title to food spots. Okay, I'm going to close all of this. Now, we need all our images that we're going to be using for this project. And we also need, I've prepared the array of objects that will represent each food, which is going to represent their ID, the name, the image, the price, and all other properties. So I'm going to drop the link in the description. You need to find the link to the assets in the description. So this is all the images and asset folder that we're going to use. So I'm just going to copy everything here. And I'll copy it and I will paste in the asset folder. Here, replace this. So this is our asset and this is all the images that we're going to use. So I've imported all the images. I've done this so that the workload is going to reduce on you. So this is for our category item, because in this project, users will be able to filter food items by category, and we have different category types. So this is for all categories. This is for another category, spaghetti, pizza category, rice, noodles, chicken, drinks, etc. And this is for each food item, which is the product. We have the ID, we have the name, we have the description, we have the price, we have the image, we have the category, and we have the date as well. So this is for the first one. This is for the second one. Okay, it has its ID, name, description, price, image, category, date, and all of that. So you're going to find the link to this in the description box, and also all images will be provided as well. So let's continue with our projects. Now all we have here is app, right? Because that's what we have in our app.jsx. So let's say I change this again to subscribe to my channel. It is still going to show right here. So this is a reminder, if you have not subscribed to my channel, please do subscribe to my channel. Subscribe. So this is what we're trying to build, right? And we have icons here. That means we need to install React icons. Also, we have different pages. This is the cart page. This is our cart page. This is our home page. We have the login and sign up page, the others page. So we need to install React Router DOM so that we can navigate between pages. So open a new tab, type in React icons. Also open another tab, React Router DOM. So right here we have React icons, the npm package. You're just going to find the installation code, which is on the right hand side, and you copy the code, open your terminal again. So I'm going to duplicate this, my terminal. So I've duplicated this terminal here. This is the front end folder. I'm going to paste the code I just copied, press enter. Make sure you're connected to the internet whenever you want to install any code. Then I'll head back here to React Router DOM that will enable us navigate between pages. Copy the installation code as well. So React Router DOM, the React icon has been installed. Then we'll paste the installation code that we copied for our React Router DOM. Press enter as well. So while this is installing, we're going to create our component, context, and pages folder. So right here on my source folder, I'm going to create a new folder, and the folder is going to be for components. Source folder as well, I'll create another one for pages, and I'm going to create another folder for context. So now we have our React Router DOM installed. I'm just going to minimize this a bit. So we're going to create other folders in the component folder and in the pages folder. So in our component folder, we're going to have our navigation bar folder. So here, navbar, components as well, another folder, which is going to be our footer folder. The component, we're going to have the hero folder. We're going to have the food collection folder. And we're also going to have our cart total folder. So for all of this folder, we're going to create our JSX file and CSS file. So right here, I'm going to have cart total.jsx, array to create snippets, and we're going to have another file for cart total.css. So I'm going to close this. So I'll pause this video now so that I can create the JSX and CSS file for every other folders that we have here, which is for food collection, footer, hero, and navbar. So I've created the JSX and CSS file for each of these. Now I'm going to create the folders that will be in our pages. So for our pages folder, we're going to have our home page. So here we have our home page. We're also going to have the login and sign up page. I'm just going to name it login folder. We'll create another folder for our checkouts. We'll create another folder for our carts. And we'll create another folder for the other page. So I'm going to do the same thing. Create the JSX and CSS file for each of them. So here, carts.jsx, array carts.css. Okay, I'm going to pause this video so that I can do for others. So the next step now is to set up our routes for easy navigation. So right here, I'm just going to delete this text that says subscribe to my channel. If you have not yet subscribed to my channel, what are you doing? So first off, we need to mount our navigation bar, the navbar components, because it's going to be present in all pages. So here, I'm going to mount navbar or common. And right here, I'm going to import navbar from /component folder /navbar folder /navbar. Okay, then I'll set up my routes. So right now in food sports, you can see that we have our navbar replacing the app text. So to set up our routes, we're going to use routes, routes. So here, I'm going to import open curly braces, routes from React router DOM. Okay, we're going to be using routes with an S and routes without an S. So here in our now route tag, we're going to set the paths for each route. So here we'll have routes without an S, close it. So in this, we're going to set our paths. This is going to take forward slash, and we're going to render our own page here. So here elements will be equals to open curly braces, home page. I'm going to import home page as well. Import home from dot forward slash pages slash home slash home. Then for this, our login page as well, routes, the path here will be forward slash login. Element will be equal to, that is the component or page that we want to render. Here is going to be login. Then we'll close the route. Then we'll do for the next one, the carts page. So here, route, the path will be forward slash cart. Elements will be equal to our carts page. Now we'll close this. We'll set up our route for the checkout page as well. So here we'll have checkouts. Oh no, it's going to be parts forward slash checkouts. And we'll have elements equal to, we'll render our components, which is going to be the checkout page. Close the routes. We'll set up our route for our orders page as well. Our path forward slash orders elements will be equal to order page. Then we'll close this route. So at the top, we need to import all the pages and components. Pages to be precise. So we need the login. Import login from forward slash dot pages slash login slash login. Since everything is pages, this is a cart page, this is a checkout page, this is an order page. I'm just going to copy this, then I'm going to change the text in it instead of having to type. So the first one is not going to be login. This is going to be for carts. The second one as well. Ctrl D, D. This is going to be for checkouts. The last one is going to be for order. So we've imported for navbar, home, login, cart, checkout, orders. And finally, after our route setup, we're going to render our footer in our app.js because it needs to be present in all pages as well. So here we're going to have footer. And I'm also going to do the same thing. I'm going to import footer from components slash footer slash footer. Okay, so we've set up our route here, but we need to wrap our application. We need to wrap our browser router around our application for easy navigation. So we open our main.jsx where we have our app. And right here, I'm going to import browser router. Import browser router from React router DOM. I'll delete this strict mode that we have here. Turn this to a comment, control forward slash. And here we're going to have browser router. So we'll cut this, Ctrl Z, highlight and cut, and paste it in between our browser router. So we'll officially set up our route now. So back here, what we have is we have our navigation bar that will be present in all pages. We have the home page, we have the footer. So let's see if I do, this is for the home page, forward slash carts. You're going to see we have our carts here. Let's do for checkouts. And we're going to have for our checkout page here as well. If we do the same, login, this is going to be for our login page. And as you can see, the navigation bar and footer remains for every page. So I'm just going to delete this back to our own page. We're back here to our own page. So now we're going to start building. This is what we're trying to build. We're going to build the navigation bar first. So let's start. So I'm going to close this. And we're going to close our index.css. Now we're going to we'll close our app.jsx as well. Let's close the pages, open our component, now our navbar. Okay, so here we'll start the main work. Nav tag with the class name, navbar. We'll have 3 divs. The first one will be for the logo, second will be for the search, and third will be for the icons. So first one for logo, the logo is going to lead to the home page. So link. So our link will be from React Router DOM. So I'm going to import curly braces link tag from React Router DOM. So this link will lead to the home page. We'll remove the curly braces and we'll use a quote / because that is the same thing that we have here. Okay. So this is going to link to the home page. Now the text for our logo is food sports. Then we're going to have our search bar. So this is going to take inputs. The input type is text. I'll give this a class name of search bar. Back to the inputs. I'll give it a class name of search inputs. Then we'll have a placeholder as well. So let me just close this. And it's going to be search for products. After this input, in the search bar container, we're going to have a button that will say search. So this is for the search bar. Let me add the space. Now this is for the icons. So I'm going to give this a class name of icons. So in between this, we'll have a div tag and we'll have a button as well. So the div tag here is for the user icon. So I'm just going to type in user. So here I'm going to select by user. That's the name of the icon that I want to use, and I'm going to close it. I'll give it a class name as well. And the class name is going to be icon. And I'm going to import the icon as well. Import by user from React icons /by. So this is our icon here. Then on the icon, if you override it, you're going to see a drop down menu. So we're just going to create a div tag with a class name. So here, drop down menu. Press enter. So the first drop down menu here. Come on, Ctrl Z. So the first one is going to lead us to our login page. So I'll use the link from React Router DOM. So in between the link, that is where we'll have our p tag, and this is going to say, the text is going to say login or sign up, and the part that this link is going to lead us to will be equals to login /login, because that is the same thing that we have here, /login, and the components, the page that we're rendering is the login page. So here we have it for login. Also, we're going to have others and logout. So here, another link tag with a p tag The text is going to take orders. The link will lead us to /orders. That is the same thing that we have right here, the parts that we have right here. Then in the drop down menu also we'll have a p tag for logout. You notice how we don't have a link here. This, we're going to use an on-click method to ensure that once the user clicks on the logout, it will lead us to the logout function will work. We're going to get to that very soon. Now we have our button right here. I'll give this button a class name of cat icon because this button is going to represent our cat icon. Instead of having a text, we're going to be using the cat icon. So I'm going to type in cat. So because I've installed React icon, if you type in the word that you want to use, React is going to suggest icons that matches with what you type. So here, by cat, I'm using this, and I'm sure it has been imported here as well. So I'll give this a class name of icon as well. Class name of icon. Then I'm going to close this. Okay, then we're going to have a span tag that is going to show us the quantity of items, the quantity of food items that we have in our cart. So span is going to start counting from 0. So I'm just going to put 0. We're going to change it later on when we have the function to get the quantity of items that we have in the cart. So for now, this is what we have. Now let's see what it looks like on our page. So right now, this is what it looks like. This is for login page. You can see this has changed to login. This is for orders page. This has changed to orders. And this is to log out. There's no function for this yet because we've not written it. So if I click on this food spot, it's going to lead us back to our own page. So let's style it so that this will make more sense. So before styling the navigation bar, we still need to style the entire page. So for the body, we have a unique background color that we're going to use. Background color, we take this color code, F9, F9, F9. And we'll have a padding inline of 80 pixels. Also, for all links, we're going to set the color to black. And we'll have text decoration to none so that you can remove the underline that will be in the link. Let's see. Now this is black, and as you can see, the padding inline is already there, and the color of the background is no longer white. Also, right here we have a unique font style that we're using, so we need to get the font style as well. So I'll close this React icon and React router down. Then we need our Google fonts. So once you're here on fonts.google.com, you can search for any font of your choice, or you can just scroll and see whichever font that matches your style or that interests you. So I've selected a few fonts, so I'm just going to come here. So we're going to be using this font. So this is the font that we're using. Click on Get Fonts. Click on, oh no, come on, Roboto Slab, let's see. And then you're going to click on Get Embedded Code. We're using the import rule, so you're just going to copy from this at import to the semicolon. Copy this, then we'll open our index.css. Right here, we'll paste what we just copied, and we'll come back here. We're going to paste this CSS code that we have. Copy it, sorry. We're going to copy it back to our code in the body. We're going to paste it. Okay, so the font width that we're using is going to be 400. Font style is normal, font family, Roboto Slab, and all of that. Okay, so we have the fonts. You can see that we have some changes in the font. So let's style our navigation bar. So we created our navbar.css file. So we're just going to import it into our JSX file. We're going to have import.navbar.css. So we're starting with the navbar itself, the navbar container. Paste it here. .navbar because it's a div tag. So display is going to be flex, justify, space between, and had a padding of 1.5 rem and a font size of 1 rem. Then the next thing that we have is this h2 tag. So we'll come right here, dot navbar h2. We'll set the font size to 30 pixels. Next is our search bar. I'm going to copy this. Display will be flex because we have the search input at the bottom. Flex grow will be 1. We'll set a max width of 650 pixels and a margin of 0.20 pixels. Then we have the search input itself. Copy the class name, head back here and paste it. Flex grow here as well. Oh, come on. Flex grow. We'll set it to 1. We'll set a padding of 10 pixels. A border of 2 pixels solid. And this color code. D2042D. Border. We'll set a border right of none. Then we'll have a border radius of 20 pixels, 0 pixels, 0, and 20 pixels. Outline here will be set to none. Font size will be set to 14 pixels. Then we have a placeholder in our search input. So search input, placeholder. The text color will be this color code. Then we have what next? We have the search button. I'm going to give it a class name of search button. So I will copy it and then I'm going to paste it here. So search button. We use a background color of this color code. The text color will be black. Border will be none. Padding will be 10 pixels, 15 pixels, and a border radius of 0, 20 pixels, 20 pixels, 0. The font width of bold, and the cursor we're going to set it to pointer. Then we have our icons. Copy it and paste it here. Display here will be flex. Align items at the center with a gap of 1 rem. Then we have 2 icons. So here for icons, icon, we'll set the font size to 35 pixels. Cursor to pointer. And then we have our cat icon. We're going to come back to this drop down menu now. So for the cat icon, position will be set to relative, border will be set to none, and the background will be transparent. Then we're going to style our cat count. So this span tag will take a class name of cat count, which is the cat quantity. I can just have it as cat quantity. So here, copy it, and then we're going to paste it here. So for cat quantity, the position will be set to absolute. We'll have a bottom of 20 pixels. Right will take -5 pixels. Background color will be red. The text color will be white. I'll have a border radius of 50%. Font size of 0.7 rem. A padding of 0.2 rem. 0.4 rem. And then back to our profile group. So I'll give this a class name of profile group. I'm going to copy it, paste it here as well. Position for this will be set to relative. Then the next thing is the drop down menu itself. So for the drop down menu, display will be none, position will be absolute, top will take 20 pixels, right will take minus 30 pixels, the background color will be white, we'll have a border of 1 pixel solid light gray. We'll have a border radius of 5 pixels, width of 130 pixels, a font size of 18 pixels, a padding of 10 pixels, and we'll have a box shadow as well of this value 0, 4 pixels, 6 pixels, and this color code RGBA 0.1. So for profile group, if you hover on it, we're going to have the drop down menu. So display here will be block. So we have these P tags. So this is the drop down menu. So the P tags will automatically be the drop down items. So here, I'm just going to give this a class name of drop down item. I'll copy it, paste it for the other P value, and do the same here. Then I'm just going to copy the class name itself so that I can style. So right here, for our drop down item, the text color will be gray, cursor will be pointer, and we'll have a margin of 2 pixels. And if you hover on it as well, so we'll work on the over effect, color will be black. So right now, this is what we have, our logo, our search. If you hover on this is where you get. Clicking all good. If you click on this, you're on the others page. If you click on this, you're on the login page. If you click on this, okay, this should lead us to the cart page. So we're going to do that later when we want to handle cart navigation. So right now, we're done with our navigation. The next thing is the hero section. We're going to build this stunning hero section now. First, we're going to start with the top, this left and right side. This dish is fantastic. Then we're going to build this bottom section as well for these features. So let's get to it. So I'm going to close this, open our hero. We need the image that we're going to use in our asset folder. So we're using the second image here, this pasta 2. So I'll open the hero again. I need to import the image first. Import our name it hero image from / okay, dot / asset folder / the name of the image is pasta2.png. Let's see. So here pasta2.png. So I'll close this back and I can now continue with my coding. So we're going to have 2 div tags. First to be for, let's create our hero first. So in the hero we'll have 2 div tags. First to be for hero top for the image and text. Then we'll have for hero bottom for other features. So we'll start with the top. For the top, we'll have the left, the hero left, and hero right. So for our left, we'll have an H2 tag first of all. Then we'll have an H1 tag. Afterwards, we'll have a P tag. So I'm just going to copy and paste the text that will be in between this. So this will be for the H2 tag, and this text will be for the H1 tag, and this text will be for the P tag. Then we're going to have our button that is also going to say explore our menu. Okay, so for the right side, we're going to have an image. we'll replace this quote with our curly brace, and we're replacing it with our hero image that we've imported here. Then we'll have the bottom section. So we're going to have 3 div tags for hero content. So I'm just going to copy this and paste it twice. The first one will have an icon. So it's just going to be info icon or features icon, whichever way. The icon is going to be shipping icon. So I'm going to type in shipping. So we're using the shipping fast icon from the FA section. So here, I'll close this. And I'm going to give it a class name of icon. This is going to be hero, class name equals hero icon. Okay, and I'm going to import the icon. Import fast shipping from React icons /FA. Okay, so we've imported the icon already. Next thing is the text. Then we're going to have another div tag after the div for the icon, and this div tag is going to contain an h3 tag and a p tag. So the div tag, the class name is going to be details. So I'm just going to give this detail, and the h3 tag will be free shipping. The p tag will take free shipping on order. Okay, so this is for the first hero content here. This will be for the second, and this will be for the third. So I'm just going to copy the hero content info and I'll paste it here. So instead of free shipping that we have here, this is going to be 247 support. This is going to be worldwide delivery. And this is going to be we deliver to all countries. Then the other one here, we're going to have 247 support, and the p text is going to take this text as well. Full support on process. Okay, so this is actually supposed to be for this content, hero content. So I'm going to copy this and paste it. And finally, this is going to have this text. Bear in mind that we're still going to change the icons. So okay, so the first icon is shipping, it matches with free shipping. Now the second icon, we're going to use the send icon. So here, I'm going to type in send. I don't know why the icon is not coming up, but I'm going to use this icon. And the third icon for 247 support, we're using the support icon. So by support, the last icon is going to be for payment. And right here, we need to import all the icons. So here, we're going to import the support icon by support from React icons /bi / then for the third one is payments, MD payment from React icons /MD. And the last one is for the send, FI send from React icon slash fi. Okay, so this is for our hero section right here. Right now, okay, we're still on the login page. Let's head back to the home page. We're not seeing anything that looks like the hero that we just built on our own page. This is because we're here to mount our hero section in the home page. So now we're going to open our pages folder, open the home page itself, homepage.jsx, and here we're going to mount our hero. So here we're going to have hero from component hero. Okay, there's an error with the icon. Instead of slash, I use dots. So we'll come back here. Let's fix it. So this is supposed to be slash. Alright, so we have our hero section now in the home page. You can see the text is there, the button is there, the image is there. This fully low. And we have other features here. So let's down so that we can have something exactly like this. So we'll close our home page.jsx, open our hero.css. First off, we need to import our CSS file into our JSX file. Import the / hero.css. We'll start with this hero itself. So we'll come in here and then we'll paste the hero. We'll set our height to 100 VH. Next is the hero top. We'll paste here again. Display here will be flex. Padding inline of 20 pixels. We'll set a gap of 20 pixels. Justify contents. Space between. So we have the left section. Copy this and paste here. We'll set the max width of 50%. So you should take 50% of the screen. And we'll have a margin top of 100 pixels. In the left, we have H2, H1P and button. So let's just work on that. So for hero left H2, we'll set a font size of 26 pixels. Then for the H1, we'll set another font size of 3.5 rem and a margin top of 10 pixels. For the P tag, we're going to have a margin top of 15 pixels, a font size of 18 pixels, and a color code of. Then for the button, padding will take 1 rem for the height and 3 rem for the width. We'll set the border to none. We'll have our background color. We're using this color B2042D. A border radius of 5 pixels and a margin top of 15 pixels. Text color of white. Then we have our right section. That is the next thing that we have. So for the right section, we'll set a max width of 50%. Now we have an image here. So I'll give this image class name of hero image. And I'm going to copy the class name. So for hero image, we'll set the width to 600 pixels, the height to take 500 pixels. Object fit will be contain. Position will be relative, and a Z index of 1. And then we'll move to the bottom. So for hero bottom, display would be flex, justify content, space between, margin top of 40 pixels, width will take 100% of the screen, padding will take 25 pixels, and we'll have a box shadow of this value. And this color code 196, 196, 196, 0.75. And also a border radius of 10 pixels. Then for each hero content, for each of the features, display will be flexed with a gap of 15 pixels. Then we have the info icon as well. So for info icon, we're styling the hero icon. That hero icon. I'm going to set the font size to 44 pixels. And the color, will take this color code. Then we have the details. We have an H3 tag and a P tag in the detail. So here, detail H3. The font size will take 22 pixels. And we have the P tag. So detail P tag, the color will take this color code, and the font size will take 18 pixels. So this is what we have, and it's exactly like this. As you can see, I'm switching in between tabs and there is no changes at all. This is what we have now. This is looking all good. So the next step now is our food collection. So for the food collection, we have two sides. We have the category section and we have the food display section. So for this category section, users are able to filter out food based on their category, based on any category of their choice. If I click on spaghetti, we have this. If I click on rice, if I click on noodles, chicken, drinks, and all of that. So let's start work. So I'm going to close this hero. We're done with our hero section. Okay, we still need the home page open. So I'm just going to render the food collection here. Food collection. We have the GSX and CSS file already. So here we're going to import food collection from components to, okay, all of this is working. Then we'll close our home page. I don't like too many tabs open, so I prefer to close my home page. Now, this is what we're using. We're using our assets here. This is our category item, which is going to be on the left hand side for the categories. These are all the category titles, and this is the food itself, the objects representing each food, from the name to the ID to the description to the price to the image, the category, all of that. Now, let's open our food collection. So right here, I'm going to delete this. Then we're going to have a div tag with a class name of food container. In our food container, we're going to have two div tags. The first div tag here will be the header section. So this is going to be like header section. And the second one will be container for food display. So here, let me just have it as display container. And then for our header section, we're going to have an h1 tag that will take this text. So let me just, and we're also going to have an hr tag, and the class name is going to be divider. So here, class name divider. Then for the food display container, we're going to have two div tags for our category section and the food item section, the food card section. So we'll have two other div tags here. the first one, the first div here, I'll give it a class name of category section, and the second one will be the grid display. That is for the food grid display. We'll separate them a little bit, add a space. We'll start with our category section, but before that we need to get our categories from the category item in our asset folder. So right here, we're going to import, open your curly braces, category item from asset folder. Okay, so this is the asset folder and the assets file. So in the category section now, the container, we're going to have an h1 tag, and it's going to take this text, explore our categories. After this h1 text, we're going to have a list. So we use a UL with a class name of category lists. So here we're going to map through the category items and render the category lists. So these category items that we have here, we're going to map through it and render the category list. So here we open our curly braces, category item dot map. We pass in our item and the index to uniquely identify each of them. Then we open this. So here we're going to have an li tag since we're dealing with lists, and in between the lists is where we're going to have item dot category title, which is going to display the category titles. So for this list here, we need to assign unique key for each category item. So here we're going to have key is going to be index, and also we would use an onClick method. So here onClick, we'll create an arrow function. Now we can now work on the logic, but before that, before any logic, we need to create a state to manage the selected category. So by default, we're going to have all categories as our selected category. So right here, before our return statements, we're going to have const category, an arrow, a setter function of set category equals use states, and it's going to be all category. So back here, we're using an onClick method. So here we're going to call the setter function set category. So here we're going to check, we're going to pass in the previous category. So we're going to use a ternary operator to check if the previous category equals to the category title that we're clicking on, item.category title, then it's going to display all. If it is not, it's going to display that particular category that we want to, the category item, the category title that we want to click on. So here we're going to have previous equals item dot category title. If it is, then it should display all the category, and if otherwise, it should display item dot category title. So let me close this so that we can have a larger screen. Okay, and now the next thing we're going to do is to toggle the category section in our styling. Okay, so if it's already selected, we'll reset it to all. So here I want to give it a class name so that we can style. So instead of using quotes, we're going to use curly braces to toggle. So here we're going to have category. Okay, it's supposed to be category, not category. What the hell? Category. So here category equals item dot category title. If it is active, If otherwise, it should display nothing. Okay, so the purpose of this code is we're checking if the category is selected, and if it matches the item.category title, then we want to have a style for this active class name. If it is not, we want to display nothing. You're going to see it when we are styling it. So right now on our screen, this is what we have. We have the all categories: spaghetti, pizza, rice, noodles, chicken, drinks. So these are all the list of categories that we have, but we're here to display our food item. So now that we're done with our category list, the next thing we're going to do is our product display, which is going to be in the grid display. So we're going to display the food lists, or preferably the food cart. So before that, we need to work on our context, because we're going to be getting our states and the food list from the context. So here, what I'm going to do now, let me close all of this. We're going to open our context folder. We're here to create anything. So I'm just going to name it food context.gsx. So the job of a food context in this case is basically, the food context in this case is basically a context provider that holds and share data related, like products, cart items across different components without having to pass it down as props. So here we can access and modify data without passing it down as props. So on this context, we're going to manage states. We're going to do a lot. We're going to write logic that we can now use in other components and other pages, and we can also modify it in those components and pages. So first off, the first thing we're going to do is to import React from React. Then the next thing we're going to do is to create context for the food, which would be used to provide global states. So here I'm going to have exports. I'm using exports because I want other components and pages to be able to have access to our food context. So here, export const food context will be equal to create contexts So the next step is to import our food from our data sets. This product here, we're going to import it from the data sets. So here, I'm going to import products from the data sets. So this is the data folder and this is the data file. And the very next step now is to create the context provider component. So here we're going to have create food context, food context provider be equal to, we're going to pass children as a parameter here. We'll create an arrow function, open our curly braces, and the very next step is to provide all the states and values, all states, values, and function to the children components. So here we're going to return, open our brackets, food context dot provider. Okay, and right here, children. No, children. Okay, so right here we're providing all state values and functions to the children component. So I'm going to pass in value here, which we're still going to come back to later on. So the next thing we're going to do now is to export our food context provider. So here, export default food context provider. So right here, we've created the snippet for our food context. And the next thing is, okay, I'm going to add another column here. Okay, another curly braces, sorry. Now, the next step is to wrap our application, to wrap shop context around our application. So right here, I'm going to cut this, Ctrl X, and here we're going to have food context, food context provider. Close this, and we'll paste what we just cut earlier in it, and it has been imported here. So we've wrapped the food context provider around our application. So this is done now. Next step is, so after wrapping, the next thing we're going to do before our return statement, here we're going to have all our state management and functions and all of that. So we're going to create a state variable to manage all the food products that we have, and a setter function to always update the food. So here we're going to have const products, comma, setter function sets products will be equals to use states will be products, which is this product that we imported from our asset file. Now we're going to pass in the value right here so that other components and pages can have access to the product state. So here, products, we're passing the product value right here. So now we can now use this product anywhere in our code. So back here to our food collection, we'll come right here, and then we're going to extract the product state from our food context. So here, const products will be equals to use contexts food contexts. Okay, so now that we have that already, we'll come in here to the grid display, the food grid display itself. First, we're going to check if the product exists and if we have products that are greater than 1. So here we have products. We want to check the length of the product. That's length is greater than 0. We're using a ternary operator in this case. Then there is a logic that's going to be here, and if it is not, there will be another logic that's going to be here. So for the other logic, if we have no product available, we want to display that no products is available. So I'm going to close this p tag that we have right here. Then if we have products that is greater than 0, that means if the product available, we'll have a code here as well. And in here, we're going to map over the products array, the array of objects that we stored all our products in. So here we're going to have products dot map passing products, create our arrow function, open and call our brackets, and here we're going to have our div tag for representing a products card. So here we'll have a div. So let me close this div tag here. So this div tag here will be for the products card. So we use a key so that we can uniquely identify each food card by their ID. So here we're going to have, for the key, it's going to be product._ID, because that is what we have for each food, which is a product. We're using an ID to identify each of them, not the name. We're using the ID to identify each of them, and each food has a unique ID. This has A, this is AB, AC, and others like that. So let me close this. So this is for the food card. So I'll give it a class name here for products card. When I say product card, this is what I mean. This is a card, this is a card, this is a card. In this card, we have an image, we have the name of the food, we have the price, and we have a call to action button. So this is a card. So in the card, we'll have a div tag for our image. So here, the product image. And we're going to have an image. We're going to display our products image here. And this is going to take products, replace it with curly braces, products dot image. After the image, we're going to display the product's name. So we'll have an h3 tag here, and this is going to be products dot name. After the name, we're going to have our price and add to cart. So the price and add to cart will be in the same container. So here I'm just going to give this div tag a class name of price add. So first one, P for price, $sign. This is going to take product dot price. Then we'll have a button, add to cart. So here you might be wondering where we're getting this image, where we're getting the name, where we're getting the price. In our asset folder, for each product, we have a name, we have a price, we have an image. Okay. So that's where we're getting all of this. So let's see if it is displaying in our home page. As you can see, we have all of this here. This is the image, this is the name of the product, this is the price, this is our button, this is another image here, this is quite big, this is another image, the name. So we have a lot and a lot. The images are quite big. So, and then another thing that we need to understand is that right here we need to filter, but let's style so that we can just filter after styling, so that we can have something looking nice, or we can just filter directly, whichever one. So I think I want to filter first. So here we're going to have product dots. We're mapping here. Now we're going to filter right here. We'll pass in products. Now we want to filter based on category. So here, category, if the category equals to all, which is our default state, or category equals to products dot category. So we're checking if, in this case, what we're just doing is to filter products based on selected category. So here, if the category is all, display the entire product, and if the category matches with the selected category, we're still mapping over the array of objects that we have, and it's going to display products that matches with that category. So now we have all the products displayed, right? Now let's see, we'll have several categories here. This is for all. If I click on spaghetti, you can see that we have just 2 products displaying. If I click on rice, we have 2 items that is being displayed. If I click on noodles, we have 2 items as well, 2 food items. If I click on chicken, we have 2 food items. And if I click on drinks, we have 2 food items as well. They are quite big, so that's what we're not seeing. So you can see this is the first one, and this is the second. So let's style so that we can just see it properly. They're quite, this is the second one. Okay, so now we can now style. So we're starting with our food container. We have our food collection of the CSS. Let me close this main. So we'll start with the food container. But first off, we need to import our CSS file into our JSX file. So we're going to import /food collection.css. We'll come in here, paste what we've copied. We'll set a margin top of 50 pixels. Then we have our header section. We have an h1 tag in the header section. So here, h1. We'll set the font size to 38 pixels and the font width to bold. Then we have our display container. For the display container, display here will be flex. We'll add a gap of 100 pixels. Then we'll start by styling our category section. We have an h1 tag and a UL tag. So here, category section, the width will take 28% of our string. Background color, we take this color code. Padding of 20 pixels. We have an h1 tag. So for the h1 tag, we'll set the font size to 25 pixels. And we have the category lists. So come in here, copy it, and paste this here. For our category list style will be none. Padding will be 0. And the width will take 85% of our screen. We have the list items, LI. We'll add a padding of 15 pixels. Cursor, we're going to set that to pointer. And a border bottom of 1 pixel solid and this color code. So right here, we did something. We're checking if a list is active. That is, if the category is selected. If the category selected matches with the item dot category title. So we need to style the active list as well. So for category list li dot active list, the font width will be bold. The color, text color, will be white. And the background color, we'll take this color code D2042D. Then we have our grid display next. For our grid display, the width will take 50%. The display itself will be grid, as the name implies. Grid template columns, we're going to have repeats, 3 per row, 3 per column. We'll set a gap of 20 pixels. Column gap of 30 pixels. Justify content at the center. Margin top of 30 pixels as well. And then the next thing we're going to style is the product card for each product card. So for our product card, the width of each card will take 250 pixels. We'll have a border around it. So border 1 pixel solid with this color code. We'll set a padding of 10 pixels. Text align. All text should be at the center. Position should be relative. Overflow should be hidden. And we'll have a transition for a box shadow. 0.3 seconds is. And when you hover on the product card over, we'll set our box shadow with this value 0.4 pixels, 12 pixels, and this color code 0.1. Next thing on our list is our product image. So for our product image, position will be relative. Then for the image itself, that is the image tag, we set the width to 100% of the product card. The height should take 260 pixels. Then we have an H3 tag in our product card. So product card H3. We're going to set the font size to 20 pixels. Margin, take 5 pixels, or an margin bottom of 10 pixels. Then we have this add container here for the price and the button. So for price add, display would be flex. Justify content, space between, gap of 20 pixels, margin top of 15 pixels, padding of 10 pixels. Then we have the button and the P tag. So here, for products add button, padding will take 0.5 rem for height, 2 rem for width. Border will be none. I'm going to set the background color to this color code. border radius will take 5 pixels, and the text color will be white. Then for the P tag here, we're going to have product card P tag. I'll show you why we're using product card P tag now. Font size will take 24 pixels, and we'll have a padding bottom of 15 pixels. Okay, so right here we have a P tag here, we have another P tag here, so we're just going to select both. Okay, so this is what we have now. This is all the food card that is available in our front end. So the category is working as well. If we click on spaghetti, you can see. If you click on pizza, you can see. If you click on rice, you can see noodles. You can see there's chicken and drinks, cup of tequila, mojito cocktail with lemon ice cubes. And for all categories, we have all of this here. So the next thing we're going to do now is to write the code that will enable users to add any food of their choice to the cart, and also we want to show the quantity of items, quantity of food items that we have in the cart. So right now we're going to write that code in our food context. So let's go. So we're going to close our JSX file and CSS file for food collection, and we're going to start our code for adding to cart, removing from cart, and all of that. So first off, the first thing we're going to do is to create a state variable for cart items and a setter function to update cart items. And we're going to set it to it. By default, it's going to be an empty object. So here, const cart items, comma, set cart items will be equals to use states, an empty object. And then we're going to create a variable that will hold the delivery fee. So here, const delivery underscore fee will be equals to 12. So the next step now is to write our add to cart function. Right here, const, I'll give it a name, add to cart will be equal to, it's going to be an asynchronous function. So async item ID. Then we'll open our curly braces. So first off, we need to create a copy of the current items to avoid the current cart items to avoid directly mutating the states. So here we'll have const updated carts will be equal to curly braces cart items. Then the next thing is to check if the item already exists in the cart. We want to increase the quantity by 1, otherwise we're going to set it to 1. So here we're going to have updated cart, create an array, item ID will be equal to, open your bracket, updated carts, item ID, zero, then plus 1. That is if it already exists in the cart, so we're increasing it by 1. Then we're going to update the cart state with the new cart data. So right here, we're going to set cart items to our updated carts. Then once it has been successfully added to cart, we need to display a toast notification that our product has been added to cart. So before that, we need to install the Toastify dependency. So back here on our browser, we'll open a new tab and then we'll search for React Toastify. Once you're on this page for React Toastify, click on the installation code and copy it. Then we're going to paste it here. Press enter and make sure you're connected to the internet while you do this. Also, we're going to scroll down a bit. Then we're going to import this line of code here. We're going to copy it. So you copy the code. Let's see. This has been installed already. So you paste it here in the app.gsx. We'll come here and then we'll paste this. Then we're going to copy this toast container here and we'll paste it before our navigation bar right here. Okay, so back here in our context. So now we're going to use a toast notification to display a success message that the product has been added to cart. So here, first off, I need to import toast from React Toastify. So we're going to have import toasts from React Toastify, and then right here we're going to have toast.success, open a bracket, then we use a backtick, and here we'll have added to carts. So this is for the add to cart function. We're going to copy this here and add it to the values, add a comma, add to cart will be here. Our delivery fee as well will be here because other components and pages will make use of it as well. So that is for the add to cart function. Next thing, the next function that we're going to write is a function to get the total count of items in the cart. So that's basically the quantity of items that we have in our cart. So right here, we're going to have const get cart count. So here, get cart count is the name of our function. So what we're basically going to do here is to extract all the item quantities from the cart and sum them up. So here we're going to return object dot values, open our brackets, cart items dot reduce, open brackets, we'll have the total here, comma, quantity, then we'll get the total plus quantity, comma 0. Okay, and now we're going to copy this function here and paste it in the values. So it's going to be right here. And the next thing is to create a function to update the quantity of a specific item in the cart. So for our quantity controller to increase and decrease, this is where we're going to do it. So const update quantity is going to be an asynchronous function as well, and we're going to pass in the item ID, comma, quantity as our parameter, open our curly braces, async ASC. Okay. So first off, we need to create a copy of the current items to avoid direct mutation as well. So let's cart data be equal to, we'll use a spread operator, cart items. And now we're going to update the quantity of the specific item in the cart. So here, cart data item ID be equals quantity. Then we'll update the cart state with the new data. So here, set cart items with cart data. Next thing now is to copy this function and we'll paste it right here. Then we're going to create the next function, which is to get the total price of the items in the cart. So here, const, I'll give you the name get cart amount. Get cart amount will be equal to, we'll return object.entries for cart items. So here, so what we're doing is to extract all the item quantities, all the item prices, in this case the item amount, which is going to be for us to get the total amount. So return object.entries cart items dot reduce. We'll pass in our total amounts as our parameter, and also create an array, and we'll pass in our item ID and quantity as well. Then open our curly braces. So first off, we're going to check for product details. We need to find the product details using the item ID from the product array. So we're going to start with an item info. So const item info will be equals to product dot find method pass products, then we'll have product dot underscore ID that matches with the item ID. So if the product is found, we're going to add the price multiplied by the quantity to the total amount. So return item info, that is if the product that we're looking for is found, total amount plus item info dot price multiplied by quantity, or we'll return the total amounts. And here we're going to start the total amount from 0, so that's why I'm adding 0 there. And then I'm going to copy this as well, and I can just paste it anywhere at the comma here. Okay, as far as it's part of the values. Now the next thing we're going to do now is to use the use effect hook to fetch product data when the component mounts. So here we're going to use effects, create an array function, get. Okay, so we're here to work on the product data, so we're going to come back to this later when we work on our backend. Okay, so we've done the function for add to cart, getting the cart count, updating the cart and item quantity, and getting the total price, which is the cart amount. And we're already past the values here. Now let's see. So we're going to open our food collection now, and we're going to extract our add to cart function. So I'm going to copy this, and we'll add it to this product that we're getting in shop context. So here we're adding it to what we're getting from our food context, and we want to add to cart using the button. So here we use an on click method, because that is basically what we want to do. When the user clicks on the add to cart button, the product should be added to cart. So here we're going to call the add to cart function with the product ID. So here I'll create a function, and we'll call the add to cart function. Then we'll pass in the product ID. So here product dot underscore ID, because we want to add food products to cart using the ID. So if we come back here now, right now we have 0 items in our cart. If I click on this add to cart now, this should be added directly to our cart. You can see that there's a notification here telling us that it has been added to carts. Okay, but we do not have a cart. We're yet to link this to our cart page, and it's not reflecting here. So we need to get the cart amount function. We need to call it in our navigation bar where we have our cart icon. So I'll close the food collection. Or better still, let's test the bulk. So right here, before this, we use a console. So log into console. We're going to use a backtick, and here we use the item ID added to carts, so that we can see it in our console. So now let's test. Click on inspect. So this is not responsive yet. We've not added it. This is the first item. This is the first food item we have. This is our console. So I already tested one. So I'm going to add another one to cart. the ID for this tequila sunrise. I don't know yet. We're showing our AD added to cart, the ID for this. So let's check our asset folder. So where we have cup of tequila, the ID here is AD. So this is actually working. And where we have this pizza with cheese and mushroom, if I click on add to cart, it's showing us this product has been added to cart. The ID is showing here as well, added to cart. So this is actually working. Pizza with cheese mushroom. If we choose it back here, let's see, veggie pizza with cheese and mushroom, the ID is AG. So this is working. So I'm just going to close this back. And now close our food context. We still need it though, so I'm going to open it again. In our navbar, we want to display the cart amount, the cart quantity, number of items that we have in our cart. So here I'm going to extract the get cart function from our food context. So here we'll have const. The name of the function is get cart count. So I'm just going to copy this and then come to the navigation bar and paste it here. So here it's going to be equals to use context will be food context, and then right here our span tag is what we're using to represent the cart quantity. I'm going to use the curly braces and we'll call the get cart count function here so that we can know the number of items that we have in the cart. So now I'm going to close this. I'm going to add this to carts. Let us see, we have one item in the cart. I would add another item to carts. We have 2 items in the cart, so I will just keep adding 3 items, 4 items, 5, 6, and it will be updating directly right here that we have 6 items in our carts. Right now, if we click on this icon, it's not leading us anywhere because we're yet to undo the navigation. So that's what we're going to do now. So right here, what we're going to do now is to use the hook for handling different navigation to different routes. So here, what I'm going to do right here, we're going to have const navigates will be equals to use navigate from React router DOM, and it has been imported here. Okay, put our brackets. So right here in the button for our cart icon, we're going to use, so here we're supposed to call a function to handle our navigation, but we're yet to work on that function. So right here we're going to create a function that will undo navigation, and also we need a loading animation because from what we're trying to build here, if you click on this, you can see a loading animation here. Okay, so we need to do that. So we're going to create the function now, and we're going to name it undo navigation equals, we'll pass the paths. First off, we need to set loading to true. So I'm just going to come here, set loading to true. Then we're going to disable loading after 2 seconds. So we're going to be using the set timeout method. So here, set timeout. Here we'll set loading to false. That is after 2 seconds. So we're going to pass 2000 here, and we'll navigate to paths. So we've successfully created the function to undo navigation with a loading animation. So right here to display, before we display the loading animation, first off we need to undo our navigation for this our carts here. So I'll use an onClick, then we'll call the undo navigation. So here, undo navigation function /cut. So if the user clicks on this icon, it's going to lead them to the cut page. As we have it here, the part here is cut. So this is correct. Now we need our spinner. So for the spinner, we already set loading to true, but we're here to declare a state to manage the loading animation and the setter function to update the loading animation. So right here, what we're going to do now is const loading, comma, setter function set loading equals to use state. Has it been okay? So it's been imported, will be false. Okay. So even before the spinning animation, if we click on the cut now, it should lead us to the cut page. Okay, so you can see that we have the cut page here. Back to our own page. Now let's work on the spinning animation. This thing that is spinning here. We click on anything that will just spin. So we would come here before the navbar. This div tag here. So we want to display a loading spinner when the loading state is true. So here, loading, and open our brackets. We'll create a div tag. Then we'll create another div tag with a class name of loader. So in the div tag, we're going to use this icon. So this container here, the class name is going to be loader container. And the class name for this icon as well is going to be loader icon. Okay, so let's style this. So we're going to style now. We'll start with the loader container. Everything should be at the top before our number. Dot loader container. Position, we'll set it to fixed. Oh no, position fixed. We'll set the top to 0. Left will be 0. The width will take 100%. The height as well will take 100%. Display here will be flex. Justify content center. Align the items at the center. We'll have a background color with this color code 44 44 44 44 44 0.8. So this is going to give us a slightly dimmed background. And we're going to have a Z index of 999. Then for the next thing is going to be our loader icon. Just start with the loader icon directly. Come here. We'll set the font size to about 80 pixels. Animation. It's going to be spin. 1 second linear infinite, and the color is going to be this color code. Now the rotation animation, we use keyframe for that. So here, keyframe spin. Since we want to work on the spin at 0%, we want to transform. It should rotate on 0 degree, and at 100% transform, rotates at 360 degree. So this should do it. So let's test this out. If I click on this cut, you can see if I click on the orders page, login page, if I come back here, click on the carts, there's a spinning animation that is going on. So the next step now is to create our carts page so that when we add an item to carts, we're going to see it in the carts page. So let me show you what I mean. We're adding this item to carts now, and if I click here, okay, it's not connected to backend, that's why we're having the error. I'm going to do that. So this is what we have. This is the carts page. As you can see, for our carts page here, we have our cart items, and if we click on proceed to checkout, it's going to navigate to checkout. So we need the use navigate as well for this, and also our price is in $sign, so we need to declare our currency to show that this is in dollars, and then we're going to now create our cart page. So I'm going to close this navigation bar. Now by the CSS, I will have the GSX, including the food collection as well. Then we're going to open our pages, and we'll open our carts page. But before that, we need to have the currency that we're going to use, right? So here, after delivery fee, consts currency will be equal to, we're using dollars, okay? And also we should be able to navigate. So here, we're just going to have const navigate will be equals to use navigate and we're going to import it right here at the top. So here is going to be import use navigate from React router done. So right here, we need the navigate to be in our value. I'm going to add it here to our value, add a comma, and also we need the currency as well. So we'll copy this as well, and then paste it in the value section. So now our carts page, let's work on this. So first off, we need to extract the necessary values and functions from our food context. We're going to have that here. Const, open curly braces, we need our products, we need the currency, we need cart items, which is the cart state, we need the update quantity function, we need the navigate function. So because use context will be food context, and it has been imported here already. Use context, the same thing. Okay, and now the next thing is to store our transformed cart data. So we're going to create a state that is going to manage that, and here we're going to have it const cart data comma set cart data will be equals to an empty array by default. Then we're going to use a use effect to update the cart data whenever the cart items or products changes. So here, use effects, we'll create our function. So we're going to check if no product exists, we'll do nothing. So here, if products dot length is equals to 0, return, that is, do nothing. Then we're going to check if cart items is not valid. That is, if the cart items is not an object, then we'll set the cart data to an empty array. So if not cart items, or this should be cart items, or type of, that is the variable. So for cart items, if it is not equals to an object, then we want to set the cat data to an empty array. So here, set cat data to an empty array and return. Okay. So the next step now is to convert the cat items object into an array of items with the ID and quantity. So here we'll have const. I'm just going to give a temp data will be equal to object. Oh no, object dot entries cat items. Then we'll filter out items with 0 quantity. So here, filter comma quantity. Then we'll have quantity greater than 0. Then we'll map over it as well. So dot map item ID, comma quantity, and we can now start assigning. So here we're going to assign the product's ID. So underscore ID to ID to item ID, comma, and we'll assign the quantity as well, quantity. Then we're going to update the state with our transformed cat data. So set cat data to this temp data. And for our dependency array, we're going to add the cat items and the product. So we're adding dependency array to ensure that the use effect runs whenever the cat items or product changes. So here, this is where we're going to add this cat items, comma, products as well. So this is all the logic that we need at the top. Now we can now design our UI, which is what our user is going to see. We'll start with a div tag. This div tag is going to have an h2 tag, and the text is going to be cat items. After this div tag, we'll have another div tag and another div tag after this. So this other div tag here will be for our checkout container. So I'll just give it a class name of checkout container now. For this initial one, the first one here, it will be for our cat content container. So here, cat content container. Okay. So in this div, we're going to map over our transformed cat data. So cat data dot map, pass our item and index, open our curly braces. We need to find the products using product details using the product ID. So here we'll have const. I'll give it a name, product data. This is the variable that is going to add whatever we find using product ID, the products that we find using product ID. So here we're going to have products dot find method, products that matches with the ID dot underscore ID that is equal to item dot underscore ID. Okay. And if there is none, there's no product details after we've used our product ID, we're going to return none. So here, if no product data, return null. And right here, we're going to, and if there is, so we're going to return our cart items. So here, return, we'll start with a div tag. So this div tag is going to be for the cart item. I'll give it a class name of cart item. This will be for each cart item, and it's going to have a key to uniquely identify each cart item, and the key is going to be the index number. Then we'll have another div tag where we're going to have our image. We need the image of the cart item, the item that we're adding to carts. So here, product data dot image, and I'll give it a class name of product cart image. After the cart item, we would need another div tag for our product name and price. So here, so we'll have a div tag, okay, with a class name of product details cards, and we'll have a p tag with a class name of cards product name. This is going to take product data dot name, and also we'll have another p tag with a class name of cards product price, and this is going to take the price. So we'll have the currency first. So remember that we extracted currency from our food context, and here we'll have product data dot price. Cool. Then after these two divs here, we'll have our input for our quantity controller. So here we'll have an input field, and the type is a number. So we're dealing with number here. We need to start with the minimum value, which is going to be 1. That's the minimum quantity allowed. Then we need to set initial value to item's current quantity. So here we're going to have default value to item dot quantity. Then we need a class name as well when we're styling, and we'll just give it quantity input. Now we need an unchanged method, because we're definitely going to, the user might want to update the quantity of item in their carts, food item to be precise, in their cart. So this is not an on-click function for a button. When the user clicks on the button, we call a function. This, we're going to use an unchanged method, because the user would want to increase the quantity, update the quantity by increasing or decreasing quantity. So here we'll have unchanged events, because the act of updating and increasing and decreasing is an event. So we'll pass our events here. Then we'll have event.target value. So here we're just going to check if event.target value is nothing, or if event.target value value is 0. We use a ternary operator right here, then you should do nothing. But if it is not 0, if the user is increasing or decreasing, we should call our update quantity function. We want to update the quantity when there's changes. So here update quantity, we're updating the quantity of the item by the ID. So item.id, comma, then we'll have our number a.target.value. Okay, so after the input field, the next thing is the delete icon. So I'm just going to type in, let's see, delete. React is not suggesting. To not waste our time, I'll be using this icon. Class name is delete icon. Common class name will be equal to delete icon. And I need to import it here. Import md delete from react icons /md. Back to our code. Okay, so the difference here now, here we're going to use an on-click method because the user is going to click on the delete icon to delete. But here we use an on-change because the user is going to change either by increasing or decreasing. So here we're using on-click method. Then we'll call the update quantity function. But in this case, we're updating the item dot underscore id to 0, and once it is 0 it will be deleted. So now for our checkout container, this is where we're going to have the checkout box, and we're going to have our cart total here as well. So I'll create a div tag and I'll give it a class name of checkout box. In the checkout box, we're going to have our cart total components. So we'll work on the components very soon. I need to import it here as well. Import cart total from // component / cart total / cart total. We don't have anything in our cart total component, so we're going to do that very soon. Then we'll have a div tag here, and we'll give it a class name of checkout button container. So here, checkout button container, and here we'll have a button that will say proceed to checkout. Okay, for our button, the user is definitely going to be clicking, right? So here we use an on-click. Come on click. We use an on-click method. Then we're going to call our navigate. We want to navigate to checkout page. Same thing that we have right here for our checkouts. Okay. So we're navigating to our checkout page. If you're wondering where I got this navigate, this is it right here. I got it from our shop context here. We're using the use navigate from React Router. So this is our cart. Now we need to work on our cart total. So this is our cart. But before we work on our cart total here, which we have rendered here, let's see what we have on our screen. Oops, we have a blank screen. So let's see, inspect, click on console. Okay, so we have an uncaught error here. Use navigate may be used only in the context of your router component. Okay. So the use navigate can only be used in the context of your router component. So let me explain what that means. So right here, we're using use navigate in our food context provider, which is this food context here. This navigates here, but our food context provider, we did not wrap our browser router around the food context provider, so that's why it's giving us error. Okay, so the error is saying that use navigate, we can only use it only in the context of a router provider, only in the context where our router wraps around the entire component or application or context that we're using it in. So the best thing now is I'm just going to cut this, delete, so paste it back here, and our browser router is going to be here. So we're going to wrap our food context provider around the browser. We'll use the browser router to wrap our food context provider so that we can use the use navigate. So now everything is back to normal. Okay, so let's try to add it to carts. Let's click on carts. Okay, we're having another error here. Our cart items is not showing at all. So let's see. So let me close this. Okay, so our cart items. This is carts, right? So we're mapping over our cart data, and now our cart items is not showing. But we've already imported our cart. We've extracted our cart items from shop context. So let's go through it again. Okay, I think I found the error. We extracted our cart items, the states, but we did not export it. We did not add it to the value here. So I'm just going to copy it now. We did not add it to this value here, where other components can have access to it. So I'm going to paste it here, cart items, so that other components and pages can have access to it. Let's see. Let me try to add again. Add to cart, add it to cart. Okay, so now this is working now. Okay, this has been added to cart. Let me try and add another item to cart. Let's see. Click. Okay, so this is working. We have 2 items in the cart. You can delete. Let me click on this, and that has been deleted. Wow. Working. We can increase, decrease. So we cannot decrease less than 1, as you can see it here, because the minimum value for this input is 1. So you cannot go less than 1. Now we need to style it so that it's going to look like this. But before styling, we need to work on our cart totals, right? So let's get to that. So we're going to open our cart total in our components, and we'll start work. First off, we need to extract the necessary states and functions that we're going to need here. So const, curly braces, we need currency, we need get cart amounts, we need delivery fee. Okay, let me see if we actually, okay, let me close this. We have the get cart amounts, we have the delivery fee. Okay, so here we want to extract it from our food context, so this is it. Now we can now design the UI. So I'll create a div tag, and I'm going to give it a class name of cart total container. In our cart total container, we'll have the first div tag for the title, so dot cart title, and it's going to have an h2 tag, cart totals. After this, we're going to have our cart details dot cart details. So we're going to have a div tag first off, and I'm going to name it cart row. And this is going to take 2 p tags. The first one will be our subtotal, and the second one would be currency, and we'll call the get cart amount function, which is going to be the total number of the total price. So here, get cart amounts, we'll use it here. After this div tag, we'll have an HR tag, and we'll name it cart divider. After this, we'll have another div tag with a class name of cart rule as well. So we'll have a p tag for a shipping fee. It's supposed to be 2 p tags. I'll have the other p tag here. We'll have our currency, then delivery fee right here. After this, we'll have another div tag with a class name of cart row, and another class name of cat total. Then we'll have two bold tag because we want all this to be bold. This is going to take total. The second one will take currency. Oh, come on, no. It should be in between. So this is going to take currency, and here as well, it's going to take get. We'll call the get cat amount function. Okay, and we're going to have a logic here. Get cat amount. We use a ternary operator if get cat amount is equals to 0. Then we want to display 0. The value is going to be 0. Otherwise, we'll do get cat amount. We'll call the function plus delivery fee. Okay, so this should do the work. Let's see what we have. Okay, we're going to add this and this to the cart. Then click on it. Oh, the image is just too big. Okay, as you can see now, our subtotal is 310 plus shipping fee of 12. This is giving us 322. So this is working. Now we need to style the entire cart page and cart total. So we'll start by styling our cart total since that is what we're currently on. First off, we're going to import our CSS file into our JSX file. Cart total. Import dot / cart total dot CSS. Then we'll start styling our cart total container. We'll paste it here. The width will take 100%, and the color will take this color code. Then we have the cart title, which has an H2 tag. So here, H2, the font size will be 26 pixels, and the margin bottom will take 1 rem. Then we have our cart details as well. So for our cart details, the font size will take 1 rem as well. Then we have what else? We have the cart row. So for the cart row, display will be flex. Justify content, space between. We have a margin of 0.5 rem. 0. Then we have the cart divider right here. So for the cart divider, we set the border to none. Border top or 1 pixel solid HDD. And the margin is going to be the same thing with this. So I'm just going to copy and paste here. Then we have our cart total here. For our cart total, the font width will be bold, and the margin top will take 1 rem. So let's see. Okay, we still cannot see because our cart total. Okay, we can see it now. This is what it looks like. So let's style our actual cart page. Open the CSS file. Let me close this full context. I need to import our CSS file into our JSX file. /cart.css. So we can now style. So we'll start by styling our cart items since that is what we want to style. Here we'll have display. Will be grid template column. We'll have for FR 0.5, FR 0.5 FR. Then we'll have our product template areas, and it's going to be products, info, quantity, deletes. We have a padding of 1 rem. Border top of 1 pixel solid hash E2 E2 E2. So that's the color code. And we have a border bottom as well of the same thing. So I'm going to copy it and paste right here. Then our color, the text color, we take this color code. Then we have our cart item info. Display will be flex. Align items, flex start with a gap of 1.5 rem. Then the next thing is our product image. So product cart image, we'll set the width to 4 rem. And the next thing we have is our product details cards. So here I'm going to copy this and paste it here. So for product details cards, display will be flex. Flex direction will be column. Next is going to be the cart's product name. For our cart's product name, we'll set the font size to 1.5 rem. And the font width to 500, yeah, 500. Then we have our cart's product price. So for the cart's product price, we'll set the font size to 18 pixels. Then the next thing we're going to have is our quantity inputs. So for the quantity input, we'll set the border of 1 pixel solid hash E2 E2 E2. That is the color code. Set a width of 50 pixels. Set an height of 35 pixels. Justify content. Center. Place items. Place the items at the center. And what else do we have? We have our delete icon, right? So for the delete icon, we'll set it closer to pointer. Margin right, we take 1 rem. Place the item at the center. So here, place self center. And we'll set a font size of 28 pixels. And for the checkout container, so for our cart products price, the color is going to be red. That is the text color will be red. Let's continue. Display here will be flex. Justify content, flex end. Margin top, we take 5 rem. Background color, we take this color code. Padding of 15 pixels. Max width of 600 pixels. Justify the contents at the center. Then we have our checkout box. So for this checkout box, the width is going to be 100 pixels, 100%. Max width, we take 28 rem. Then we have, what else? Our checkout button container. So for this checkout button container, we'll set the width as well to 100%. Text align. And then we have the button itself. I didn't give the button a class name, so it's going to be checkout btn. So copy this, come back here and style. The background color for this will be black. The text color will be white. The font size will be 0.875 rem. Margin top we take 2 rem. Padding we take 0.75 rem for white, 2 rem for height. So for the width, 0.75 rem, for the height, 2 rem. Okay, so this is what we have. Our quantity input is not looking okay. So let's see. We need to place the item itself, place self center. So let's see the difference. Okay, so this is looking exactly like this. The only difference here is that you can scroll down because we have a footer. Okay, and here you can scroll down because we have no footer. Okay, let's see. If we increase, our price here is changing. Good. If we keep increasing, the price keeps changing. If we decrease, it can't be less than 1, right? Okay. So the next thing we need to do now is the checkout. So that once user clicks on proceed to checkout, you can see now that it's navigating to the checkout page. So we need to work on our checkout page now. So I'm going to close the carts.css, carts.gsx, our carts total, and we'll start with our checkout page. So we'll close the contents, the carts, then we'll start building our checkout page. So the first thing we're going to do is to import the Stripe image that we're going to use. We're using the Stripe logo here. So first off, I'm going to import Stripe from our asset folder // Stripe logo .png. That is the name of the logo. So I'll close this. Then this is what we're trying to build. We have 2 payment options. We have the Stripe payments and cash on delivery. So we need to create a state to manage the payment option that our user is going to select. But by default, the payment method is going to be cash on delivery. So I'll create a state right here. Const method, that is for payment method, and set method, a setter function to handle the changes, equals use state cash on delivery. I'll just give it an acronym, COD. And the next thing we're going to do now is to design our UI. So first off, we'll start with our form. I'll give this form a class name of form container. And inside our form, we're going to have a div tag, 2 div tags for the left and right section, which is this section and the cart total section. So we're going to have 2 divs times 2. So the first one will take a class name of form left. The second div tag will take a class name of form right. So we'll start with the left section. So for the left section, we have this field set option here. So we'll use our field set tag. And I'll give this tag a class name of payment method. This is more like the payment method container. Then we'll have our legend, which is going to take the text payment option. Then after the legend tag, we'll have a div tag with a class name of payment options. This will be the container for the 2 options. Then we'll have 2 div tags. The first one will be for cash on delivery. The second one will be for Stripe payment method. So in this div tag, we're going to have an image, and this image here will be for our Stripe payment method. So here, Stripe, this is going to display the Stripe payments logo. Then the second div tag that is here, we take a span tag for cash on delivery. So I'll give it a span and a class name of payment text. And the text is going to be cash on delivery. So let me just close this so that we can have a larger screen. So by default here, our method is cash on delivery. Okay, so we're going to use an on-click method to ensure that when user clicks on this particular div here, when they click on the image that is representing that div tag, it will set the payment method to Stripe. So here, we're going to have on-click, call our function, our setter function, set method, then we use Stripe. Okay, and we'll have a class name as well. So the class name will be applied when the Stripe method is selected. So the class name is going to be selected. So what it does is that it applies the selected class if Stripe is currently selected. It is the currently selected payment method. So we'll have here a class name. Instead of using a quote, we use a curly braces. Then we'll have a backtick. So here we'll have payment option. Then we'll have a $sign. Open our curly braces. Then we'll check if method is equal Stripe. By using a ternary operator here, then the selected class will be applied. And if it is not selected, it's going to have an empty class. So that's basically it. And right here, we're already displaying our image. So we're going to do the same thing here. I'm just going to copy this. And I'll come in here to paste it. But we're going to make some changes. Okay. Let's see. I think I copied it wrongly. Ctrl Z, Ctrl Z. Let's copy it right. So I'll come in here and click down to, let's see, down to the curly braces. Okay. Copy. Then we'll paste here. We should no longer have any error. Okay, so for this second case, we're using cash on delivery. So here, we'll replace it with COD. That means that if the user, when the user clicks on the div, it sets the payment method to cash on delivery. And if the method is here, is going to be cash on delivery, the selected class will be applied to the payment option, to this payment option here. Okay, so we have this two already. So this is what it looks like on our checkout page. So after our field sets, we're going to have a div tag, and it will take an h2 tag. This is where we're going to collect the user's shipping address. So I'll give this a class name or form title. After this div tag, we'll have another div tag with a class name of form row. Here we're going to have two input fields for first name and last name. So inputs 2 times, and the type is text, so it's going to have the same class name. So I'll give this the class name of form inputs, and we'll have a placeholder as well. So in this case, it's going to have different placeholder. The first one will be for first name. The second one will be for last name. After this div tag for our form inputs, we'll have an input field for the email. It's going to be a single one. So inputs, we're using the email input field. We'll give it a class name as well. And the class name is going to be form inputs. Placeholder will be email address. After the email address, we're going to have the phone number address. That will also be inputs for phone. Okay, the type is going to be phone. So input type, let's see. The type here is going to be text. So input, since we're typing in the phone number, input text. It will have the same class name, form input. So I'm going to copy this, paste it right here. But the placeholder will be different. So placeholder is going to be phone number. After this input field, We'll have another input field for street address. The type is going to be text as well. The same class name, form inputs, but the placeholder will be different. And this is going to take the text street address. After this, we're going to have a div tag, and the class name is going to be form row. This one here, because we want to have two input fields in this div tag. Then we'll have an input field, two input field. So the first one will be for city, the second one will be for state. So here, input times 2. Separate this. It's taking the same class name. Form inputs. Placeholder. The first one will be city. The second will be states. Then we'll have another div tag for two input field as well. The same class name, form inputs. Placeholder will be different. The first one here will be for the zip code. The second will be for country. After the entire form, we've built the entire form. Now we're going to have the right section. And for this right section, it's going to take our cart total and the button to place the order. So here, cart total. Then we'll come right here to import it. So we're going to import cart total from /components /cart total. We'll have our cart total here, and then we'll have another div tag for submission. So this is going to be .form submit. Right here we'll have our button, the submit button, and it's going to take the text place order. We'll have a class name as well for submit button. Okay, so finally this is what we have. Now we're going to style, so that it's going to look like this. So we'll open our checkout.css. First thing first, we need to import our CSS file into our JSX file. So import /checkout.css. Then we'll start by styling our form container. Copy this, paste it here. Display will be flex. Flex direction will be row. We'll have a gap of 6 rem. We'll have a padding top of 2 rem. Minimum height will be 80 vh. And we'll have a border top of 1 pixel solid with this color code. Then what next? We have the left section. Copy this and paste it here. So for form left, display will be flex. Flex direction will be row. No, in this case will be column. We'll have a gap of 1 rem. The width will take 100%, and the maximum width will take 650 pixels. Then the payment method. So for the payment method, okay, we're going to have a border of 2 pixel solid with this color code. Padding will take 30 pixels. Border radius will take 10 pixels. Then we have our legend tag. So for payment method legend, it's a tag, so we're not going to add dots. Text align center. Font size will be 24 pixels. Then we're going to have payment options. Yes, that's the next thing. So for payment options, display will be flex. We'll have a gap of 2 rem. Then we're going to have, let me close this. We'll have payment option for each payment option, either Stripe or cash on delivery. Align item center. We'll have a border of 1 pixel solid and this color code. We'll have a padding of 0.6 rem for the height and 4.8 rem for the width. Cursor will be pointer. Border radius will be 5 pixels. Then if it is selected, we will style this class as well that we want to apply to it. So payment option dot selected. Then we'll have a background color of, we're going to use the background color in our navigation bar. So let me just go and copy this background color here. And I'll paste it here. Okay. Then what next? We'll have the payment text for cash on delivery. So for payment text, we'll set the font size to 0.8 rem. Then the image as well. So let me give this a class name of payment logo. I need to style this as well. So payment logo, we'll set the height to 20 pixels. Then we have the form here. So right here, our form title, we have an H2 tag. We'll set the font size to 2 rem. We'll set the margin bottom to 1 rem. Then we have this form row here. For the form row, display will be flex. We'll have a gap of 1 rem. Then we're going to have the form inputs, which is the class for all the input fields. So right here, for our form input, we have a border around it, 1 pixel solid, this color code. Border radius will be 5 pixels. Padding will be 0.9 rem for height, 1 rem. Then we'll have a width of 95%. Then we're going to have our right section. So for form rights, we'll set the width to 480 pixels. Then we have this form submit here. Because total has already been styled, so we do not need to restyle it. So for form submit, test align, center. Now test align will be right. We want the text at the right. Margin top will take 2 rem. Then the submit button itself, the background color, we take this color code. It was actually black, but I want to change the color code. This will be white. The width will take 100%. Padding will take 12 pixels. Font size will take 1 rem. Border will be none. And our border radius will be 5 pixels. Then our cursor will be pointer. So let us see. This is what we have now. Okay, so you can choose Stripe, you can choose cash on delivery, and our users can fill this form here. So after this, the next thing that we're going to do is to place the order, and it's going to be received at the backend. So we're going to get to that later. I changed this color here and this color. You might actually notice that I just changed it. I think I like it like this. So the next thing that we're going to build now is our login and sign up form. Okay, this is already logged in. That is why we cannot click on login and sign up. Only if you click on logout. This is the orders, this is the logout page. So we're going to, if you click on logout, it's going to lead you to the login page. So we're going to build this login and sign up form. This is the sign up form. This is the login form. After that, we're going to build our footer before we now start with our backend proper. So we'll close this checkout now. Then we're going to open our login page. So here, login.jsx. So right here, the first thing we need to do now, from what we're trying to build, user can click on this create account or login here, and it's going to change the way the form will look like. If you click on create account, you're going to have the name field here. So we need to create a state to track whether the user is clicking on login or sign up mode. So first off, right here, we're going to have const. We want to check the current state, and we need a setter function to update the states. Current states will be equal to use states. By default, we want to have a login form. So our use state here will be login. Then we'll now start designing our UI. So we'll have our form tag, and we'll give it a class name. Class name is going to be an authentication form. So here, auth form. And in this form, we'll have a div tag for the header. So here, we'll have form header. And it will have a p tag that is going to show the current state. So here, current state. So the p tag would either be login or sign up depending on our states. So the class name here will be form title. After this header section, we're going to have input fields. So here we'll have 3 input fields. But let me close this. But they will have different types, because the first one is going to be for name, the second one will be for email, and the third one will be for password. So this is going to be for email, and this should be for password. So this is for the first input field. We'll give it a class name for form inputs, and we'll have our placeholder as well. Let's say full name, and is required to fill. The second one too will have a class name of form input. So I'm just going to copy this here, and I'll paste it here. I'll paste it here as well. This will have a placeholder, and it's going to be password, and it's also required to fill. This as well, placeholder. This is going to be okay. The other one is email. This is password. Okay, so I'll just retype password. Placeholder for this is email. This is supposed to be password. Okay, and this is also required. After this, we're going to have a div tag for the form footer. We'll have div for form footer. Then we're going to have 2 p tags. The first one will be for forget password, and the other one will be for login or sign up. So here, forget password, we'll add a question mark, and this will be for login here. So after the form footer, we're going to have our button. So here, button with a class name of form button. And our button is going to display text based on our current state. So we're just going to have current state. We'll use a ternary operator to check if our current state is login. Then the text should display sign in. The user is going to sign in. If otherwise, the text should display sign up, which is to create an account. So this is what we have now. So if we check our login form now, if I click on this, we're on our login form. If I click on login here, nothing is working now, because if I click on sign in, it's asking for full name, email, password, and all of that. But the text here is not changing. So first off, for our input field, if we check what we're trying to build, when the user wants to sign up, we have name, email, and password. But if they are to log in, we only need the email and the password. So for this form, the text input, which is for name, we're going to use the ternary operator to check as well. If the current state is login, then it should not display this name input. That means it should display null. But if it is not on login, if the current state is not login, then it should display this form here. So I'm going to just use, I've highlighted it. Let me re-highlight it properly. Then Control X. Now we're going to open our curly braces. We'll check if current state equals login. We use a ternary operator. It should display null. But if it isn't, open our bracket, then it should display this input field. And also right here where we have login, or this is supposed to be login here, or sign up, or to create an account, which we have here. Either the user creates an account or the user logs in. So I'm going to cut this as well. Control X. We use our ternary operator again. First, open our curly braces. We check the current state. If the current state equals login, use the ternary operator. Then we'll open our bracket. And if it isn't, we'll have another bracket open again. So the first bracket is for login mode. If it is in login mode, we want to show the create account link. So we'll have a p tag. So right here, I'm going to open a p tag. And the text is going to be create account. The other one here, what I just got, I'm going to paste it. This is going to be for login here, but we need to write the logic in the p tag. So first I'll have the class name. The class name is going to be toggle alt states. Both of them are going to have the same class name. So Control C, I'm just going to copy. Let me just press enter here so that we can have. Okay. Now for the logic, we use an onClick method. We'll check onClick. We'll call our setter function to set our current state to sign up. And we'll do the same thing here. onClick. Call our setter function, set the current state, in this case login. Okay, so we're using a ternary operator to check if the state is login. Display for the text, you want to display create account, and if the state here is if the state is otherwise, that means if it is sign up, we want to display the text login here. So right now, if I click on create an account, we're going to have sign up here. We'll have the full name, email, and the password. If I click on login here, we'll have the login. It will toggle to the login state. So that's what we have now. Now we need to style it so that it will look like what we're trying to build. Open our login.css. First, we're going to import our CSS file into our JSX file. So here we have login.css. So we'll start by styling our auth form. So I'm going to copy this and paste this here. Display here would be flex direction, colon, align items at the center. We'll have a width of 90%. The maximum width will be 24 rem. We'll have a margin 3.5 rem also. We'll have a gap of 1 rem. And the color code will be hash this color code. Then we'll style our form header. So for the form header, display will be inline flex. Align items at the center. We'll have a gap of 0.5 rem. Margin top will take 2.5 rem. Then we'll have our form title. So the font size of this will be 1.8 rem. Then we'll have the form inputs. So for our form inputs, we'll set the width to 100%. We'll set our padding to 0.5 rem, 0.75 rem. We'll set our border 1 pixel solid hash this color code. Then we'll have a border radius of 4 pixels. Then we'll have the form footer. So for the form footer, display will be flex. The width will take 100%. Justify content, space between. We'll have the font size of 0.8 rem. An margin top of minus 0.5 rem. Then for the toggle states and this forget password, let me have a class name for this. Forget password. FGT, let me just give it FGT password. We're styling both at the same time. So here, comma, let me copy this. The cursor will be set to pointer. And finally, we'll have our form button. So for the form button, the background color will be this color code. Our text color will be white. Our font weight will be 300. Padding will take 0.5 rem for height, 2 rem for width. Margin top will take 1 rem. Border will be none. Border radius will take 4 pixels and cursor will be pointer. So this is what we have, and it does not look like this, so let's adjust it a bit. So we'll head back to our form inputs. This should be, let's give it 0.9 rem, and the color code should be this color code. Let's see. Okay, so this is what we have, and it looks the same. So the only difference here is the scroll. This one has no scroll. Okay, so now let us create our footer and design it as well. So we're going to close this login. Then we'll head back to our components. Open our footer. So in the footer, we'll have a div tag. Dot footer, the footer container. And the container will have top and bottom. Dot footer top. And we'll have for footer bottom as well. At the top section is where we'll have the subscription and all of that. So we'll have our h2 tag that will take this text. And we'll have a p tag that will also take this text. Then we'll have a div tag with a class name of inputs footer. Let's just give it this. We'll have an input field for email. The placeholder here will take, let me see, what's the problem? Okay. Placeholder will take enter your email. Then we're going to have a button for join now. So this is for the top section. Now for the bottom section, we'll have left and right. So dot footer left and dot footer right. So here dot footer right. At the left section, we'll have our socials. So let me just have an h2 tag here. The name of the website, food spots. Then we'll have another div tag for the socials. We're using Facebook icon. Facebook. We're using Instagram icon, and we're going to use YouTube icon as well. The link to get all React icons will be dropped in the description box, so you can just go there and check whatever icon you like. We'll give each of the icon a class name of social icon. Now I'll copy this, paste this here, and paste this here. The container will also have a class name of socials. So this is for the left. Now for the right side, we'll have another list with 4 list items. First one is going to take home. The second will take services. The third will take about us. And the last one will take privacy policy. Then we're going to have our copyright section here. And it's going to take this text. So this is what we have at the footer. Let's check our footer. Okay, so we're here to import the icons that I used. So here we're going to import FA Facebook, comma, FA Instagram, comma, FA YouTube from React icons /FA. Okay, so we should have our footer here. Now we need to style this. So we're going to import our CSS file into our JSX file. Import /footer .css. So I'll open the footer.css now. Then we'll start styling. We'll start with the footer container itself. The display would be flex direction, column, gap of 30 pixels, padding of 60 pixels. Then we'll have our footer top. So for the top, display will be grid. Place the content at the center with a gap of 30 pixels. We have an H2 tag at the top. The font size will be 40 pixels. Text will be at the center. We have a P tag as well. So footer top P. The font size will be 18 pixels. Text will be at the center. We have an input field as well for this input footer. So right here, display would be flex because we have an input field and a button. Justify contents at the center. Align items will be center as well. And the input footer has an input tag. Flex grow will be 1. Padding will be 15 pixels. 15. We'll have a border of 2 pixels solid and this color code. Then our border rights will be set to none. Border radius, we have this value 20 pixels, 0, 0, 20 pixels. Outline will be set to none. And the font size of the text will be 14 pixels. We have a button as well. So input footer button. The background color, we have this color code. The text color will be black. The border around it will be set to none. Padding will take 18 pixels, 12 pixels, 20 pixels. And the border radius will be 0, 20 pixels, 20 pixels, 0. The font weight will be bold and the cursor will be pointer. Then we'll have our footer button. Here, display would be flex, justify content, space between, and we'll have the socials. Display here will be flex as well. We'll have a gap of 15 pixels, an margin top of 10 pixels, then the social icon, social icon, the font size for the icon will take 20 pixels. Then we have the right section as well. So footer right UL. So here footer right UL tag. This display would be flex. We'll have a gap of 15 pixels as well. Then the list items itself. Footer right ULLI. Font size we take 18 pixels. And we'll have a list style of none. So this is what our footer is looking like. Okay, we need a gap here for our social icon. Okay, display is supposed to be flex, not block. Okay, and it looks exactly like this. So the next thing we're going to do now is to build our backend. Let's get to that. So we're going to create our backend folder now. Close the front end folder. Then right click on the sidebar. Click on new folder to create another folder. And here we'll type in backend. Let me close the footer in our front end. And then on the folder, on the backend folder, you right click again and create a new file. And the file name is going to be server.js. Type enter. Then we'll open the backend folder in our terminal. So right click on the backend folder, click on open an integrated terminal. Let me expand my terminal now. As you can see, the folder name here is backend. The previous one, the folder name here, let me show you, is front end. So now we're on the backend folder right here. Then you're going to run this command npm init, press enter. So it's showing that the package name is backend. Press enter, version, description. The entry point here is server.js. You press enter, test command, git repository, keywords, auto. Just keep pressing enter. Is this okay? You press yes. And then you're going to have a package.json file here. So now that we've opened our package.json file, I'm going to delete this test command that we have here. Okay. So I'm going to replace it with, so here our start is showing node server.js. Then I'll add a comma. Then we'll have our server, which is going to be node mon server.js. So all this is supposed to be in a quote. So this is in a quote. We no longer have an error. And here we're going to have the type, which is going to be module. Okay. Then I'll add a comma here. Okay. Now the next thing we're going to do is to install all our dependencies. So we're going to type in our terminal npm I course. The course is cross-origin resource sharing and is a security features in web browser that restrict how resources on the server can be accessed from different domains. So this package in Node.js helps configure access permission. So we're going to install this. We're going to install .env as well. So .env. Let me type in everything, then I'm going to explain what each of them do. We're going to install JSON web token. We'll install Mongoose. we install Malta, we install NodeMon, we install Stripe, we install Validator, we install Cloudinary, and we install Bicrypts. So the costs, as I said earlier, is the security features that restrict how resources can be shared and accessed from different domains. Then .env is a package that loads variables from our .env file, keeping sensitive data like our API keys, so that we can separate it, we can secure and separate it from our code. Then JSON Web Token is a package that is used for creating and verifying JSON web tokens, which will help us with authentication and authorization. Then for Mongoose is a library for working with MongoDB in Node.js. It helps us structure and define our data schemas and to easily interact with database, basically. So Malta is a middleware for handling file upload in Node.js, often used to process images, PDFs, and other files sent via forms. So we're going to use Malta to undo uploads in our Node.js. And then our NodeMon is going to automatically restart a Node.js application when it detects file changes. So this will help us eliminate the need to manually stop and restart our server after every code change. So NodeMon is just going to automatically restart our Node.js. Then the Stripe is a payment processing library that allows developer to handle online transaction, including subscription and all of that. Then Validator is a package that we're going to use to validate and sanitize our user inputs, such as checking if image is valid or if a password meets a certain criteria. Then we have Cloudinary here, which is a cloud-based service that helps store, manage, and optimize images and video, often used for uploading and saving media files. And Bicrypt is a library for hashing passwords securely before storing them in a database. So it's going to make it difficult for hackers to decode them. So we're going to press enter and all of this will be installed. So while all this is installing, we're going to create our project folder structure. So in the backend, I'll click on it again. Then we're going to create a new folder. I'm going to name it config. FIG. This is going to undo all configurations and all of that. So the config folder is going to store project settings like database connection, server ports, and all of that. Then I'm going to create another folder as well for routes. So what this folder is going to do is, on this folder, we're going to define how different URL endpoints handle requests. So we can have like our user route, how we're going to handle user related actions like login or registration and all of that. I'll create another folder in our backend folder as well, and I'm going to name it middleware. So for middleware, we're going to have functions that will process requests before reaching the final handler, like authentication middleware to check if a user is logged in before accessing a protected route. Then I'm going to create another folder for controllers. So controllers will contain functions that will handle request logic for routes. So we can have like user controller.js, which is going to be a file that will have function to register a user, create a user's account, create the login function for users, and all of that as well. Then I'll create another folder for models. So the model folder defines the structure of our data that will be stored in our database. Let's say a user model now, it can have fields like name, email, password, images, and all of that. Then finally, I'm going to create a file. I'm going to name it .env. So our env will store sensitive information like API keys, database credentials, secret tokens, those very, very sensitive informations that are related to what we are developing. So all of this has been installed already. Let's see what we have. Okay, we have our Bicrypt, we have our Cloudinary, we have our course, we have the TMV, JSON Web Token, Mongoose, Malta, NodeMon, Stripe, Validator. So all of this has been installed. So the next thing we're going to do now, let me close this, is to create a basic server in our server.js. So we'll start by importing Express. We're going to have import Express. from express package, and then we'll import course from course package. So here, course from course package. Then we'll import .env. So import .env slash config. So the next thing is to define app. So const app will be equals express. Then we're going to define our port number. So here const ports will be equals process .env ports 4000. So our backend is going to start on this number, port 4000. So the next thing is to work on our middleware. So here we have app in lowercase, app.use, open brackets, express.json. Then we'll add course, app.use, course, so that we can access our backend from any IP. So we're going to create our API endpoints next. So here we're going to have app.get. We're getting, so here slash, then we'll have a bracket for request and respond. Then we'll create an arrow function here. I want to generate a response, and it's going to be response.send. We're going to have API working. So we're supposed to have a comma here. Okay, so this is going to work whenever we open this port 4000. We're going to get a response that our API is working or API available, whichever one you want to use. So I'm using API working. So next thing is to start our port server. We're going to have app.listen, open our brackets, our ports, which I've already defined here. Let me reduce this a bit, or comma. Then we'll have a comma, create an arrow function. Then we want to log in a message into the console. So here, console.log. We'll generate a message, server started on ports. Then we'll concatenate it with the ports variable itself. So here. So we need to check if this is working. Then we're going to open our terminal to check if it is working. I closed the terminal earlier, so I'm just going to open it again. So right here, we're going to type this command, npm run server. Press enter. Okay, we can see that showing us here backend version 1.1 server, node mon to restart it. You can see node mon to restart at any time. Enter. You can see, okay, we have a little error here, and the error is cannot find package express imported. Okay, so we need to install this package express. So right here, this is also backend as well. So I'm just going to type in npm I express. Then I'll type in enter. So we've successfully installed express. Now let's run the command again. Npm run server. Then we'll press enter again. So now we're getting this message, server started on port 4000, which is what we want to get. Server started on port 4000. Okay, so the next thing we're going to do is to check our local host to see if our API is working. If we're going to get API working, we'll come here, open a new tab. Then right here, I'm going to type in localhost. This is going to be for 4000. Press enter. It's showing us here that API is working. So this is our API endpoint is actually working. So for this tutorial, we're going to be using an extension to test our backend, and the extension name is Thunder Client. So you need to install the extension right here. I've been using it for some time now, and I can tell you that this is actually okay. You can also opt for Postman for testing as well. But for this tutorial, I'm going to use both. We're going to use Thunder Client. We're going to use Postman as well. So we're going to test. We'll make a new request. So we'll make a new request. Let me close the release notes and let's test. We're using the get method there. We're going to use the post method later and other methods as well. For now, we're using the get method. This is the logo for the extension in case you want to install it. This is what it looks like. Thunder clients. Okay. No. This is Thunder client. So I do want to install this. Let's continue. Okay. So I'm just going to copy here and let's paste it in the URL. Then I click on send. As you can see, we have a message here that our API is working. So I'm going to reduce this a bit. API working. So this is actually working. So the next step is to make the configuration for our backend. We're going to be using MongoDB to store our data in our database. So first, open a new tab right here and search for MongoDB Atlas. So click on this and it will lead you to this page. If you don't have an account, just sign up. Your first name, last name, company name, email, password, and all of that. I have an account, so I'm just going to sign in with Google. Once you have signed up, you'll be in this page. Okay, then I want to create a new project. I've created several projects here already. I'm going to create new projects. And here you're going to see create a project, name your project, and all of that. So I'm just going to give this MERN Food Ordering. After the project's name, you're going to click on next. Project owner with your email. Then you're going to click on create project. So now we've created the project. As you can see, the name of the project is MERN Fullstack Ordering. Next thing is to create a cluster. Click on create, and it's going to redirect you to this page. You're going to click on free because this is a tutorial. So here we've selected next. The cluster name is Cluster 0. You can select whichever provider of your choice. I'm going to be using AWS. And for the region, you need to select a region that is quite close to you. So I'm going to select Cape Town. Then you're going to click on this button to create deployment. Then you're going to see this page to connect to Cluster 0. First off, you need to set up your connection security. Okay. So this is the username. I'm just going to change the password. So I've changed the password to the password of my choice. Next thing, you click on create database user. So now you're going to choose the connected method. Then you click on drivers. The driver is Node.js. This is the latest version here, 6.7. So here our cluster 0 is provisioning. So once that is done, you're going to see to use your connection string. So you're going to copy from here to where this / is, press Ctrl C. Now we're going to open our VS Code editor and we're going to open our .env. So we start here, MongoDB underscore URI will be equal to, in the quotes we're going to paste what we just copied here. And we're going to delete the slash that we have here. Okay. So with this string that we have here, we can connect our backend to our MongoDB. So we'll head back to our browser, click on done. Next is to locate our network access. Click on this on the sidebar. Then we're going to add this is the current IP address. We're going to add our IP address. We want to ensure that we're able to allow access from anywhere. So we're just going to click on this, then click on confirm. So we have a new entry here and it is active. With this, we can access our database from anywhere. Next step is to configure our database. So here in the config folder, so here we're just going to create a new file and we're going to name it MongoDB in lowercase mongodb.js. Okay, so right here in our mongodb.js, first off, we need to import the mongoose library to interact with MongoDB. So we're going to import mongoose from mongoose library. Then we're going to create the function to establish a connection to the MongoDB database. So here, const connect db will be equal to async. It's going to be an asynchronous function. Create a arrow function. Then we use an event listener that would log a message when the database connection is successfully established. So right here, we're going to have mongoose dot connection dot on. Then we'll have on. So here, to know if it is connected. Create another array function here, and we're going to log our message in the console. So let's just use MongoDB connected. Okay, so guys, before we continue this tutorial, if you want the source code for this project, the entire source code, there's a link down in the description box where you're going to get the source code. You're going to join the Telegram channel, and the source code will be sent to you personally, basically for, let's say you want to write an exam and all of that. You have a project, school related project that you want to use this for. Okay, and if the Telegram channel is not available, in the description link you're going to get the buy me a coffee link as well, where you can download the source code for a very small amount. So let's continue. So after this, we're going to connect to our MongoDB database using the URI that we have stored in our environment variable. So here we have await mongoose dot connect, open our brackets, start with a backtick, then we'll have our $sign, open our curly braces, and we're going to have process dot env dot mongo db underscore URI slash food, since we're building a food ordering website. Finally, after this function, we're going to export the connect db function to use it in other parts of our application. So here, export default connect db. So now we're going to open our server.js. So after this, we're going to have connect db. We'll call the function connect db. Then we're going to add .js here. Okay, so if we view our terminal now to see if we're truly connected with our database, you can see here that we're getting MongoDB connected, because that is what we log in our console in our database configuration, the file for our database configuration. So server is started on port 4000. That is what we have here. MongoDB connected is what we have here. So this is working. Our setup is working perfectly well. So the next thing is to create one more configuration. There's going to be for our Cloudinary, which is where we're going to, is a cloud storage that we're going to store our images, if there's like a file, a video, PDFs, and all of that. So in our config folder, we'll create a new file, and the file name is going to be cloudinary.js. So for this Cloudinary, this is going to be for image storage. But before doing anything, we need to get the API key. So we're going to open our browser now. Let me close this. Create a new tab, and we're going to type in Cloudinary. Press enter. Then click on this. Let's just close this. Once you're on this page, you're on the Cloudinary, the official website for Cloudinary. So I have an account here. I'm going to click on the login button, but if you don't have an account, click on sign up for free. I'm just going to log in. So once your login or sign up is successful, you'll be redirected to this page. Okay, so ensure that you are on the dashboard. We need to copy this cloud name, but first we need to click on go to API keys. So I have several API keys here because I've been using it for some time as well. So we need to generate new API key. So a confirmation code will be sent to your email. So I've entered the confirmation code and was sent to me. And now we have a new API key here. I'm going to name the key name. Ensure that you use an email that you have access to create an account, so that when the confirmation code is sent to you, you'll be able to just copy and paste and not have to be going through long stress to like create an account here. So I'm going to give the key name MERN Food Ordering. Press enter. So right here for the API key, you're just going to copy it like this. Click on copy. So we'll head back to our VS Code. Open our env file. So the code that we copied earlier, we're going to have cloudinary underscore API underscore key will be equal to, we'll paste what we copied. Then we're going to get the API secret key. First, you need to be able to view it. Then you can now click on this copy. So here we're going to have cloudinary underscore secret underscore key will be equal to what you just copied. Also, we need to get our cloud name. We'll copy this that we have here, and back to our env, we'll have cloudinary name will be equal to paste where you have just copied now. So we have like 4 sensitive information now in our env file. So we have our MongoDB URL, cloudinary API key, cloudinary secret key, cloudinary name. So back here, we're going to configure our cloudinary. So we're going to start by importing the cloudinary library for handling cloud-based media storage. So here we have import in lowercase, import v2 as cloudinary. From cloudinary. Then we'll create a function to configure and connect cloudinary. So here, const, we name the function connect cloudinary. It's going to be an asynchronous function. So right here, we're going to set up the cloudinary configuration using the environment variables. So cloudinary dot config, open our brackets, then open our curly braces. We need the cloud name first. Cloud name, we're going to get it from our environment variable. So here, process.env dot cloudinary name. So I'm just going to come here, copy and paste to avoid typo error. So this is going to be for the cloudinary name. I didn't copy it completely. Okay. Now, this is for cloudinary name. What a comma. We need the API key as well. API underscore key, process.env, the cloudinary API key. That is the same thing that we have here. Same thing that we have here. Right. And we need the API secret key as well. So API secret, process.env, the cloudinary. In our environment variable, we named it API secret key. So I'll copy this and we'll paste it here. API cloudinary secret key. Okay. Now, after all of this, we need to export the connect cloudinary function so that it can be used in other parts of the project. So here we're going to have export default connect cloudinary. No. Connect cloudinary. Okay, so we are done with the configuration for our cloudinary. We're done with the configuration for our MongoDB.js as well. So we're going to open server.js file. Then we're going to call the cloudinary function. So here, connect cloudinary. So here we have connect cloudinary. We'll call the function and it has been imported here. Import connect cloudinary from config folder cloudinary.js. So after a configuration, let's close. We need to start creating our models, which defines the structure of the data that will be stored in our database. So I'll close this folder, open this, then we're going to start with product models.js. Press enter. So first off, we need to import the Mongoose library to interact with MongoDB. So import Mongoose from Mongoose package. Then we need to define the schema for a product collection in MongoDB. So here, const product schema will be equal to new Mongoose dot schema. Open our bracket, open our curly braces, press enter. Then we'll start with the product name, product price, description, image, category, and date. So here we're going to have name. Open our curly braces. The type is going to be string. Required will be set to true. Okay, we add our comma. Next, we're going to have price. For price, the type will be number. Add a comma. Required will be set to true. Add another comma. Description The type will be set to string as well. Required will be set to true. I'm going to copy required true. That's what smart. So here, image, the type will be string, required will be true, and the comma, we're going to have category for our food category, right? The type is going to be set to string, required will be true as well, and finally we're going to have the dates. Type will be number, required true. Next step is to create a mongoose model for the product collection, which is also the food collection. So if the model already exists, we're going to use it. Otherwise, we're going to create a new one. So here, const products model will be equals to mongoose dot models dot products. Otherwise, we're going to use mongoose dot model products duct, okay, comma, product schema. Let me close this so that we can have a bigger screen. Then we're going to export the product model to use it in other application. So export default product model. So after the product model, we're going to create our user model. So in the model folder, we'll create a new one. So user models.js. So the usual, we need to import Mongoose library to interact with our MongoDB. We're going to import Mongoose from our Mongoose package. Then we're going to define the schema for a user in MongoDB. So here, const user schema will be equal to new mongoose dot schema. Open our brackets, then open our curly braces. We'll define the name for the user. It's going to be, the type will be string, required will be set to true. So I'm going to copy required here as well. That's what smart. Okay, so I'm going to copy type string for whichever one that's going to be a type as well. So for email, the type is going to be string, required will be true as well. We'll add a comma. For password, these are the data that we're going to store for our user. So the type is going to be string, required will be true as well. And then, so for our email, it needs to be unique to a particular user. So we're going to add unique true. Because we want one user to have one email, no two users should use one email. So we'll add a comma here. Let's continue. Every user is going to make another, right? So we need their cat data. So here, cat data. The type in this case is going to be an object, and by default, our user is going to have an empty object. And right here, we're going to have minimize. We'll set this to false. After this, we're going to create Mongoose model for the product collection. So no, in this case, we're creating Mongoose model for the user. So if the model already exists, we're going to use it. Otherwise, we're going to create a new one. So here, const user model will be equal to Mongoose. Come on, no, Mongoose dot user or Mongoose dot model brackets user comma user schema. Then we're going to export the user model so that other parts of our application can make use of it. So here we're going to have export default user model. So we've created our user model and product model. I'm going to close this. Then the next thing we're going to do is to create functions that will undo our request logic in our controllers. So here, open our controllers and we're going to start creating our file. First off, we're going to start with user controllers. So here, user controllers.js. So this file is going to contain functions to register new user, login user, login admin, those type of functions basically. So right here, we're going to create 3 functions. So the first function will be to login user, second function will be to register user, and the third will be for our admin login. So, and it's going to be an asynchronous function. So const, the name of this first one will be login user async to requests and respond. We'll create our whole function here. And within this function, we're going to use the try catch block. So this is for login user. We'll create the function to register user as well. Register a new user. So const, we'll give the function name, register user, and a synchronous function to requests and respond as well. And in here, we're going to have try catch block. Then we'll have admin login. So admin login async requests and respond try catch block as well. Okay, so these 3 functions have been created. So after all of this, we're going to export the function. So export login user, comma, register user, and admin login. So we'll open our server.js and we're going to add one more endpoint. So here in our server, we're going to get the route, but first off, we need to create the route for the user. So here we're going to have user routes.js, and in user routes.js, we're going to define our endpoints for each of our controllers here. So right here, we're going to have the code. So first off, we need to import Express from Express package. Then we're going to import in the curly braces all the functions that we have here. So the best thing is to come here, copy it, so avoid typo error. So we're getting all of this from /controllers/user controllers.js. Remember to always add .js. So then we're going to create a router using the Express router. So for our user router, so const user router will be equal to express.router. Now we're going to create each endpoint for our routers. So user router dot post method is what we're using, dot posts. So here is going to be / register to register the user. This will be the register endpoint. Then we're going to have the controller here, register function controller. Then we'll do it for the second one, user router dot post method as well, / this is going to be for login. We'll add our comma, then we'll have our login controller function. Lastly, user router dot post method as well, / admin, comma, admin login controller function. And finally, we're going to export our user router so that other components can have access. So export default user router. So back to our server.js. For our API endpoints, that's going to be here. We're going to create the endpoint address for our user router. So here we're going to have dot use, open our brackets, our quotes slash API slash user, then our user router, and here it has already been imported. Import user router from the route folder and user router.js. Okay, so this is the API endpoint. So we'll open our user controllers.js. Then we need to test if all of this function that we have in our controllers is working. We're going to start with, let's test the register user. In the try catch block, we're going to use so we'll use this code response dot, before our try catch block, we just want to test first. Response.json, open brackets, then our curly braces. The message that we want to get should be register, let's say registered user. That is if the user has been registered, if this function is actually working. Now to test, we'll open our Thunder client, which we have here. This is post 4000. So we're using the post method because that's what we have here in our route, posts method. So here, localhost 4000, and it's going to be slash API slash user, because in our server.js, this is what we have for user router. Then in the user router, we have other routes here. So we want to test for register. So this is going to be localhost 4000 slash API slash user slash register. If we click on send, we should get this message registered user, which is the same message that we've typed here. So this function is actually working. So let's test. I'm just going to cut this and let's test for login user. Before our try catch block, let's say user, but let's just say login successful. So pass our request, user slash, in this case, we want to test for our login controller function. It will be slash login. So this is going to be slash login. If I click on send, okay, connection was refused by server. Let's see why it was refused. Okay, because we have made change, node mode restarts automatically and our database had not been connected. So now our database is connected. Let me click on send again. You can see the message here that login is successful. So for every point you edit or you make changes to your code, node is going to restart the Node.js automatically. So you need to wait for a few seconds for it to restart, and your database will be connected. So now this is working, our login user is working. I'm going to cut this. Let's try for the admin login as well. So admin, let's just have admin successful as well. Our node mode has been restarted again. We're going to wait for a few seconds for our MongoDB to connect. MongoDB is connected. So the route here is slash admin. So I'll come in here, edit slash admin. Then I'll click on send, admin successful. So these three functions that we have in our controllers is working. So now that we have the three functions working, let's start with register user. So that we're going to create the actual logic to register our user. So first off, we need to extract email and password from request body. So here we're going to have const, open our curly braces, email, comma, password will be equals to request dot body, semicolon. Then we're going to find, okay, so for the registration, it's not just going to be email and password. We need the name of the user as well in registration. Because in this form here, in the form that we have here to log in or sign up, when you want to create an account, it will request for full name, email, and password. So we need the name, email, and password as well. So here I'm just going to add name to it, add a comma. The next step now is to check if the user already exists in the database. So const exists. I'll name it exists equals await user model dot find one by email. So here curly braces email. So if we use an if statement to check if the user exists, we want to return a response. So here response dot status 400 dot JSON open our brackets, and the message you want to pass is going to be user already exists. Okay. Then we need to close this if statement. Okay. So here we're using user model, but we did not import user model. So we need to do that. We need to import user model from models slash user models.js. Okay, so this user model here is valid. Now, after this if statement, we need to validate email format using the validator package. So here we're going to have if is not validator dot is email then want to return a response that the email is invalid. If the email is invalid, we're using validator to validate the email. That means if the email does not match the format of the validator package, then we want to get a response that the email is invalid. So here we're going to return response the status 400.json, and the message will be invalid email address or invalid email. So we're just going to use this. So here I like to add success false add a comma message invalid email address. Okay. So this is for email. Next thing is to ensure that the password is at least 8 characters long for security purpose. So here we'll do if password dot length is less than 8. We want to return a response that status which is going to be 400 dot JSON open up curly braces, success will be false, add a comma, and the message that I want to display is going to be please enter a strong password. So here we're going to have please enter strong password. Okay, we're getting an error. That is because we did not type it inside our curly braces. This is supposed to be inside the curly braces. Okay, so we're back to now. After this if statement here, the very next step is to hash the user's password before saving it to the database so that hackers will not be able to hack it. So we need to generate the salt for hashing password. So here we're going to have const salt will be equals to, and wait, I said earlier that we're going to be using bycrypt to hash our user password. bcrypt bycrypt dot generate salt. Sorry, wait. 10. Okay, then we're going to hash the password. So const hashed password will be equal to await bycrypt dot hash password comma salt. Okay, so we have it here. We're going to have const hashed password await bycrypt dot hash password salt. Then we're going to create a new user object with the. So now we're going to create a new user object with the hashed password. So here const, give it new user will be equal to new user model. Open our brackets, then open our curly braces. So here we'll have name, email, comma, hashed password will be hashed password. Okay. And then we're going to save the new user to the database. So here const user will be equal to await new user dot save function. Now to our catch block, if there is any error with our register user, we want to log into console the error. So here log into console error, and also we want to generate a response.json into brackets curly braces success will be false, comma, and the message will be error.message. So there are a few things that we used here. We used validator, so we need to import validator, and we also use bytecrypt to hash our password. So right here, we need to import validator from validator package, and also we need to import bytecrypts from the bytecrypts package as well. So for each user, as we've said, each user would have a distinct email. No two users will use two emails. So we need authentication for that. So we need to generate a JWT token for authentication. But before that, we need to create the function to create a token for a user. So right here, I'm going to create a function const create token be equal to the ID, create an array function, and here we're going to sign in a JWT token using the user's ID and a secret key. So we're going to return JWT dot sign, open brackets, then open a curly braces. We need the ID, comma, process dot env dot JWT secrets. But we do not have JWT secrets key yet, so we need to create that as well. And also we need to import JWT from JSON web token. So here import JWT from JSON web token. So right here in our env file, that's where we're going to create our JWT secret. I'm going to copy it, and it's going to be here equals. So the JWT secret here, you can just use whichever secret key that you want. So here I'm just going to use, let's say, Zuri blog. Okay, no, I think I just want to use tutorial for JWT secrets. Back to our controllers. So now we need to generate, after saving, we need to generate, after we have saved the new user to our database right here, we need to generate a JWT token for authentication. So here we're going to have const token will be equal to, we'll call the create token function that we created at the top, create token user dot underscore ID, because we want to generate token for each user based on your ID. So a user has a unique ID. Then we're going to send success response with the token once the account has been created successfully. So here response.json, open our brackets, open our curly braces, success here is going to be true. We'll add a comma, the message that we want to display. Message would be account created successfully, and we're also going to display the token for the user. So let's test this. So we'll open our Thunder client again. We're using post method, we want to test for register. And right here in our code, we said earlier that we need to get the email, password, and name. We need to extract it from request.body. So here we're going to type in body. So right here in the body, we'll open this, press enter, Then we're going to have the name property. So let's say the name is just going to be Zach, over the comma, and we're going to have the email property. Let's say Zach at gmail.com, over the comma as well. So let's just, okay. So then we're going to have the password property as well. Password. So for the password, I'm just going to type in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So let's test. If I click on send, the success here is true, and we have a message, account created successfully, and we have a token, a unique token that has been generated for this user named Zach with the email and with the password. Okay, we're also going to test for something else. We said that if the password is less than 8, we want to display, please enter a strong password. If the password is less than 8, right here we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, which is 8. Let me use 7, and I click on send. The user already exists because this email has already been used to create the account. Okay, so even if the password is less than 8, if the email is the same thing, we're going to get a message that user already exists. So let me edit this. Let me change it to Zach Owen, and I click on send. You can see that success is true. Message, account created successfully. Token, we have a unique token for the user Zach Owen at gmail.com. So if we test with the same email, we're going to get user already exists. Now, let's say we want to change this to Zach G and want to reduce the password to about 5. If I click on send, we're getting success true. Message, account created successfully. So there's probably an error in our code. If we go back to user controllers, let's see. Okay, this is the spelling here is wrong. This is supposed to be Length. Now let's retest. Click on send. This user exists already. Let's say Jane. Let me click on send. Okay, our terminal is reloading. Node Monday is restarting our Node.js. So when we're connected, we're going to try it again. So MongoDB is connected. If we click on send, success is false. It's asking us to enter a strong password because the length of our password is just 5. So the function for this user controller is working perfectly well. For the register user controllers, it's working. If the email exists, we're displaying user already exists. If the password does not match the format of validator, we're displaying invalid password. And if the password is less than 8, we're displaying please enter a strong password. So now let's see the accounts that were created in our MongoDB. So right here, network access, let's go back, click on clusters and click on browse collections. So now we have, this is the food here. We have our users for our user controllers. We've created email for name for Zach at gmail.com. The password is already hashed, right? Our cat data, oh, it's showing cat date here. It should be cat data. Let's go correct it in our model. In user model, it should be cat data. So these few typo errors usually occur. Don't beat yourself up for it. You just need to be very vigilant. So let me reload now. Let me refresh. Okay, it has been corrected. So we have the email Zach at gmail.com. We have the hashed password. That's the first user. Zach Owen at gmail.com is the second. Zach Mo at gmail.com is the third. And we have Zach Ji at gmail.com is the fourth. So as you can see, each user, even with the same name, they have a unique email address and the password is hashed. So I'm going to delete from here. I'm going to delete about 2 to 3 users. Let me delete this Jack Ji. Since we're just testing, I'm going to delete this other one, Jack Mo. And I'm going to delete the third one as well. So we're only going to have the first one left with us. The ID, as you can see, we have the ID, the name, the email, password, and the cat data. So next thing is to create the login user function in the controllers. So here in our try block, we need to extract the email and password from the request.body. So right here, we're requesting email and password. And then we find the user in the database by email. So const user will be equal to await user model.find one by email. And then we're going to check if no user is found, we want to return an error. That is, if the user logs in and the user is not found, we want to return an error message. So here we're going to have if not user, open our curly braces, want to return, then generate a response.json error 404. No, response.the status is 404 dot json into brackets. The error message is going to be user not found. So after this, we're going to compare the password. So we'll compare the provided password with our stored password. So here, const, we want to check. Well, we're going to save it in a variable that we're going to name is match. If it matches the password, awaits bicrypts dot compare into brackets password, comma, user dot password, add a semicolon. So if the password matches, we're going to generate a JWT token and return a success response. So we use an if statement. If is match, we'll create a token for the user. Here we have const token will be equal to, we'll call the create token function create token into user dot underscore id. Then we're going to generate a response that login is successful because the token is matched. So response.json, open our bracket, open our curly braces, success, true. And we'll have a message. There's going to be login successful with the token. So here, comma, token. And we need an if statement. So if the password does not match, we want to return an error message that will display incorrect password. So here we just have an else statement. Else, generate a response to tell the users that success here is false, and the message to display is going to be incorrect password. So, and now if the entire try block does not work, we want to catch the error. So we'll log into console, error, then response.json, we'll generate a response to say that success is false, and a comma, message will be error dot message. So let's test. Back here, we're going to have our localhost /API/user/. This is going to be for login. Okay, so to log in, we don't need the name again. I'm going to cut this out. We only need the email. So this is Zach. I've deleted this account actually. So I want to test for zach@gmail.com, and the password is 1234567 Okay. So if we press send, success here is true, message login successful, and we're generating a token for the user as well because the user exists in our database. So let's try for user that do not exist in the database. So let's say Jack Lee, and let me click on send. We're getting an error and it's telling us that user is not found. So this is working as well. Let's say we have the actual user that is registered, zach@gmail.com, but with an incorrect password. If I click on send, we're getting response, success is false, message, response.json is not a function. Okay, so response.json is not a function. There's a typo error here. This should be JSON. So let's retest. Our node1 has restarted our server, so chill a bit. So Godib is connected. Let me click on send. You can see success is false, message, we have incorrect password. So the logic here is working. If the user is not registered, we're displaying user not found. If the user is registered and we're able to generate token for the user, login successful. If the password is incorrect, we're displaying incorrect password. So we're done. We're partially done with our user controllers because we're here to create for the admin login, but we're going to come back to that. So I'm going to close this now. The route, and in my controller folder, I'm going to create another file for product controllers. So product controllers.js. Press enter, then we'll start. First off, we're going to create the function to add a new product. We're going to create the function to get the list of products. We're going to create the function to delete or remove a product by ID. I'm also going to create the function to fetch the detail of a single product. So here, I'm going to have consts. It's going to be an asynchronous function. So the first one will be for add products. Add products will be equals to async. It will request and respond. That will be our parameter. This is the add product function, and we're going to be using the try catch as well. Then the second function will be to get the list of products. So consts list products will be equals to async arrow function, request and respond as our parameter, try catch statements. Then the function to delete a product, so I'll name it remove products, will be equals to async requests and respond. Then we use our try catch. Finally, we'll create the function to get the detail of a single product. Async. We're going to have requests and respond as well. Create our arrow function, then our try catch statement. And then we're going to export all the function. Export list add products. Let's start with add products, comma, list products, comma, remove products, comma, single products. Then we're going to create the routes for this, for our products. So here we're going to have product routes. So product routes.js. So in our product route, we'll start by importing the Express framework to create the router for handling product-related API requests. So here we're going to have import Express from Express package. This is supposed to be from. So, and then we need to import the functions that we have created here. We'll copy this, then back here, I'm going to type in imports. We'll paste in what we just copied from controllers // controllers / product controllers. So we're going to add .js here, .js. So from product controllers, then press enter. So now we're going to create an instance of an Express router for our product router. So const product router be equals to express dot router. With this product router now, we can now create multiple routes to define the API routes for our product management. So first we're going to create the route to add a new product. So we're going to have product router dot posts. The API endpoint will be /add because we want to add to products. For these products in this tutorial, we want to add a single image. So we're going to use upload dot single. We're only adding a single image. Ctrl Z, upload dot single into brackets image. We're adding just one single image. I'll add a comma, and we're going to call the controller function for this API endpoint, which is add product. So we've created the route to add a new product, which is going to use a single image to manage image upload, and we have called the add product controller to handle the requests. Next is to create the route to get list of all products, and we're going to call the list product controller to fetch all the products. So this is it, product router dot get slash lists, comma, list product. So this is the API endpoint. Okay, so the difference between this post and get method, for this add, we're sending in data. We're sending data to our backend. We're sending data to our database and front end from the backend. And for this get, we're getting the product list. We want to fetch it from the front end to know the number of products that we have in store. So this is the get method. Then to remove the products, we will call the remove product controller to undo the deletion, which is the process of removing a product. So here, product router, oh no, not for single products, product router dot posts, because we want to remove products. We're going to use the post method. API endpoint to be remove, comma, we'll call the remove product controller function. And lastly, we need to create the route to get the detail of a single product, and we're going to call the single product controller to fetch detail of a specific product. So here, product router dot get single slash single product. So I'm going to remove this ID here. So for this upload dot single image, we're going to come back to it later because we need to work on this in our middleware. So we're here to work on this. I'm just going to delete it so that it won't be confusing when we finally get to middleware. So now, finally, we're going to export our product router so that other part of the application can use it. So export default product router. So now we're going to come here. After the API endpoint for our user, we'll add the API endpoint for our product as well. So slash API slash product. We'll add a comma. Then we'll have product router. And it has been imported here. Import product router from routes folder slash product routes.js file. So we'll head back here to our product controllers. Then we can now start writing the logic to add product. To add a product, we need to add the image of the product. So we need to create a middleware that would undo the files that would be in the products that we want to add, like the image, the video, whatever. So in this case, we're adding the image to the product. So I'm going to open the middleware folder, and in the middleware folder, we're going to create a Malta file. So this is going to be Malta.js. So first, we need to import the Malta package to undo file upload. Import Malta from Malta package. Then we're going to configure storage setting for uploaded files. So here, const storage will be equals to Malta dot disk storage. Open our brackets, open the curly braces. Then we'll define the file name function to set how the uploaded files should be named. So here, file name function, open a bracket, it requests the file, request, comma, file, comma, callback. There's a callback function here. Then we'll open the curly braces, and we'll use the original file name of the uploaded file. So here, callback into null, we'll pass in null, comma, file name. There's going to be file dot original name. After this, we need to create an upload instance using we need to create an upload instance using the defined storage configuration. So const upload will be equal to Malta, open brackets, open our curly braces, Storage is our defined storage configuration. So, and after this, we're going to export the upload middleware so it can be used in other parts of the application. So here we're going to have export default upload. And this is our motor configuration. So back to our product route where I specify that to add a product, for the motor here is handling the image of the file that I want to upload, that I want to add. That's what the motor is handling. So here now I want to specify that I want to upload a single image. So I'm going to add it here. Upload from motor, from middleware folder /motor. So here upload.single into brackets image. So I want to upload just one image for this and add the comma here. And everything is set. Now I can now write the logic for adding products. So now to our code. In our try catch block, we need to extract product details from request body. So consts, curly braces, we'll start with the name, price, description, comma, category will be equals to request.body. Then we're going to extract the uploaded image from the request. So here, consts image will be equals to request.file. Then we'll check if an image was uploaded. If not, we want to return an error. So if it's not image, open our curly braces, we want to return generate a response.json success as false, comma. The message that I want to display would be please upload an image. Or you can have it as image required, whatever English suits you. Next, we're going to upload the image to Cloudinary and get the secure URL. So here, Cloudinary is our cloud storage that we're using for this project. So let results be equal to await Cloudinary dot not connect Cloudinary dot uploader dot upload into brackets image dot path. We need the path to the image, and here resource type underscore type be the image imag. So let me just close this so we can have a larger screen. Then we're going to create a new product object with all necessary details. So we have const product data be equals to, open a curly braces, we'll have name, description, description, comma, category, comma, price, which is going to be a number. We need to ensure that price is stored as a number. So here, we'll wrap it as a number, comma. We need to store the image URL from Cloudinary as well. So we're going to have image results dot secure URL underscore URL. Then we'll have a comma again. Then we need to set the current timestamp. So we'll have dates dot now function. Okay. Then we'll log into console so that we can see our product data. Next thing is to create a new product instance and save it to database. So we'll name this const product will be equals to new product model. We need to import product model. We'll do that now. Products data. Then we'll save it to our database. Await products.save. If it has been saved successfully, we want to send the response message to the client. So we generate the response.json. Open our brackets, open the curly braces, success is true. Add a comma, and we want to display a message that is going to say product added successfully. Okay, so this message is supposed to be in quotes. So I'll quote this, product added successfully. And for our catch block, if there's any error at all with adding products, we want to log the error in console. So here we're going to have error, and we'll generate the response as well, response.json. That will tell us that the success is false. And we'll also generate a message to tell us that could not add products. So we're using products model, we need to import products model. So right here, we're going to import products model from dot forward slash models slash products models.js. And we're also using Cloudinary as well. So we need to import v2 as Cloudinary from our Cloudinary package. Okay, there should be a space here. So now we need to test if this code is going to work. We'll create a new request here, or better still, let us call. Let's create another request, because we're still going to come back to the login and sign up request. So best thing is to just copy this and paste it right here. Okay, so we're not using login/sign up. So we want to add products, and by adding products, if we check the product route, we're using the post method. So for this new one here, we're going to select post method. If we check the product route again, the endpoint in our server.js, let me close this. In server.js for our products, our endpoint is /API/product. So I'm going to copy this and I'm going to paste it right here. /API/product / want to add to product. So the route to add the API endpoint to add to product is /add. So here we're going to have /add, and then we're getting from body. But in this case, we want to use a form so that we can have field name, value, and all of that, because we need to add the name, which is the field name, and we'll add the value. We'll add description, the value, category, the value, price, the value, image, the value, date, and all of that. So right here, the field name is name. The value, we're just going to give it food, let's say pizza testing. The second field name is description, and the value is going to be testing description, and we'll have another field name. That is going to be category. This is going to be for like pizza. These are one of the categories. And we're going to have price. The price is going to be a number, let's say $12. So now we've entered the name, description, category, and price. If we click on send, success is false. It's telling us to please upload an image. That means that the logic that we have here makes sense and is working. Now let's upload an image. I'll click on file. So because the image is in form of the file, right? That is what we're requesting in our motor. So back here in the file, the field name is image, IMAGE. I'm going to choose a file. So let's say we want to upload an image from our file. We'll click on open, and the image is already here, chicken soup. If I click on send, so we're getting a success false here. Message could not add product because we're using the free version of Thunder client. So you can see the file sending features is available only in the paid version. But right now, you can see the name in our console, the description in our console, category, price, and even the date. But right, because we're using a free version, we cannot send file. So in the paid version, you'll be able to send file. But if we check this in our MongoDB, we're going to be able to see this image that we've added. I'm going to show you very soon. So let's check. I'm going to refresh now. And we're going to have the product schema here. I'll click on this. So right now, we don't have any product added. Query result is 0 because the Thunder client doesn't allow us to send file, like I've said. So we're just going to tweak our code a little bit. So right here, you know that the code here is to check if an image is not uploaded, then we want to return please upload an image. So here I'm going to turn this to a comment for the meantime, and right here we're going to set the image URL to an empty string. So here we're going to have let image URL equals empty string. For people that already have a paid version of Thunder Client, you'll be able to send a file. You don't need to tweak the code. But if you're using a non-paid version, the free version, you're just going to adjust your code like this. And we're going to use an if statement. So if we have an image, we want to upload the image to Cloudinary. So here we're going to have let results be equal to await Cloudinary is going to be the same thing as what we have down here. So I'm just going to copy this. I'm going to turn this to a comment for this actual place. So I'm going to copy it here and paste it right here. Where is it? So we'll paste it here. So let's we want to upload the image to Cloudinary if it exists. Okay. The code that we have here is if an image does not exist, we want to display please upload an image. But right here, we want to check if an image exists, we want to upload it to Cloudinary, and then we need to store the uploaded image URL. So we're going to have image URL will be equal to results dot secure underscore URL, and we'll use an else statement. If otherwise, if image is not available, we want to have image URL will be equal to, let's say we have like an image, a place card. So here we're going to have HTTPS, like an address for a place card that we want to display if we have no image, dot placeholder.com /150. That will be the default placeholder image, just giving an instance. And now to create our product data objects, which we have already done here. Right here, we're using image is result.secure URL. After the image has been uploaded, I'm going to turn this into a comment. Then we'll come here. The image would take the image URL. Okay, so this tweak is when you don't have a paid version of Thunder Client. Okay. So now our image URL, we have it as empty. In case if the user does not upload an image, we're checking if the image is available, upload it to Cloudinary. Else, we're using this placeholder here. But later on in the tutorial, if we're not going to be sending image using Thunder Client, if we're going to be sending directly from our, so with the little tweak that we have in our code now, we're going to test. But before testing, I want to say something. For this code that will comments, we're going to uncomment it later in the tutorial, because right now we want to test with Thunder Client. We're sending files, we're sending an image with Thunder Client. That is why the code is not working. So if we're no longer sending an image with Thunder Client, if we're sending from our admin panel, we're going to use this code that we have comment. We're going to uncomment them, and we're going to comment this code, this new code for the free version. Okay, so this code here is for the paid version. because we want to ensure that if our admin is adding a food product to the front end, they should upload an image. So that is why we need this code. We don't want to write a code that will lag, in the sense that admin can add a product without adding image. That is what this code here is for. We want to write a code that will ensure that admin adds an image to the product. So because we're using the free testing method, we are going to use this code for now, but don't be surprised later on in the tutorial if I turn this into a comment and if I uncomment all of this. So now let's test. You see we have an image now. It doesn't have to be. I can just remove the image. If I click on send now, you can see success is true, product message, product added successfully, even with the fact that we did not add an image to it. So that is what this new code here is for. If an image is not added, we're still going to have a place card, a placeholder here. So let's say we add an image, we should still, product will still be added successfully. You can see now we've added 2 products. So let me just be changing the name, product, third product. Let's say this is the third product. Testing description, category should be like chicken, and the price, let's say 20. We have an image here. If I click on send, we have success true, message, product added successfully. Okay, so if we check now, if we refresh our database, we're going to see that we've added 3 products. First product being pizza testing. I added it twice, so it's the same thing. And the third one, pizza third, price is 20, description, testing description. The image here is showing this place card here. That is the point I'm trying to make. The image is showing place card because we're using free version. But if we're not adding a file with standard clients with free version, we're going to get the actual URL. So later on in the tutorial, when we uncomment the previous code, you're going to see the actual URL for the image that will lead us to our Cloudinary. So this is the category here and this is the date. So this code is working. So the next thing now is to continue. Let me enlarge it again and Control plus, so that we can have a large screen and you can see it properly. Next is to write the logic for function to list all the products. We need to write the function to retrieve all products from our database so that we can send them in the response. So we have our try catch block here. First, we need to fetch all the products from our database. So here, const products will be equal to our weight, product model dot find, open our brackets, and we're going to pass an empty object. Then we generate a response. If it is successful, response.json into brackets, curly braces, success is true. Then display the products. And if there's an issue with the try block, we want to catch it. So we'll log the error in console. Let me close this. And we want to display the error. And we want to generate the response as well. Response.json. Success should be false. And the message would be error.message. So this is for lists, product lists. Now let's test right here. I'm going to reduce the screen so that we can have, okay. So we're going to make a new request. So open Thunder client again, a new request. Let me just copy this that we have here. New request, I'll paste it. So for this, we want to get list slash, this is localhost slash API slash product slash list. If we check the route to get the list, we're using the get method. So right here as well, we're using get method. If I click on send, we can see success here is true. We have all the product that we've added. First one is pizza testing, the price is 12, description, the image, the category, and the dates. So we've added 3 products and it's the same thing that we have in our database. So it's fetching the list of products that we have in our database. So this code is working. Now the next step now is the next function. Let's make our screen bigger. To remove products, using ID. Okay, so first, right here, we need to find the product in our database by its ID. So here we have await product model dot find by ID and delete into brackets request dot body underscore dot underscore ID. Okay. So if it is successful, we want to generate a success response. JSON, open our brackets, then our curly braces. Success is true. And a message that will display products removed or products deleted successfully. Let's just have product removed. And if there's an error with our try block, we should catch it here. We'll log in the console. Log into our console. The error. And we want to generate a failure message as well. So here, response dot JSON into brackets, curly braces, success is false. False, add a comma, adding a comma, then our message that we want to display should be error.message. Okay. So we're going to test this now. Back to this new requests. Request.body. We want to get the ID from the body. Let me make this smaller. Okay, so from the code here, we want to delete a product by the ID. And here we can see the ID. Let's say we want to delete this first product, which has the same name as the second, by the way, but it has different ID. The ID for this is different from the ID from this, and it's also different from the ID of this. So each product has their unique ID. So I'm going to copy the ID. In our JSON here, we're going to have the ID, and we're going to paste it here. So the API endpoint will be removed because that is what we have here, and it's a post method. So we'll come back here, paste remove. This is a post method. If I click on send, product has been removed. Okay, so to ensure that this product has been removed, to see, we'll come back here, then we're going to refresh, and we're going to see here that we just have 2 products now in our products list. So if we try and generate the list again, let's see. If we come back here and to get lists, so we want to get the list, we're going to use the get method. So right here, get method. After we've removed the product, right? So we're going to use lists. Then we'll click on send. And now you can see that we have just 2 products in our product lists. Okay, the first product, pizza, the name, pizza testing, price, we have the ID, we have the description, image, category, and date. This as well. So this is the 2 that we have now, and our code is working for the remove products and the list products. Next is for the single products. So the next is to write the logic to fetch detail of a single product. And we're going to retrieve a product using the ID. So here in our try catch block, we need to extract the product ID from request body. So here we're going to have const curly braces product ID will be equals to request.body. Then we'll find the product by ID. So const products will be equals to await. We're finding the product by ID in our database. So product model dot find by ID. Open our brackets, product ID. Then we generate a response if we are able to find the product by ID. So response.json into brackets, success is true. Then the product as well. And if there's an error here, we just want to log the problem. So I'm just going to copy this and paste this right here. So these are the functions for adding products, for list products and remove products. So the next thing we're going to do now is to build our admin login and also authentication for the admin panel. So I'm going to close the products controllers, close our motor, product routes, and we'll open our user controllers. So here we've created a function already for our admin login. I'm just going to delete this response message. But before writing the code for the function, we need to create an admin email and password. So we're going to get that. We're going to create that in our environment file. So here we're going to have admin email, admin underscore email will be equal to email, any email of your choice. So I'm just going to use this demo at tutorial at gmail.com. It's supposed to be demo tutorial, not demo at tutorial. Demo tutorial at gmail.com. And we also have the admin password. And we'll just set any password of our choice. So let the password be demo 12345. So we're going to head back to our user controller.js, and in our try block, we'll start by extracting email and password from request.body. So here consts email, comma, password will be equal to request.body. And then we're going to check, we use an if statement to check if the email and password matches the stored admin credentials. So next line, we'll have if statements, email is equals, we're getting the admin credentials from our env file. So this is going to be process.env.admin email. So we'll come here and get the keyword, we'll copy this, then we'll paste it here, and process.env.admin password, we'll come right here as well, we'll copy this and we'll paste it here as well. So we're checking if the email that we want to enter, that the user is going to enter, matches with the email in the that is saved in our env file, and if the password, okay, so this is supposed to be password equals process.env.admin password as well. So we'll open our curly braces, and if it does, if the email matches, we're going to create a JWT token for the admin. So here const token, this is the variable where we're going to save our token, will be JWT dot sign, open our brackets, email plus password, comma, process.env.jwt secrets. Then we're going to respond by displaying the token. So here, response.json into brackets, success will be true because the email matches and the password matches as well. And we're going to display the token as well that we've generated for the admin. Then this is an if statement, right? So we need to use an else statement just in case if the credentials are not correct, we need to display a message to the admin. So here we're going to have an else statement. And we'll generate a response.json. Success will be false, and we'll display a message that is going to say invalid login details. And our catch block is just going to give us if there's any error with the try block, the catch block is going to display the error. So I'm just going to copy what we have here. Come here and we'll paste it here. We'll log the error, console.log error, and we'll generate a response message. Success is false, message, error.message. So now we're going to test to see if our admin login is going to work. And this is going to be, our route will be /user/admin, because that's what we have in our user routes. for the admin login function in our admin, in the user controllers. We're using slash admin. So we'll close this. So right here, we're going to have the email in the body because we're requesting the email and password from the body. So back to testing. This is going to be email. Then we're going to get the email from our env file. So the email here, we'll copy this and we'll paste it here. We'll add a comma, then password as well. We're going to copy and paste the password from our env file as well. Copy, then we're going to paste here. Then we'll click on send. Okay, so we're getting an error. Cannot get API/user/admin because we're not getting information from the front end. We want to send. So right here, we're supposed to use the post method. And besides, in our user routes, we can see it here that we're using the post method. Okay, to log in, to register, and to log in the admin. So now I've selected the post method, and I'll click on send now. So success here is true, and we've generated a token for the admin. So let's say we change the email. Let's say we have an incorrect email. Let's say demo.tutorial@gmail.com, and I click on send. We're going to get this message, invalid login details, which is the same message that we have here. That if the user email and password does not match, email or password does not match, we want to display a response message, invalid login details. And that is the same thing that we have here. So the next thing we're going to do is to authenticate our user. So we're going to close this test. So we're going to close the user controllers and we'll open this and we'll create another middleware. And we're going to name it admin auth, which is going to be for authentication. The authentication middleware in this case is going to check if a user is logged in before accessing the admin panel, before accessing any protected route like adding a product, deleting products, and every other thing. So here I'll create a new file and I'm going to name it admin auth.js. So I'll press enter. So we're going to start by importing our JSON Web Token package to undo the JWT authentication. So import JWT from JSON Web Token. Then we'll create the middleware function to authenticate an admin user. So I'm going to name the function admin auth as well, and it's going to be an asynchronous function. So const admin auth will be equal to async. Open and brackets. It's going to request. We'll pass in response and we'll pass next. Response. Here, this response. Then we'll create our arrow function, our curly braces, and we'll have our try catch statement. We'll start with the try block. So in our try block, we're going to extract the token from the request headers. So here, const token will be equal to request.headers. So after we use an if statement to check if no token is provided, we want to return an unauthorized response. So here we're using an if statement. If not token, open our curly braces, we'll return a response. Response.json. Open our brackets, then our curly braces. Success here will be false, comma, message that we want to display. Let me close this. Okay, so this message is going to display unauthorized user. And then after this if statement, if there is a token provided, we're going to verify the token using the secret key stored in the environment variable. So here we're going to have const. I will name that token decode. Token underscore the code will be equal to jwt dot verify. Open our brackets. We'll have the token, comma, process dot env dot the jwt secret, jwt underscore secrets. And we're going to check, we'll use an if statement to check again if the decoded token matches the admin credentials, which is the email and password. So here, if token decode is the decoded token, so if token decode is not equals process.env dot admin email, so here admin email close process.env dot admin password. I'll copy this and I'm going to paste it right here as well. Admin password. Then we'll open our curly braces. We're going to generate a response to show that success is false. Message user not authorized. So here we're going to have return response.json. Success is false, and we generate a response message. User not authorized. Okay, so if the authentication is successful, we want to proceed to the next middleware or the route handler. So we're going to call this next that we passed as a parameter here. Okay. Then if there's an error with our try block, we want to return a response in the catch block, response.json. Success false. Message error dot message. So right here we're going to export the admin authentication middleware so that it can be used in protected routes. So export default admin auth. Okay, so this is the code. First off, we extracted the token from the request headers right here. Then we use the if statement to check. If no token is provided, we want to generate a response to display that the user is unauthorized. And here, we are verifying the token using the secret key stored in the environment variable. That is, if a token is provided. Right here, if no token is provided, we want to display the message. Yeah. So after this authentication code, we're going to add this middleware to our route, to the product routes. So we're going to open product routes. We'll add it to this add route, which is the route to add a new product. So we're going to add the admin routes middleware to ensure that only admins can add product. So we'll come here. After this comma, we're going to have admin routes. We can have it here. Admin space admin auth. We'll add a comma, and it has been imported right here. The admin auth function. Okay, so this is to ensure that only admins can add the product, and we're also going to add it to the route to remove a product, which is this remove here. We'll add the admin auth middleware to ensure that only admins can remove products. So we're going to have the same thing here. Admin auth, we'll add a comma as well. So only a registered admin, only an admin that logs in with the correct email and password can add a product and can remove a product. Any other person can view the list of the products that we have and check the detail of a single product. But to add a product to from the admin panel, the user needs to be logged in, and to remove a product as well, the user needs to be logged in. So now let's test. Okay, so this is for the invalid login details. Let's say the detail is valid and I click on send. We're going to get success true token. So we're going to copy this token right here. We'll copy this, then we'll open another, we'll make another request. So let's add. So we're going to make another request. Product. This is localhost/API/product/add. The name pepperoni pizza. Let me add pizza. The price 30, description, the category. And we can decide to add the image or not because we've already tweaked our code. So let's just say we're adding image. I want to choose the file So let's say we're selecting this and I click on add exa2. If we click on send now, we're going to have invalid signature. If we try to add again, we'll keep getting unauthorized user or invalid signature. That is if there's any issue with our try block. So right now it's showing us that the user is unauthorized. Anybody cannot just add without having a token. So we'll come here to the headers because in our code, we want to get token from request.headers. We're requesting token from the headers. So we'll come here, we'll type in token that we copied from here when we logged in the user. So this token here, we'll paste it. And if we click on send now, you can see success through message product added successfully. So it means that we can only add products now if the user is authorized, if there's a token generated for the admin, that is if the admin logs in with the right email and password. So any other person without the right email and password cannot add products to the front end, cannot add product to the admin to front end. So with the token now, we can now add. So the next thing we're going to do now is to create our admin folder so that we can see all of what we're testing in action. So I'm going to close this server.js, env, close everything. Open our folder and we'll close the backend as well. We have backend and front end. So we'll right click on the sidebar, create a new folder, and we're going to name it admin. So this is the admin folder. And we'll right click on the admin folder as well, open it in integrated terminal. So right here, we're going to run this command, npm create vits at latest space dot, press enter. Then we're going to select React. Then we'll select JavaScript, press enter as well. Okay, so now we're going to run this command, npm install. So this has been installed. If we open this admin folder, we're getting all of this. So before the actual project, we need to install some packages that we're going to need. So npm install, we're going to install Axios from Axios package. We're going to install React Router DOM. So here, React Router DOM. And we're going to install React Toastify for toast notification. So React Toastify. Then we'll click enter. So we're going to check our package.log.json now to see what we've installed. So Axios has been installed, React Router DOM has been installed, React Toastify has been installed. So Axios is to make API calls. So we have all of that installed. Then now we're going to open our admin folder in our local browser. So npm run dev, which is the usual. It's going to get us a link to view this React app in our local browser. So right here we have our link. So if you check, we're having a message here, port 5173 is in use and we're using another one, right? For the front end, this is what we have. This is our front end here. And the front end is actually using port 5174, while the admin panel is using 5174 and the front end is using 5173. Okay, so there's a difference. So we're going to ensure that whenever we run the command npm run dev for front end, it should be fixed at the port should be 5173, which is the same port that is using now. And if we run the command npm run dev for the admin, the port should be fixed at 5174. So right here in our vit.config.js, we'll open this. After this plugin, we're going to have server. Then we'll create an object and the ports for the admin will be 5174. And we're going to do the same to our front end as well. We'll open our front end folder, vit.config.js. After this, we're going to have server, create an object, ports would be 5173. So right here, I've restarted the server because the server restarted. So I had to terminate the job by pressing Ctrl C, then you're going to get this message: terminate batch job. Then you type in Y, then you now rerun npm run dev, and we're going to get a link to view our app in local browser. Then we'll click on follow link, and now this is what we have here. So our app is working. We're just going to do some cleanups. So we're going to close this, and we're going to focus on the code for admin panel. So app.css, we're going to delete this. Then our app.gss as well. Control A, select or delete, and we'll use REFC to create React snippets. So you need to have a certain extension. I said it earlier at the beginning of the tutorial. The name of the extension is ES7 React Redux React Native to use the shortcut. Then Control A as well for this. Then our index.css as well. We need to change the title of this. We change this to food sports admin. Then we'll close this. So in our source folder, we're going to create a new folder. We'll name it components. We'll create another folder. We're going to name pages. In our component folder, we're going to create two folders. The login folder. Then we'll create another folder for sidebar. So we have both login and sidebar in our components. Then in the pages, we're going to have the folder to add our page that will take the code to add our page. So I'm just going to name it add. We'll create another folder to list products. That is going to be the list page. We'll create another folder for others. So for each of the folders that we've created, we're going to create the JSX and CSS file for each of them. So here we're going to have login.jsx, REFC, the sidebar as well, sidebar.gsx, REFC. We'll create the CSS as well. This is going to be login.css, and this as well, sidebar.css. So we'll do the same for add, list, and others. I'm going to pause this video to do that. So next is to wrap our browser router around our entire application so that we can now work on our routing, our route setup. So here I'll highlight Ctrl X, and we'll have browser router, and we'll paste what we just got in between our browser router. We're going to import browser router from React Router DOM. And now our app.jsx file, we're going to work on our route setup. So this div tag here, we'll give it a class name of app container. And in between this, we're going to have an HR tag with a class name of app divider. After this, we'll have another div tag with a class name of app content. So inside this, we're going to mount our sidebar. So the sidebar components will be here, and we're going to import it as well. We're going to import sidebar from ./component/sidebar/sidebar.jsx. So we'll start our sidebar. Let me close all of our pages, close this login, then we'll open our sidebar.jsx. So in the sidebar, I'm going to delete this. Then we'll have a div tag for the header. So here, sidebar header. In the sidebar header, we'll have an h2 tag that will take this text, food sports. Then we'll have another div tag for the links. So sidebar links. In the sidebar links, we're going to use the nav link. So we use nav link from React Router DOM. And in between this link, we're going to design our sidebar. So here we'll have a p tag with a class name of sidebar text. So here sidebar text, and the first one is going to take add products So we're going to close this a little. So this is for the first text, and we're going to have an icon to an add icon. I've installed React icon already. I don't know if I played the video while I was installing it, so do want to install yours. We're going to use this add circle icon. So I'm just going to use the icon directly. I am the add circle outline. That's the name of the icon. I will give the icon a class name of sidebar icon. Sidebar icon. Then we're going to close it. So for the nav link itself, we need to, so we'll give the nav link a class name. And the class name is going to be sidebar header, sidebar link. Oh, class name with a quote, sidebar link. So after this, we'll create another nav link for the list. So here we'll have nav link, close the tag. In between these, we're going to have the list icon, format list bullet icon. So here we'll have MD format list bullets. Add, and the class name as well is going to be this sidebar icon. So I'm going to copy this and paste this here. Close the icon, then we'll have a p tag with a class name of sidebar text. Okay, sidebar text, and the text is going to take list product. After this, we'll create the third one for the orders. So nav link. In between our nav link, we'll have our shopping cart icon. So here, shopping cart. The class name will take sidebar icon. So let's just copy this. We'll copy this and paste it here. Then we'll close it with a self-closing tag. Then we'll have a p tag with a class name of sidebar text as well. So I'm just going to copy this, paste it here, press enter, sidebar text, and we're going to take orders. After these orders, we're going to have, after this nav link for orders, we'll have a button to log out. So I'll create a button here, and we're going to give this button a class name of sidebar link as well. This here, sidebar link. So I'm going to copy this and paste it here. So in between this, we'll have the logout icon. Logout. It will take a class name of sidebar icon. So I'm come here, copy this and paste it here. Then close this. Then we'll also have a text. So better still, we're just going to copy this here and we'll paste it here. And the text is going to take logout. Okay, now for the icons, we need to import them from their package. So here we're going to have imports. First one is the logout. This is IO, this is IO as well. So we're going to have IO logouts, comma, IO MD, this from React icons /IO. Second is the one with MD, so import MD this. Paste this while the comma, whichever one belongs to it as well. The shopping cart belongs to the same group. We'll paste it here as well. From React icons slash MD. So we're going to add for the nav link the class names for each of them. So all the nav link is going to take the same class name, and we need to add where the nav link is going to lead us to. But we're here to set up our route, so that is what we're going to do now before styling our sidebar. So I'll create a div tag here with the class name of page contents. Page contents. In our page contents, we're going to set up our routes. So here we're going to have routes from React Router DOM. It has imported React Router DOM here. Then I'm going to close the tag. Then in between the tag, we're going to create the routes without an S. So the first one here, routes from React Router DOM. And the paths will be to add /add. Then the elements, we're going to render the add page. So right here, we have the add page. I'm going to import it later. Then the second route, the path will be to lists, and we're going to render the lists page. And lastly, the routes, the paths will be for orders /orders elements. Right here, okay, equals curly braces orders page. Then we'll close this. So here we're going to import all the pages. Import add from ./pages/add/add. So I'm going to copy this and paste it twice. 1, 2. We're just going to change the, so Ctrl D. This is going to be for lists. Then the third one will be for orders. So in the nav link, this one will go to. So we'll replace this with a quote, and this will be for add, because we want to add product here, and that's the same thing in our setup, the parts in the setup. So let's just copy this. The part for lists that will lead us to the list page. So here to lists. The third one to orders. This will be to orders. So we're just going to copy this. Orders. And for the logout, we're going to come back to it. So let's see what we have right now. This is what it looks like. This is our ad. This is the list. This is the orders, and this is the logout. So if we click on this ad now, it will lead us to the ad page. This is the ad page that we have right here. Lists. This is the list. Orders. This is orders. Ad. As you can see, it's changing in the URL as well. Lists. List page. Orders. Orders page. So let's start. We're going to create, we'll open our sidebar.css, but first we need to import it into our JSX file. So import./sidebar.css, and we're going to start with the sidebar container. So this is going to be for sidebar container. So we'll copy this and we'll paste it here. The width of this will take 22%. So the width take 22% of the screen. Minimum height we take 100 VH. The border right we take 2 pixel solid with this color code. Then our background color we take this color code white. Then to the sidebar header, I'll copy this, paste it here. Display will be flexed. In our sidebar header, we only have an H2 tag, so let's just style the H2 tag directly. So we won't have any display. We're only going to set the font size to 38 pixels with a margin top of 18 pixels. Then we have the sidebar links. So for the sidebar links, display will be flex. Flex direction will be colon. We'll have a gap of 1 rem. Padding top will be 1.5 rem. Then we'll copy the sidebar link that we have here. We'll paste it right here. This is for each link. Display here will be flex as well. Align items center. And we'll add a gap between the icon and the text. So the gap is going to take 0.75 rem. 0.75. We'll have a border bottom of 2 pixels solid and this color code. Border right. We'll take none. We'll set the padding as well. So 0.7 rem, 1.7 rem. For the width and height, text decoration will be none. And the color will be this color code. Then we'll have a transition on the background color. So here, background color, 0.3 seconds. On the color itself, 0.3 seconds as well. So when you hover on the sidebar link, so sidebar link over, we're going to set the background color. So the background color will take this color code and the text color will take white. Then we're going to style our sidebar icon. So we'll copy this, then we'll paste it right here. So the sidebar icon, the font size will take 30 pixels and the color will take white as well. Then we have the sidebar text. So for the sidebar text, the display will be none. And we're going to have the font size to be 0.9 rem. Then we have our button. Finally, we have a class name for the button, but we're just going to copy the button tag. So for the button, the border will be set to none, and the background color will take white. And on a larger screen, so here we're going to use media. When the minimum width is 768 pixels, we'll close this. The sidebar text display would be block. The font size of this, let's set it to 1 rem. So let's see what we have on our screen. This is what we have now. This is our sidebar. This button, we need to adjust it a bit as well. So the next thing is to style the CSS in our app.css. So we'll start this in our index.css. We'll start with our app container. Background color here will be white. The minimum height, we set it to 100 VH. Then we have the app divider. For the app divider, margin will be 0. We'll set our border to none. Then we'll set the border top to 1 pixel solid and this color code. Then we have the app contents. So for our app content, the display would be flex. The width we'll set it to 100%. Then we have our page contents. So for the page content, we'll set the width to 70%. Margin will be 2 rem or 2. Then we'll set the margin left to max 5 VW, 25 pixels. We'll set the text color to white. And we're going to set the font size as well to 1 rem. Then for any active link, so here that's active, the background color is going to take this color code. Background color will take this color code, and the border color as well. This color code here, and the border radius will take 20 pixels. So this is what we have now. When you click on this, if this page is active, you can see there's a border radius around this. This page is active, there's a border radius, this page is active. So, but before any active page, our icon is showing white. So we need to change the color to black. So right here, sidebar icon should take 000, and it should be about, let's say, 35 pixels. Let's see. So this is what we have. This is the icon. So, but our button is still having this border around it and the background color. So let's check where we have an issue. Okay, so here it is. This is not supposed to be dot button because we're calling the tag. We want to style the button tag. So right now, this is what we have. If you're on the list page, we have this. If you're on the others page, log out, add. So for all the pages, there's a border radius around it. So back to this is what we have. Okay. So let's continue. So we're done with the sidebar. I'm going to close this as well, close our main.gsx. Next thing we need to do is our login page. So on the login page, we'll create a div tag. So let's just clear this. We'll have a div tag with a class name of admin panel container. So here, admin panel container. Press enter. In the admin panel container, we'll have the admin panel box. So I'll create another div tag for that. Then in the admin panel box, we'll have an h1 tag that is going to say admin panel. And we need to give the h1 tag a class name as well for login title. So here we'll have class name, login title. After this h1 tag, we're going to have a form. I'll clear this. Then in between the form, we'll have a div tag with a class name of form group. So here, form group. So we're going to have two form groups. So I'm going to copy this and I'm just going to paste this here. So for the first form group is going to be we'll have a p tag with a class name of form label. So on the form label, it's going to take this text, email address. Then we'll have an input field that is going to take email. So the type is going to be for email. Then we'll have a class name as well. Class name is going to be form inputs. The placeholder is going to take email address. Enter email, better still, enter email. Let me close this so that we can have a larger screen. And it's going to be required as well. Okay, so for the second form group, the p tag will take, the class name is going to be form label. and the text is going to be password. Input field, the type is going to be for password type. The class name will be form inputs. Placeholder would be enter password. It's going to be required as well. And finally, after both form inputs, after both form group, we're going to have a button with a class name of form button. And here is going to be login. The type for this button is going to be a submit type. So here, type submit. So now let's style our login. So we'll open the login.css and I'm going to import the CSS file into the GSS file ./login.css. We'll start with the admin panel container. Display here with the flex. Justify content at the center. Align the items to the center as well. The minimum height, we take 100 VH. Background color, we take this color code. Then we have the admin panel box. So for the admin panel box, background color, we'll take white. Then we'll set the box shadow for 0, 4 pixels, 8 pixels with this color code 0, 0, 0, 0.1. Then we'll have a border radius of 8 pixels. Padding will take 24 pixels for the height and 32 pixels for the width. Max width will take 500 pixels. And the width will take 100%. Then we have the login title is the next thing here. So for the login title, we're going to set the font size to 1.5 rem. Then the font width will be bold. Margin bottom will take 16 pixels. The text color will take this color code. Text align center. Then we have the form group. The margin bottom here will take 16 pixels. Form label. The form label is the next. So we're going to copy this. Then paste. The font size of this will take 0.8 rem. So here 0.875 rem. The font width will be 600. Then the text color will be this color code hash. The margin bottom as well, we'll set this to 8 pixels. Then we have the form inputs. So for the form input, we're setting the width to 95%. Then we'll set padding 10 pixels, 12 pixels. The border is going to be 1 pixel solid hash, this color code. Border radius would take 6 pixels. Font size would take 0.8 rem. Outline will be none. Then we have a transition on the border color. So transition on the border color will be 0.2 seconds. It should last for 0.2 seconds. So the form input focus dot form input, that is when you click on the form input. The border color should take this color code. Then we have the form button. So for the form button, display will be block. The width will take 100%. Padding will take 10 pixels, 12 pixels. We're going to have a font size of 0.8 rem. Text color will take white. Background color should take black. And we're going to have the border. We'll set it to none. The border radius. Six pixels. Cursor will be set to pointer. And we'll have a transition on the background color that should last for 0.3 seconds. So when you hover on the form button, we're going to change the background color to this color code. So the use of this login form is to ensure that only users that have correct email and password can have access to other pages on the admin panel. So right here in our app.js, we're going to write the logic that's going to handle that. We need to ensure that users that have logged in would have access to this page content here. So right here, we're going to highlight this here, the app content. We want to ensure that only users that are logged in are able to access the app content. So we're going to have our Ctrl X here. I'm going to comment this out as well. Then, first off, before that, Ctrl Z, we need to create a state variable that is going to hold the token, because that is what we want to use for verification. We want to ensure that only the admin with a verified token that has a token provided can access our app content. So we're providing the token from the backend, and we've written the logic for that already. So here, const token. So we'll create a state variable and a setter function to update the token. Token, comma, set token will be equals to use state. We'll set this to an empty string. So right here, we're going to cut all of this. Ctrl X, we'll comment this out. Now we're going to check if token is available. So here, if token is not available, that is if token is empty, we use a ternary operator to check that. Then we'll have a bracket. You should display this, and if it is not, you should display this as well. So for the first bracket, you should display the login components. And right here, so you should display the login component. If token is not available, the user needs to log in. But if token is available, we're going to display the app contents. So here it is, if token is not available, display the login component. If it is available, display the app component. So now we have, because token is not available, you can see that it's showing us the login components to log in into the admin panel. So right here for our form, we need to test out our form. But before that, we need to get the value of, for this email, we need to set the value for email and password. So right here, we're going to create a state variable that is going to hold the email and the setter function to update the email as well. So const email, comma, set email is the setter function. Use states is going to be an empty string. And for password as well, const password, comma, set password, because the use state here is going to also be an empty string. Then we'll create a function to undo the submission. Const, we'll name the function on submit handler. Handler is going to be an asynchronous function. So async, we'll pass the events. Then we're going to create our arrow function. So we use the try catch block. So try catch statement. In the try block, we need to ensure that we prevent form resubmission. So e.prevent defaults and in the catch block, if there's an error, we'll log the error. Console.log error. And right here in the input field, when the user types or make a change, this is going to be, we'll use the onChange method, then we'll call this, we'll pass this event, then we'll use the setter function to set the email to e.target.value, and the value is going to be the email. Value here will be email, which this email is going to store. We'll do the same thing for the password on change. We'll pass our event, set password. It's going to be e.target.value, and our value will be password, VALUE, and the value here will be password. Okay, so the form is, the button here is, the type is submit. So for the form tag, we'll use the onSubmit method, onSubmit. Then we're going to call the onSubmit handler function that we've created, onSubmit handler, this function here. So now let's try to submit this form and we'll see if it is saved. So we're going to log into console, the email and password. So right here, this is our form. Let's inspect. So I'm just going to type in admin at, let's say, tutorial.com or admin tutorial at gmail.com, and the password is just going to be admin12345. If I click on login, you can see this is the email and this is the password. If I refresh, it's back to default. So after this, we need to start making API calls. So we're going to create a file where we're going to store our backend variables. So we'll back here in our SRC folder, I'll create another file and I'm going to name it .env. Or better still, we can just, let me delete this. Oh, sorry, let's delete. Yes, delete. In our app.gss, we can create a variable that is going to hold the ports for our backend URL. So right here, we're going to have exports. We're using exports so that every other function, every other pages and components can have access to it. So exports const backend URL, that's the variable name, will be equal to http://localhosts 4000. So now that we have the backend URL, back to our login form. So I'm going to comment this out. After this, e.prevent.default, to prevent default form submission, we need to submit our form, because the form here, we'll undo this here, we'll use the onSubmit method, and the button type is submit. So right here, we're going to create a variable, const response will be equal to, want to send the form input to the backend. So we're going to use await Axios from Axios package. Okay, so it's not importing Axios, so we need to import Axios first off. Import Axios from Axios. So here, await Axios.posts. We'll use the post method because we're submitting into backend URL that we're getting from our app that has been imported here. We've declared our backend URL, the port for it. Backend URL plus quotes / API / user / admin, then comma, we're going to send in the email and password, email comma password. So this is the response here. We want to send to, using Axios package, we're using the post method to this backend URL and to this API, which is /API/user in user controllers, or sending to the admin function. Here, we already defined this API at our backend. If you missed that, just backward it, and we're sending the email and password in the admin function in user controllers. We're going to request for email and password in the body. So that is why we're passing the email and password right here. So after this, we're now going to log our response. Log into console response. And we're going to check if the response is successful, if we're able to send. So if response.data.success, we want to set token. We're yet to response.data.token. So right here, we should have token here. Set token should be right here. Okay. And if otherwise, so here, else, if the user does not have a token, we want to toast the error. So we're supposed to call toast notification. So toast.error, or Ctrl Z, toast.error will be equal to response.data.the message from our backend, which is going to be invalid user. So right here, we need to import toast notification from Toastify. Import toast from React Toastify. And in our app.gsx, we need to link the toast container. So right here, we're going to import toast container from Toastify. And here as well, after this app container, let me just delete this app divider. After the app container, we're going to mount our toast container right here with a self-closing tag. And now for our sidebar, for the login, we're going to set the token. So here, set token to set token. Okay. So once the email and password is correct and we receive and we make an API call here, we log in our response. If it is correct and the user matches with the user that we've already registered at the backend that has a token, we are going to, if it's successful. If it is not, we want to display this error notification. So let's check. So now we're going to test if the logic here is going to work. If we send the correct username and password, if it matches with the token that was generated at the backend for the admin. So we're going to open our backend folder .env file. We already have the admin email and password. So I'm going to copy this, come here, and I'm going to paste it here. I'll copy the password as well. Copy this, and I'll paste it here. So let's inspect first. Click on the console. So if I click on login now, it's going to lead us to the page content. And as you can see, if we expand this a little bit, success here is true, and we have the token that has been generated. Okay, it matches with this, the token. Okay, so the username and password is correct. So let me reload now, and let's say that the username is not correct. Let me go back to copy the username, but I'm just going to tweak it a bit. We should get a source notification error. Let's say the password. Let me copy the password as well. And let's say this is going to be demo dots. So if I click on login, you can see invalid login detail. And that is the same thing that we have at the backend. That if the email or password is not correct, we want to display an error message, invalid login details. So this is what we get. But if it is correct, it's going to lead us to the next page. And right here we have it. The user will be able to log in. So right here we're having no route match for /, which is the home page. So we're going to get to that soon. So now only user that have the current credentials for the admin panel will be able to log in. So this is working. So right now we're on the page content, right? But if I reload now, it's going to take us back to the login page, which means that our token is not stored in our local storage. So we need to fix that. We need to ensure that once the user is registered, once the user is logged in, even if the user refreshes, except if the user logs out, it should not lead them back to the login page. the user should still be able to access the content. Okay, so if the more you refresh, the more you log out. So we need to fix that. So in our app.jsx, we're going to do that. So right here, before our return statement, we'll use effects, create a function, an arrow function, and we're going to use local storage. We want to save our token in the local storage. So local storage dot set item. Want to save the token, comma, token. And here token is going to be our dependency array. So here we're going to pass in token as well. And now for the token variable itself, right here, it's no longer going to be an empty string. So we're going to have local storage dot get item. We already set it in this use effects here. So local storage dot get item token, comma, or nothing. So if the token is not saved in our local storage, it should display nothing. If it is, we should get this here. So let's log in now. So right now we're back here because it has been saved in our local storage, right? If we reload, it's not going to lead us back to the login page. Our token has been saved in local storage. So the next thing now is to ensure that the admin is able to log out once they click on the logout button. So in the sidebar, we are going to pass set token. We'll call the set token function, and right here, this will be equal to set token. So we'll open our sidebar because that's where we have the logout button. We're going to pass the set token as a parameter here as well. Then in the button tag itself, we'll use an onClick to call the set token function. So onClick method, we'll call set token, and we're going to pass an empty string. So the set token will be empty. The token will be empty because right here we are setting it to empty string. So if I click on logout, it's going to lead me back to the login page. So this is working. So we need to log in again, back to the env file. Let me copy the admin email, which is what the admin will use to register to log in, and the admin password. I'll copy this as well and paste. If I click on login, it will lead me to the page content. So this is working. If I click on logout, back to the login form. So let me log in for the last time. Maybe not the last time, but right now, let me log in again so that we can continue with click on login. This is what we have. This is working. So the next thing is to design our pages. We have our sidebar already. We have our login form. Next is going to be this add here, the add page. So I'm going to close the sidebar, close the login, then close the components. Now we're going to open our pages folder, open the add page. So for our add page, we're going to turn this div into a form tag. So in the form tag, we'll start with a div tag. In this div tag, we'll have a p tag to upload image, and the class name is going to be form label. And it will take this text, upload image. After this upload image, we're going to have a div, and it's going to take a class name of image upload container. So here, image underscore upload underscore container. And the image upload container will have a label, and this is going to be for image. In between these, we're going to have our image tag, and then we'll have an input field as well, and the type is going to be file. I'll delete this name. It's going to have an ID of image, and it will be hidden. Then for the image, we're going to replace this with a curly braces. So first off, we need to import the image that we want to be a placeholder. We're going to use this image here. So I'm just going to copy it and paste it in our asset folder. So let me import it. I'm going to import upload image. I'll name it upload image from dot forward slash asset folder slash upload underscore image dot png. That is the image that we have here. So right here, we're going to check if the image is not available. That is, if image is not present, we want to use a default placeholder, which is going to be this upload image here. This upload image. We want to use this placeholder to represent the image when no image is selected. But if image is selected and uploaded, we're going to create a temporary URL for the selected image file, allowing it to be previewed before uploading. So right here, it's going to be if not image. So not image. That means if image is not available, we'll use a ternary operator to use upload image as a placeholder. And if it is available, we're going to create a temporary URL for the selected image. So here, URL dot create object URL into brackets image. So for this image now, we're going to create a state variable that is going to store the image. That's going to store the selected image. So here we'll have const create a state variable image and the setter function set image, and the use state is going to be null. So after this label for image, so after this image, after the div tag here, before the form tag, we'll create another div tag and give it a class name of form group. So here dot form group. In the form group, we'll have a p tag with a class name of form label, and it's going to take the text product name. After this p tag, we'll have an input field, and the type is going to be text. So here, input type is text. Then we'll have the class name to be form inputs. Placeholder is going to take enter product name. This P should be uppercase. And also, we're going to have it's going to be required. That means it's going to be compulsory. After this form group, we'll create another div tag with the same class name, form group, and this is going to be for product description. So for form group, we'll have a p tag with a class name, p dot form label, and the text is going to be product description. And it's going to take a text area. So this is going to have a text area. The class name is going to be form inputs. Inputs. The placeholder is going to be type product description. And the type is going to be text. And it's going to be required as well. After the text area, this text area here is going to have a self-closing tag. So right here, we're going to make it have a self-closing tag. After the div tag, we'll have another div tag for form group horizontal. So we'll create a div tag, name it form group horizontal. And here we're going to have our product category and product price. So we'll have two div tags, div times 2. The first div tag will be for product category. So I'm just going to copy this form label that we have here. Now paste it here. And here we'll replace the description with category. After that, we'll have the select tag. So for the select tag, we'll have a class name for form select. And in between our select tag, we're going to have 6 options. We're going to have 7 options, not 6. So here, option times 7. So the first value is for all category, and the option text will take all as well. The second will be for spaghetti category. The third will be for pizza category. The fourth will be for rice category. This will be for noodles category. Then we'll have for chicken category. And then we're going to have drinks category. And the text, we're just going to copy the value, paste it here. We'll copy this pizza here, paste it in between the option tags. Copy this, we'll paste it here. Copy for chicken, paste it as the text for the option. Copy for noodles, paste it as the text for the option. Copy for drinks, and we'll paste it as the text for the option as well. Then, for the second div tag as well, we'll have the form label too. So we're just going to come back here and copy this p tag that we have here. So I'll add that. After this p tag, we'll have our inputs, and the type is going to be number. So this is going to be for product price. And here we're going to have inputs. The type is going to be number. And we'll have a placeholder that is going to say 30. And we'll have a class name. The class name is going to take 2 class names. First is going to be form input, then price input to style this site, to style this input field specifically. And after this div tag, after the 2 div tags, we're going to have our button. And the button type is submit, and the text is going to be add products. So right now, this is what we have on our add product. We can click on this, and by default, this is what the upload image, the image that we selected earlier, this is what it is because we're here to click on it. So if we click on it now, the image will no longer be there. It's going to generate a URL, and we'll be able to preview the image that we want to upload. So let's say I click on upload, and let's say we want to select this pizza image, and I click on open. So right now it's not displaying. So when we're done with the code, it should display. So first off, we need to, so right here in our input field for our image, we're going to have an onChange. We use an onChange method. Then we'll call the event of clicking. We'll call the event. Then we're going to set image to e.target.files. So now that we've been able to write this code here, when there's an event of changing image, we want to set the image to e.target.files, and it should be the first image that we upload. So let's try uploading an image now. If I click on the placeholder that we have, and let's say I select the second image, you're going to you'll be able to preview the image before it is finally uploaded when you click on the add button. So now we're going to create a state variable to store the product name, to store the description, the price, and the category. So here we're going to have const name, comma, set name, and it will be equals to use state. It's going to be an empty string, and the same thing goes for the description. So here we're going to have description, comma, setter function set description, and the use state as well will be an empty string. Then we'll do the same for price, const price, comma, set price, use state. So by default, it's going to be an empty string as well. And for category, we'll create a state variable to manage our category. Setter function set category, and by default, we want to use all category. So here it is. So back to our input field for the, this is for adding product name. We would use an onChange method here. So when the user types or they change the name of the product, we'll pass in the event. Then we'll call the function set name to e.target dot value, and the value in this case is going to be name. So here value is going to be the name. We'll do the same for this text area. We'll use the onChange method. Set description e.target.value, and the value would be description. So let's close this. And we're going to do the same for the select category. So for the select tag here, we'll have an onChange method as well. So onChange, that is when the user selects. And we'll set our category, set category to e.target.value. And the value here will be category. For the number, which is going to be the price, we'll use an onChange method as well. Call our event, pass our event, then call our function set price. And it's going to take e.target.value as well. And the value is going to be price. And our button is already a submit type, so we need to undo the submission as well. So after all of this, we're going to create a function, an asynchronous function to undo the form submission. And I'm going to name it onSubmitHandler. So here, const onSubmitHandler will be equal to async pass an event. We'll create an array function here. So we use our try catch block. Select the try catch statement. So in the try block, the first thing we're going to do is to create a new form data object to send the form data in multi-part form. So here we'll have const form data will be equal to new form data. And then we're going to add the product name, the description, price, category, and the image using the append function. So here we're going to have form data dot append. We'll add the name, comma, name. Then we'll add the description. So I'm just going to copy this and paste it here 4 times. So the second one here, Ctrl D, highlight and select description. I'm going to change it to description. The third is going to take price. So select this, then Ctrl D. This is going to take price. And the fourth one, Ctrl D, is going to take category. And lastly, we're going to append the image as well. We want to add image only if it is selected. So here we're going to have an if statement. If image is selected, if image, then form data dot append the image, comma, image. And in our form tag right here, we'll use the onSubmit function. Then we're going to call the onSubmit function handler. So onSubmit handler. So here we're going to have onSubmit handler. So we're going to style now before we start making API calls. So let's style, open our CSS. I'm going to close this. First, we need to import our CSS file into our CSS file. So we're going to import the /add.css, and we'll start by styling the form itself. We're going to give it a class name of form container. So I'm going to copy this class name and I'll paste it here. Dot form container display will be flex. Display here flex direction colon. We'll give it a gap of 0.1 rem. Align items flex stats. Then we're going to have the form label. We'll style this as well. Margin bottom will be 0.5 rem. and we'll set the font size to 22 pixels. Then we have the image upload container. So for the image upload container, we're going to style the image preview directly, which is going to be here. The class name for this will be image preview. So I'm going to copy this. So this dot image preview. For the image itself, the width here we take 8 rem, and the cursor will be pointer. Next is our form group. We'll copy this and paste it here. The width will be 100%. Then we have the form input. So for our form input, we're going to set the width to 100% as well. And we'll have the max width of 500 pixels, padding of 1 rem. We'll have a border of 1 pixel solid -DDD. That's the color code, and the border radius will take 4 pixels. Next is our form group horizontal. Right here, display would be flex. Flex wrap will be wrap. We'll have a gap of 1 rem, and we'll set the width to 100%. Then the select, for form select, the select tag here, we'll give it a class name. We'll copy this class name that we've given it. So for form select, the width will be 100% as well. Padding will be 0.9 rem. Border will be 1 pixel solid with this color code. Font size will take 16 pixels. Then we have the price input. This price input here. Since we have styled the form input, we're going to style the price input. So for the price input, the max width will take 120 pixels. Then we're going to style our submit button. So I'll give it as a class name of submit button, btn. So we're going to copy this and we'll paste it here. So for the submit button, padding will take 0.7 rem for the height and 5 rem for the width. The background color will take this color code, the color that we have here. So I'm going to copy this and I'll paste it right here. The text color will be white. Border will be set to none. Cursor will be pointer. And we'll have a margin top of 1.5 rem. And the text area, we have a text area tag. We'll set the height to 100 pixels. So right now, this is what we have. The product name, product description, category selection, the price, and add product button. So let's this be 8, and let's set a border radius of about 5 pixels. Border radius of 5 pixels. So the button, okay, so this is what our button looks like now. Looks good. Okay, so we're going to close this add.css and we're going to continue. We'll close this index.css as well. The next thing we need to do now is to ensure that once the user clicks on submit button, this form will be submitted and all the input will be added to our database. So right here, after this if image here, we're going to send a post request to add products to our database. So here we're going to do const response will be equal to our width. We use Axios from Axios package. Axios, and it has been imported here. Axios dot post method. Then we open our brackets. Then we use a backtick, our $sign, call our backend URL. backend URL from app. We've declared our backend URL here. So right here, it has been imported, and we'll call our backend URL here /API slash product controller, the routes for product controllers function slash the add function, comma, and we're going to send in our form data. So here, form data, add a comma as well. Then we include the authentication token in our request header to ensure, because when we were building the functionality to add a product, we did an authentication for admin oaths to ensure that only admin can add products to the page. So we need to authenticate it here as well. And when we're testing, we added the token to the headers. So here, headers, then here, open under curly braces, we'll pass in token. This is to include authentication in the request headers. And right here as well, in the add function, we're going to pass token. So in our app.gss, where we are mounting our add page, we're going to pass in token as well. So here, token will be token to ensure that there is token when our user is adding, to ensure that only registered user, only the admin can add anything to the page. So now we would use an if statement to check if the request is successful. Then we want to display those notification that the product has been added to the page successfully, and we're going to reset the input field to empty after successful submission. So here, if response dot data dot success, open our curly braces, we use a toast notification from React Toastify dot success should be response dot message, response dot data dot message, and we'll reset the input field as well. So we'll call the set name function, we'll pass an empty string to it. Set description, we'll pass an empty string to it as well. Set price, we'll pass an empty string to it. Set image, we'll pass null to it. Else, we use an else statement. So if otherwise, we want to display a toast notification as well. Toast.error, response.message, response.data.message. Okay, this is supposed to be else, E-L-S-E. And our catch block, if there's any error with the try block, our catch block is going to log the error. So we'll log the error in console, error. And here, toast.error, we'll display the error message, error.message. And also, if it is successful, we want to log this. We want to log the response as well. So right here, let me just log the response so that we can see it in the console if it is successful response. Now let's test. So now we're going to try and add a product from our admin panel. But first, we need to update the product controllers here. So the code here is that if image is available, we want to upload to our Cloudinary, and we're using this image URL. Else, if image is not available, we should use this place card. But we want to ensure that the admin adds an image before they are able to add products, and that is the formal code that we have here. So right now, the let image URL here that is going to be empty, we're going to comment this out. Then this code here that can allow admin to either add image or not add image, we'll comment it out as well. And the code here that is going to ensure that the admin add an image will uncomment it. So here the code is saying if image is not available, if the admin does not add an image, we want to display a message, please upload an image. And we're adding, we created a variable for result, and we're adding the image to our Cloudinary storage with the image part, resource type is image. So here we'll comment this out as well, and we'll uncomment this image that is generating the Cloudinary URL. So let's try and add a product to our database. Make sure you're logged in. So here we're going to select the image. Let's say we want to select the second image, drink 2. I'm just going to give it a demo name, drink demo. Product description, let's say drink demo description, and we'll just choose the category, which is going to be drinks. Price, let's say $12. If we click on add product, you can see that it has refreshed and the product has been added. So now if we go back to our database in MongoDB Atlas, right now we have 4 products that we added while we were testing our backend. We have this pizza testing, third pizza testing, pepperoni pizza, and another pepperoni pizza. If we refresh these products controllers now, we should add 5 more products. So now we have 5 more products. So if we scroll down, this is the latest product here. We've added this. This is the product ID. This is the name of the product, drink demo. The price is $12. Description, drink demo description. And we have the image that we've generated the URL for that is uploaded in our Cloudinary. This is it. https://response.cloudinary.com. This is our cloud name, the image slash upload. This is the URL that is generated. This is the category, and this is the date that it was uploaded. So we can add to product from our admin panel. So now let's try adding a product without adding the image of the product. So let's say we want to add, let's say noodles here, noodles description, and we select the category noodles and we select the price 26. If I click on add product, we're going to get the toast notification, and it's going to say that we cannot add without uploading the image. So the next page we're going to work on now is our list products page. So I'm going to close this add and product controllers. We'll close the add, then we'll open our list page. So in the list page, we're going to start with our product list title. So we'll have a p tag dot product title. The class name will be product title, and here it will take this text product lists. After the product list, we'll have another div tag for the product list container. So here dot product list container. In the product list container, we'll have a div tag for product table title. So dot product table title. Then we'll have a bold tag. We'll have 4 to 5 bold tags, 6 bold tags. So the first one will take the image. Second one, let me increase our screen. Second one would take name. The third one will take category. The fourth one will take the price. So this will take enter price. The fifth, which is supposed to be the last, will take action. So here, this is going to take action, and I'm just going to delete this. We're going to give this last one a class name of action title. So this is for the product table. Then we're going to have, after this div tag for the product table title, we're going to have the product list itself, and we're going to map over our list that we're going to fetch from the database. So first off, we need to create a state variable to hold the list. So right here, we're going to have const lists, comma, setter function, set list, and we'll use the use state, and by default it's going to be an empty array. Then we'll create a function, an asynchronous function that is going to undo fetching the list from our database. So const fetch lists will be equal to async. We use our try catch block. So try catch statement. In the try block, we'll start by making a get request to fetch the list of products from our database. So here, const response will be equal to await axios dot get method, open our brackets, then we'll call our backend URL from our app. We'll concatenate it with the API. So here, dot / API / products / lists. That is the route to make the API call for listing products. Then headers. Then we'll pass in our token here to ensure that only admin that log in will be able to have access to this, to the list. And right here, we're going to do the same thing that we did here. So I'm going to copy this. We'll pass token here. We'll paste it here in the list. And also we're going to have token here. Token. So after making this call, making the get request to fetch the list of products, we're going to check if the response indicates success. Then we want to update the state with the list of the product from the database. So right here, if response dot data dot success, we're going to update the state with the list of products. So here, set list will be response dot data dot products, and we'll use an else statement as well. So else, that is if otherwise. Else, we want to display a toast notification from React Toastify, toast.error response dot data dot message. And if there's any error with our try block, our catch block should display error. And we'll have a toast notification as well. Toast.error response dot data dot message. Then right here, we're going to auto fetch the product on component mount. So we use effect. So use effect, we'll create a function, an arrow function. Then we'll fetch the product list when the component mounts. So here, fetch lists, and our dependency array is going to be an empty array. So here we're going to, now that we set our product set list to our response, if it is successful, we're updating the list using the set list setter function, and we're going to save it in the state variable list. We're now going to map over the list variable. So here, list dot map item, we'll pass in item and index to uniquely identify each item in the list. Then we'll open our brackets. We'll have a div tag. We'll close the div tag as well. In between this div tag is where we're going to have our image. We'll have 3 p tags, and we're going to have the delete icon. So here, delete, we're selecting this icon that we have here from React icon, and it has been imported here. So we're mapping over this list here. So this div tag here, we'll pass the key, and it's going to be index. So the image here is going to take item.image, item.image. The p tag will be for the name. So here, item.name. The third one is going to be the category, item.category. And the fourth one is going to be for the currency, the item price. So here, item.price. We're here to declare the currency, so we're going to do that now. Item.price. So for this delete, we need to create the function that is going to delete products in the list using ID. So first, let's see if we're able to get this, if we're able to fetch this list. So right now, this is the only product that we've added using the backend. We have the image. The name is actually, the color is white, so we're going to style it later so that we can see everything properly. But the image is showing and every other this thing is here. So now we're going to style. So let's style all of this now. I'm going to open the list.css, but first we need to import our CSS file into our JSX file. So we're going to import /list.css. Then we'll start by styling the product title. So for the product title, we'll set the margin bottom to 10 pixels. Margin bottom will take 10 pixels. The font weight to be bold. We'll set the font size to 24 pixels. Then we have the product list container. For the product list container, display will be flex. Flex direction will be column. We'll set a gap of 10 pixels. Then we'll have the product table title. So for product table title, display will be grid. grid template columns 1FR3 1 1 1. Then we'll align all the items at the center. We'll give it a padding of 10 pixels. Border bottom, we'll take 2 pixels solid with this color code. And we'll set the font size to 18 pixels. And right here, we're going to give this div a class name of product row. So the image, we're going to give the image a class name of product image as well. So here, products image. And the delete icon will take delete action. So class name here will be product action. So we'll style this as well. The product row, paste it here. Display will be grid. Grid template columns. This will take the same thing that we have here. I'm just going to paste it right here. Align the items at the center as well. Give it a gap of 10 pixels. Padding will take 10 pixels. Border bottom will take 1 pixel solid and this color code. And the font size will take 18 pixels. Now we have the p tags here. So dot product row p. We're going to set the font size to 18 pixels. And we have the product image as well. For the product image, we set the width to 50 pixels. And we'll set the height to auto. Now we'll have the icon. So for product icon here, text align at the center, we'll set the font size to 22 pixels. So right now, this is what we have in our product list. We have all of this. The image here that I'm not showing were those that we're testing with when we're adding products using our Thunder clients while we're testing. So the images we're not showing. And remember that we tweaked the code. So here, now we have the image. So this is what we have now. So I'm just, let's see. Right now, we should be able to delete, but we're here to write the code that would ensure that if we click on this icon, we can delete a product. So let's write the function to delete product. So we're going to we'll close this list.css. In our backend, we already wrote the function to delete product. So what we need to do is to send a post request to remove a product by its ID from our database. Then if the product removal is successful, we should display a response message and then refresh the product list after deletion. So after the asynchronous function that we've created here to fetch the list of all the products that we have in our database, we're going to create another function to delete a product from database. So here const, I'm going to name it remove product. And it's going to be an asynchronous function as well. Now we'll pass in the ID, underscore ID. Then we'll have our try catch block. Try catch statement. In the try block, we would send a post request to remove a product by its ID. So here const response will be equal to await axios dot post into bracket backend URL. We'll call our backend URL plus our API endpoints to remove products is /API /product /remove, comma. We'll pass the ID as well. We'll send in the ID, then comma, token as well. So here headers will be token. This is for authentication to ensure that only the admin that's logged in can remove a product. And we're going to check, we'll use an if statement to check if the product removal was successful. We'll display a toast notification that the product has been removed. So here, if response dot data dot success toast dot success will be response
response.data.message, and we'll log into console as well. Response.data.message. Then we would refresh the product list after deletion. So await fetch list, the new list after deletion. And we use an else statement if otherwise. So else toast.error response.data.message. And if there's any issue with our try block that want to log in the error in the console in our catch block, and we'll display a toast notification as well. So toast.error error.message. So we're going to copy this function name now, remove product, and when we have the delete icon, we use an onClick method to call the function and remove the product by its ID. So here, onClick, call the remove product function, and we're going to pass the item, comma, item dot underscore ID. So let's test now. If we click on this, we see a toast notification that the product has been removed, and the product has actually been removed. Now we have 4 products left. If we click on this, the other product has been removed. If we click on this product has been removed as well. If we click on this has been removed. If we click on this as well, the product has been removed. So if we add the products now, we have our add products, list products working perfectly well. We've removed all the products that we have in our database, so we can now add new products to our database. So let's add a new product and see if we're going to get it in our products list. Let's add the first product. Let's see this product here, and the product name is going to be special fried rice with chicken, and here we're just going to add description. The category is going to be rice. Let's say the price is 40, and we'll add the product. Product has been added. If we click on products list now, so if we refresh our list, this is what we have. You can see that we have the image, we have the name of the product, we have the category, the price, and the action button here. We can add as many more as possible. So I'm going to pause this video and add as many products as possible so that we can have enough lists that we can display on our front end. So now we've added more products to our list. We have several products with the image, name, category, price, and an action button as well. So we need to, now the next thing we need to do now is to ensure that all the products, all the food products that we've added from our admin is reflecting in our front end. We should be able to get the list of all the products that we've added from the admin panel in the front end. So we're going to close everything that has to do with the admin folder. Close all the pages, close the source folder, close the folder itself. Then we're going to open the front end. So we'll start by opening our app.jsx, and in here we need to get the address for our backend, the URL for our backend. So here, export const. I'm using export because I want other pages components to have access to the URL. So here I'll declare a variable backend URL, and that will be equals to the location for our backend, which is http://localhosts, and the port is 4000. And then we're going to open our food context. In the context file, after the get amount function, we're going to create a function to fetch data from the backend. So I'm going to name the function get product data, and it's going to be an asynchronous function. So here, const get products data will be equal to async. Create our arrow function. Then we'll use our try catch block. In the try block, we're going to send a get request to fetch the products list from the backend. So we're going to have const response will be equal to await Axios from Axios package. We don't have Axios package, so we need to install Axios package. So you press Ctrl+C to terminate the job that you currently have in your front end. Then I'll type in Y. So right here, we're going to install Axios, npm I Axios. So while this is installing, we'll continue writing our code. So here, cost response will be equal to await axios dot. We're using the get method. So backtick with our $sign, we'll get the backend URL from our app file / our API endpoints. So here, slash API slash product. We want to get the product list. Product slash lists. Let me close this. Okay, so Axios package has been installed. Let's check our package.json. We have Axios here installed. So to know if this response is successful, let's log into console. Response.data to see if we're able to get the list of all the product that has been added from the admin panel to the front end. And right here, before our return statement, we're going to use the use effect hook to fetch the product data when the components mount, and we'll call the function to fetch and set the product data. So here, we're going to have use effects, create our arrow function, then we'll call the function get product data, and we're going to have an empty dependency array to ensure that it runs only once when the components mount. So here, comma, empty dependency array. So right now, we've already stopped the job. So we'll open our code again, npm run dev, so that we can have access to the front end in our local host. So click on follow link. So now we're going to inspect this page and check in our console if we're able to fetch the list of the product from backend. I'm going to click on inspect, right click, then click on inspect. So right now we're not getting anything at the backend. Reason is because we did not import the Axios package at the top. So we're going to come here and we're going to import Axios from Axios package. So now we should be getting, okay, so here, success true, products array of 8. These are all the list of products that we have at our backend. Special fried rice with this and that, and that's it, down to freshly baked pepperoni. If we check the admin, that's the same thing we have. Special fried rice with chicken down to freshly baked pepperoni pizza. So we're able to get the list of our products from the backend. So now we're going to use an if statement to check if the request is successful. We want to update the product state with the fetched data so that only the product from the admin panel will be displayed at the front end. So now we're going to have if response.data.success. We want to set our product, set product. We'll call the set product setter function. So response.data.products. And if otherwise, so we're going to use an else statement. We want to display an error message if the API response indicates a failure. So here we're going to have toast dot error response dot data dot message. Okay, this should be else, ELSE. And if there's any error with our try block, our catch block is going to log the error in the console so that we can know what we're having a problem. Error. Then we'll have a toast notification as well. Toast.error will be error.message. So now if you reload the front end, only the product that we added at the back end is going to display here. So you can see the first one is special fried rice with chicken. Second is great spicy boneless chicken. Third is a cup of tequila sunrise and all of that. And that is the same thing that we have here. The same order we have it at the front end. At the admin is the same way we have it here. Okay. Last is freshly baked pepperoni pizza. You can see it here, freshly baked pepperoni pizza. So if I add another product here, if I click on add, let's say I want to add this particular product. Which product should I add? Let me add this second pasta here. And we give it a name. Let's just say this description. And the category is spaghetti, and I give it like $17, and I click on add product, and the product has been added successfully. If we reload our page here, we should get these products now. Stir fried delicious pasta with olive. The price is $17, and you can see that it has been added to our front end.
So now we can get the list of all the products that we've added from the backend in the front end after adding the products from the backend. And also we can test if the category is working. If I click on spaghetti, you can see that we have these two products. This newly added product here is also under the spaghetti category. If I click on pizza, we have these two products here. If I click on rice, we have this special fried rice with chicken. If I click on noodles, we can see these two products here. If I click on chicken, you can see that we have this product here. If I click on drinks, this product here also works. It's also under the category of drinks. And if I click on all products, or the food product will be displayed. So adding product from our admin panel is actually working successfully well. So now that we're able to get our list, the next thing we need to do is to work on our login and sign up. We need to ensure that users are able to log in and sign up from our backend. The users that have already created an account, that means users that have already signed up, they have a token that is generated already for them at the backend. And once you have a token, you should have access to the entire page. You should be able to add items to cart, you should be able to check out and do every other thing that has to do with the front end. So now we're going to write the code that is going to handle it. That is going to store the user's token at the front end and also ensure that they are logged in at the front end as well. So right here in our shop context, we're going to create a state variable that is going to hold the token and the setup function to update our token. So here const token set token be equals use state. By default, we want to set it to empty. And here we're going to export all of it. Let me just copy both token and set token. I'm going to add it to the values that we're exporting so that other components and pages can have access. Token and set token. Then we'll close our context and we're going to open our login page. In the login page, the first thing we're going to do is to access the token set token function from the shop context. So here, const token and set token, and we need, so these two use context, we need our use context because we're getting it from the food context. And food context has been imported here. Also, we need to get our backend URL. So we're going to import the backend URL from app.gsx. We declared our backend URL here. So we're getting, so the next thing we're going to do is to create a state variable to store our user input for name, email, and password. And these are the inputs that we're going to send to the backend. So here, const. The first one is going to be the name. And the setup function set name will be equals use state. It's going to be an empty string. We'll do the same for email. Email setup function set email email, and the use state here as well. It's going to be an empty string, and we'll do the same for password. Const password set password will be equals use state empty string as well. So now we need to create a function to undo our form submission to ensure that once the user submits the form, whether the user logs in or sign up, we're able to send it to the backend and we're able to ensure that the user logs in. So after this set, these state variables that we've created, we're going to create a function, and it's going to be an asynchronous function. So here on submit, I'll name it on submit handler, and it's going to be equals to async. We'll pass events because the user is going to submit. Create our arrow function. First, we need to prevent the form from refreshing the page. So events dot prevent default, and then we use our try catch statement. So try catch here. Before writing the code here, we need to make sure that the form is able to submit. So here on submit, we use the submit method, and we're going to call the submit handler. And for all our inputs as well, we need to ensure that we're able to save our input. So right here in our input field for our name, after the type text, we're going to have an change method if the user changes. So here on change,
We'll call our event, we'll pass our events here, and we'll call the setter function set name to store whatever our user enters. So the name variable. So e.target.value, and the value will be name. So we'll do the same. I'm just going to copy this. We'll do the same for email and password. After the type email, this will be set email. And the value here will be email. For password as well, we'll do the same thing. And this is going to be for set password. And the value that this will store is password. So if our user types any text, the setter function is going to set it in the value name that we've already created here. So now we can continue with our function in the try block. So first off, we're going to check, since for the login we have two states, right? The sign up and login states. So the first thing is to use an if else statement to check if our current state is sign up. We want to ensure that the user is signing up, and we're going to send a request to the registration API. And if the state is logging in, we want to send a request to the login API as well. So first we'll have our if else statement. So here I'll select if else. The condition here is if our current state equals sign up. If the current state is sign up, that means the user is signing up. Then we need to send a request to the registration API. So here const, the usual way, const response will be equals await Axios from Axios package, and Axios has been imported. And we're using a post method because we want to send details to the backend. We'll call our backend URL, which we have defined here. Backend URL. Then we'll concatenate plus our API endpoint /API /user /register. Then we're going to send the name, email, and password, since the user wants to register. Name, email, and password. Recall that when we're building the function to register user at our backend in user controllers, we're requesting for name, email, and password in our body, in requested body. So right now in the front end, we're also going to send in the name, email, and password. So now we want to check if the request is successful. We want to save the token in a global state. So here, if response dot data the success, save the token in a global state. Set token will be response dot data the token. And also we're going to show our success message using our toast notification toast.success response.data.message. That means the message is going to display is the account created successfully. So here, else, we use an else statement in case if there is else, we display a toast error notification as well. Response.data.message. Okay, so this is for if our state is sign up. And then let's test it. So let's test this now. Let's try to create an account. Let's say we want to create an account, and let's just say demo, and the email is going to be demoaccounts@gmail.com, and the password, I'm just going to paste a demo password. If you click on sign up, you can see that we're getting here that the account has been created successfully. So now we need to ensure that once a token, if an account is created successfully, that means the token has been generated for the user. If a token is generated, we want to redirect the user instantly to the home page. So let's do that. So right here, before our return statements, we'll use effects, create an array function. Then if token is available, we want to navigate. We should navigate to / and here we'll pass token as our dependency array, right? But this navigate here is not the navigate that we want to use. We want to use navigate from React Router though. So that means that in our food context here, we should import use navigate from React Router DOM, and we'll declare a variable that's going to store the navigation function, which is what we have already done at the beginning here. So let's see if we have exported the navigate. We have right here, we've done that. Back to our login, we're going to add this to what we're extracting from our food context. Okay, so we're having an error. Use navigate has already been declared. I forgot that. So we're extracting navigate as well, so that we can navigate to the home page after successful login or once an account has been created successfully. So let's try this now. Let's create an account. Let's say Susan, and the email is susan@gmail.com, and the password is Susan. Let's say 1234, and I click on sign up. An account has been created successfully, and as you can see, it has navigated to the home page. It has redirected us directly to the home page because we're using the use navigate from our React Router DOM, and we can get a toast notification here that account has been created successfully. Now, the next thing we need to ensure that our users are able to log in. Okay, so let me just cancel this. If I click on login and sign up now, nothing is working because the token has already been saved. The user is already logged in. Okay. Only if we click on logout, then our user will be able to log out and log in back or create a new account. So, but let's finish the function to ensure that users are able to log in. So right here, we'll continue with our code. And the else statement, this is where if at the beginning, the if statement is if our current state is sign up, we should do this. Now, if otherwise, that means if our current state is login, we want to send a request to the login API. So here const response will be equal await axios dot, we're using the post method as well, post backend URL, concatenate it with our API endpoints / API / user / login. We'll add a comma, and we'll send in our email and passwords. Email, comma, passwords. And also, we use an if statement to check if response.data.success. We're going to save the token in global state as well. So here, set token to response.data.token. And also want to display a toast notification. Toast.success is response.data.message. And we'll have an else statement as well. After this if statement, if there's an issue, toast.error error.data.message. And our catch block is just going to, if there's any issue with our try block, our catch block will log in the error into the console. Error. Toast.error as well will be error.message. So right now, if we check, right now we cannot log in. Normally, we're not supposed to be able to log in if we're already signed in, right? But because I refreshed the page, we're able to, it's going to log us out because we have not saved our token in our local storage. So we're still going to work on that later. But now let's try to log in now with the accounts that we've created earlier. So we created this demo account earlier and the password as well. If I click on sign in, login successful, and you can see that it has redirected us to the home page. Okay, we're redirected to the home page and the user can do whatever they want to do. If we have not refreshed and we try to click on login or sign up, we would not be able to log in or sign up only if we log out, right? But if we refresh, we need to re-log in and re-sign up. So we're going to work on that to ensure that even if the user refreshes, they are still able to be logged in. Now we need to work, first off, we need to work on our logout to ensure that users can log out. So right here in our components, we have our navbar, right? And that's where we have the list of all the login, sign up, and all of that. That's where we have this, where is it? This logout option here. So in the navbar, we need to write the function to handle our user logouts, right? And also, so in our food context, we need to get our token and set token. So I'm just going to come here and copy the two token, get token, and we're going to extract it from our food context. I already comma here. So token and get token. Then we're going to create a function that is going to undo login and logout. Not login, I meant logout. So here, let's create a function. I'm going to name the function const logouts will be equal to, it's going to be an arrow function. We need to redirect to the login page once the user logs out. So navigate. We need to extract navigate as well. Navigate to /login page as the user clicks on logout, and then we're going to clear the token from the state. Set token will be set to an empty string. So right here in our p tag, we're going to use an onClick method. OnClick, and we're going to call the logout function logout. So right here on our home page, login, if you click on others, I will click on logout, it's going to redirect us to our login page. Okay, so the user has successfully logged out now. So let's log in again and see if we're able to log out. I will enter the password and I'll click on sign in. And we're going to get a response message, login successful. So login is successful. If I try to click on login or sign up, you can see that we cannot log in or sign up because we're already logged in. If I click on others, if I click on logout, it's going to redirect us back to the login. So the user has logged out successfully. We can log in and log out. Let me try to log in again. The password and the email account. If I click on sign in, login successful. But if we, let me cancel this. If we try to log in again, we cannot log in again because we're already logged in. But if we refresh now, the user has been logged out. So we need to ensure that the user's token is saved in our local storage. So we're going to open our login page that we have right here in the if statement, in our try-catch block, where we're checking if our current state is sign up. We need to, after this toast the success, we're going to save the token in the local storage. So here, local storage dot set item. We're setting our token. Response.data.token. And we're going to do the same thing to the login state. So I'm going to copy this and paste it here. So no matter how our user refreshes, the token will be saved in the local storage. So let's test this out. Let's log in now with this demo account and the password as well. If we click on sign in now, login successful, right? And if we try to log in again, we cannot log in. But if we refresh now, let's see if we can still log in. Okay, we can still log in. And now in our navbar, we need to remove our token in the authentication from our local storage once the user logs out. So here, local storage dot remove item. We want to remove the token so that the user will be logged out. The user will be able to log out successfully. So the next thing we need to work on now is our cart. Now that our users are able to log in, sign up. So now I want to ensure that once a user that is logged in or is registered adds an item to the cart, we're able to receive the items we're able to save the products, the food items at our backend, and also we're able to receive it at the admin panel for that specific user. So for each user that registers or that logs in, they add like different items to the cart, and we're able to get the items in our orders page at the admin panel. So we're going to start with the cart controllers. I'm going to close everything in the front end. So I'll close this, then I'm going to open my back end, open controllers. Then in controllers, I'm going to create another file. And the new file is going to be for cart controllers. .js. Press enter. So for these cart controllers, we're going to create the function to add products to our user's cart. We'll create function to update the cart. We'll create function to get the user's cart. So we're creating 3 asynchronous functions. So the first one is going to be function to add products to users carts. So here we're going to have const. I'm going to name the function add to cart be equals to async, and it will request and respond. We'll pass request and respond, create an arrow function, and we have it here. Then we'll create another function to update the cart. So here I'll give it update cart, and it's going to be an asynchronous function, request and respond, and we'll create another function to get the user's cart. So I'm going to name it get user cart to be equal to async request respond, and then we're going to export all of this, add to carts, update carts, and get user carts. So after this, we're going to create our cart routes. So in the route folder, we'll create a new file, and name of the file is going to be cartroutes.js. Press enter. So in our cart routes, we're going to create the route for each of the function in our cart controller. So we'll start by importing our express package. Import express from express package, and then we're going to import the functions which we're getting from here. So we're just going to copy it right here, and I'm going to paste it in between. So here from cart controllers dot forward slash controllers slash cart controllers.js, and then we're going to create the instance of an express router for our cart router. Const cart router will be equals express dot router. Then we're going to define the cart to get our user's cart. We'll create the cart to get add to cart. We'll create the route. Sorry, we're going to create the route for our user's cart. We'll create the route for add to cart, and we'll create the route for update cart. So right here, cart router dot post method. We're going to use post method. The API endpoint will be /get, and we're going to render the get user carts for the first one. We'll do for the second one, cart router dot post method. API endpoint will be to add to cart, comma. We're going to render the add to cart function here. Then cart router dot post method as well. The API endpoint will be updates, and this route is to update the carts. And finally, we're going to export our cart router so that other components can make use of it. Export default carts router. And then we open our server.js to add our cart router to it. So after the products, we're going to have app.use /API /cart, and we're going to render our cart router. Let's see. Okay, it has imported right here. So the next thing we're going to do now is to create a middleware function to authenticate the user before allowing the user to add items to carts. So this is just to ensure that a certain user, a specific user, a registered user to be precise, can add items to carts. Okay, so no user without an account that is visiting the website can add items to carts unless they are registered. We need to ensure that they have token generated for them. Users with token are users that are registered, right? So we want to ensure, using middleware authentication, that a user that is registered or logged in can add items to carts. So if a user is not logged in, they cannot add items to carts because we have no token for them. So right here in the middleware, let me close this route. So we're done with the route. In the middleware folder, we're going to create a new file, and name of the file is going to be alt.js because we want to authenticate the user. So first, we need to import our JSON Web Token package to handle authentication using JWT token. So here we're going to import JWT from JSON Web Token package. Then we're going to create the middleware function to authenticate the user. So here I'm going to give it a name, const alt user, and it's going to be an asynchronous function as well. It's a request, respond, and we're also going to pass next to it. This is respond. Okay, I'm going to create our arrow function. Before writing the entire code, we need to export the alt user middleware so that it can be used to protect other routes. So export default alt user. Okay, so right here in the code, first off, we need to extract tokens from request.header. So here, const token will be equals to request.headers. Guys, don't forget to subscribe. If you have not subscribed to my channel, please do subscribe. Drop a comment and let me know how this tutorial has been so far. So let's continue. Next thing is we're going to check if no token is provided. We want to return a response prompting the user to log in. So if not token, we want to return response.json. Success will be false. And the message will be login to add items to cart. So if a user doesn't have an account, obviously they cannot log in. So we want to ensure that the user creates an account before they can add items to cart so that we can identify who the user is. Then if the token is provided, we use our try catch block. In the try block, we need to verify the token using the JWT secret stored in our environment variable. So const token decode will be equal to JWT.verify token, comma, process.env.jwt underscore secrets. Then we're going to attach the user's ID, which is decoded from the token, to the request body for later use in the request. So here we're going to have request dot body dot user ID will be equal to token decode dot ID. Then we'll proceed to the next middleware or route handler. So we're just going to call in the next. If there's any error with our try block, our catch block is going to. So here we just log the error in console error, and we'll generate a response as well. Response.json success false message is error.message. So the next thing we're going to do is to open our routes again for our cat routes. So we need to ensure that users that want to be able to have access to the get user, the route should be authenticated. So here I'm just going to add the alt user from the middleware. Okay, so that users that want to add items to carts, that want to view their cart or update their cart are authenticated, meaning that they are logged in. So let's start the logic for this add to cart function. So we'll start with the add to cart function, and we're using our try cart statement. In our try block, the first step is to get our user's ID and item ID from request.body. So const user ID item ID will be equals to request.body. Then we're going to fetch user data by their ID. So const user data will be equal to await user model dot find by ID user ID. Okay, this is user model.js. We need to always add it. Okay, so we're fetching the user data by their ID, and we're going to initialize cat data if it is missing. So let's cat data be equals to await user data dot cat data. And we're going to check if the user exists.
we want to would continue, but if the user does not exist, we want to display a response. We want to generate a response that the user is not found. So if user does not exist, if not user data, return response.json success false message user not found. Let's close this. After this if statement, we're going to check if the product with the given item ID already exists in our cart data. So we're going to have if cart data item ID if the product exists, we want to increase the quantity by 1. So we're going to have cart data item ID should be plus equals 1. Else, if the product does not exist in the cart, we want to initialize it with a quantity of 1. So cart data item ID plus equals 1 as well. After the if statement, checking if the product exists, increase the quantity by 1. If the product doesn't exist, initialize it by 1. We're going to update the user's cart data in our database using the user's ID. So we're going to have await user model dot find by ID and update user ID, comma, cart data. And also, we're going to send a response, a JSON response indicating success and a confirmation message. So, response.json success true message. It's a product added to carts. And if there's any error with our try block, our catch block is going to undo that. So first we need to log in the error in our console. Error. And we need to generate a response for that as well. Success false message error.message. So next is the function to update our carts. We use a try catch block. In our try statement, we're going to destructure the user's ID, item ID, the size and the quantity from request.body. So const user ID, item ID, quantity be equals request.body. And we're going to fetch the user's data from the database using their user ID. So we'll create a variable that is going to store that. Const user data will be equals to await user model dot find by ID user, find by ID user ID. Also, we'll retrieve the current user's current cart data, and here we're going to have let cart data be equals to await user data will be equals to user data dot cart data, and we're going to update. We'll update the specified product size with the new quantity in the cart. So here, cart data item ID will be equals to quantity. And we're going to save the updated cart data back to the database for the user. So we're going to have await user model
dot find by ID. Find by ID and updates. User ID, comma, cat data. After this is saved, we're going to send a success response indicating that this cart has been updated successfully. So here we're going to have response.json success sure, comma, message cart updated. This should be caps lock and this should be P. Okay. If there's any error with our try block, the cat block is going to undo that. So I'm just going to copy what is in the other cat block, which is the same thing. We'll log the error in the console, generate the response message to indicate that the success is false, and display the message error.message. Finally, we're going to write the code for user's cat to get the user cat. So we use our try cat block, which is the usual. In the try block, first off, we need to destructure user ID from request body. Request user ID will be equals request dot body, and we'll fetch the user's data from the database using their user's ID. First, user data will be equal to await user model dot user model dot, we want to find the user by ID, find by ID user ID. And then we check if the user exists in database. If the user doesn't exist, we want to send the failure message that the user is not found. So let's just go straight. If not user data, that means if user doesn't exist, return response.json success is false. Message user not found. And if the user is found, if the user exists, we want to retrieve the user's cat data. And we don't need an await in this case because cat data is directly proportional, is a direct property of the user data. So here we're just going to have const cat data equals user data dot cat data. Then after this, we're going to send a response, a success response, telling us that we have the user's cat data. So response.json success sure, and we'll pass the cat data itself. If there's any error with our try block, our cat block is going to handle it. So I'm just going to paste this. We're going to log the error in console, then generate a failure message that this is what is wrong with the code. So now that we have the code to add items to carts, to update carts, and to also get users carts, we're going to use it in our front end. So I'm going to close the backend folder, open my front end folder, and in the food context.js, we have a function already that is adding items to cart for us. And here we created a copy of the current cart items to avoid directly mutating the state. So right here we've added all the items to cart and all of that. So now we're going to check if the user is authenticated. That means if the user has token, we want to sync the cart update with the backend. So we're going to use an if statement. If token is available, that means if the user is authenticated, we use a try catch statement. In our try block, we're going to send a post request to the backend to update the carts in the database. So here we're just going to do await axios dot post method. Then we'll have our backend URL. We start with a backtick $sign backend URL /API /carts, that is our API endpoint, /add, and then we're going to send the item ID and also the headers for the token. So headers will be token. Headers will be token. And if there's any error with our try block, our catch block is going to handle that. So we're going to log the error in console.log error, and we'll display a toast notification. Toast.error will be error.message. Also, to update the cat quantity, we have the function to update cat quantity right here in our food context. We need to sync that as well with the cat updates in our backend. So we're going to do the same thing. Check if token is available. That means if the user is authenticated, we use a try cat statement. In the try block, we're going to send a post request to update the cat on the backend. So here, await axios dot post method, our backtick $, we'll get our backend URL with our endpoint API /API/cat/updates, and we'll send in the item ID and quantity and our headers as well. So headers will be token. And if there's any error with our try block, our catch block is going to handle it. So we'll just basically copy and paste the same thing, because we're going to log in the error. I'm also going to display those notifications showing that this is the actual error. Then we need to create a function to fetch our user's cats from the backend. So I'm just going to have that after the function to get our product data from the backend. So we'll create a function to fetch the user's cat data from backend, and this is going to be const. I'll give it get user cat. It's going to be an asynchronous function, and we're going to pass token. Use our try catch statement. In our try block, we're going to send a post request to get the user's cat data, passing the token in the headers for authentication. So here, const response will be equals await axios dot post method $, backend URL. Okay, this should be $, backend URL /API endpoint, which is /API/cat/gets. We use the get method to get our user's cat, and we're going to send an empty object. Then also we'll pass the token in our headers. So here, headers the token. And we use an if statement to check if the request is successful. We want to update the cat items state with the received cat data. So if response.data.success set cat items with response.data.cat data. And if there's any error with our try block, the catch block will handle it. So we'll log the error in the console and we'll display a message using toast notification. So the next thing we're going to do now is to use a use effect hook to check for an existing user's token and fetch the user's cat data. So here we have use effects, create our arrow function. If no token is present in the state, but one exists in the local storage, we want to use it. So if not token, and we have a token in our local storage dot get item, and the item we want to get is our token. We're going to set the token state. So here, set token with local storage dot get item, token, and also we need to fetch the cat data using the stored token. So here, get user cat local storage dot get item to token. And we're going to add an empty array here as our dependency array to ensure that it runs only once when the component mounts. So here we're going to have an empty array. Also, with the values that we're returning so that other components and pages can have access, we're going to add the get this new function, get user cards function that we just created now. We're going to add it to it. Get user cards. So now let's test this out. We're already logged into this account for demo account at gmail.com. We'll try adding an item to cart now. Item has been added to cart. If we click on our cart page, you can see here that we have this item added to our cart. We can increase the quantity. So if we try to increase, we're getting an error, request field with status code 44. Let's inspect and see what we have. If I click on console, let's see, we're getting failed to load resources. The server responded with status code 44. Let me click on this. We're getting cannot get API, cannot get /API/cart/update. Okay, this cart is supposed to be CART. So we cannot update the user's cart because there is an error with our API endpoint to update the quantity of item in the cart. So let's see, await axis the post our backend URL /API/ okay, this is supposed to be cart, CART, not CAT. Okay, so let's go through this together now. Let me close this, open this again. Let's add this item to cart. Okay, now let's try to increase our quantity. If I click on this, you can see we can increase and decrease, and the prices are reflecting. So I'm just going to close these two error tabs. Now, if we open our MongoDB, that is our database, we click on user. So if we refresh now and we check the user, which is demo account at gmail.com, this is Zach, this is John, this is demo account. If we click on our cart item, cart data, you can see that we have an item already. It's giving us one item. So let's increase the quantity of the item in our cart. If we increase it to 2 or 3, and I refresh again, and we check it again, our cart data is showing that we have 3 items in the cart for this user, for the demo account at gmail.com user. So earlier on, there was a typo error in our alt.js. Ensure that this is token decode.id. While I was typing, I entered user ID by mistake, so make sure you correct this. Make sure it is token decode.id. If it is not .id, you might not get anything in your cart data. So I just wanted to correct that. So let's continue with our code. So I'll close the backend, and now we can now get our users' cart items in our cart data. We can increase quantity, we can decrease quantity, we can add more items. So let me come here and add more items to the cart. This item has been added to this cart now. If I refresh the cart page, if I refresh the user page in our MongoDB, and I click on the cart, you can see we have 2 different items. This is their item identification. The first one, this is the item ID for the second one. The first one has 3 items, the second one has 1 item. We can add as many items as possible. We can add this, and we can increase and decrease the quantity that is going to be updated in our database. So let's say for the 4th item, 1, 2, 3, 4, we want to increase the quantity to about 5. If we refresh our database, we're going to get, so if we click on the cart data, you're going to see that the 4th item has 5. We have all the items that were added here. So the cart data is working. So the next code we're going to write now is going to have to do with the orders. So when the user clicks on checkout, if they've selected the list of items that they've added to their carts and they want to proceed to checkout, and they select the payment option, fill in the shipping address, and they place the order, we want to ensure that we're able to get all the information that they filled here, including the cart data, key information from the cart data in our database. We want to ensure that those informations are stored in the database, and also we're able to retrieve it at the admin panel, and also we're able to display the orders in the orders page for the user at the front end. So let's get to that. So we'll start by creating our order models. I'm
going to close this food context, close our front end, then I'll open our back end. In the models, I'll create a new file and I'm going to name it other models.js. In the other model, so we'll start by importing Mongoose library to interact with MongoDB. So here we'll have import Mongoose from Mongoose package. And then we're going to define the schema for the user in MongoDB. I meant we're going to define the schema for the order in our MongoDB. So here const order schema will be equal to new mongoose dot schema, open our brackets, then open our curly braces. We'll start with the user ID. User ID. The type of the string. Then it's going to be required. True. Add a comma. We need the items. The type will be an array. The items will be for our cart items. Required will be true as well. We need the amounts. Type will be number. Required true. So instead of having to type this required true, I'm just going to copy it and I'll just be pasting it. Then we'll have address. Type will be an object because that's where we're going to store our user's address detail. Required true. Next we'll have the status, the order status. Type string. Required true as well. We need the payment method. Type will be string. Required true. Then we need the payment itself. Type will be boolean. Required true. And by default, we want to set it to false. Add a comma. Then the dates. Type will be number. Required true. So after this, we're going to create a mongoose model for the order collection. If the model already exists, we're going to use it. Otherwise, we're going to create a new one. So here comes order model will equals mongoose dot models dot order or mongoose dot model. We create a new one. Order comma order. Order schema. And finally, we're going to export the order model so that other components and pages can have access to it. It's supposed to be exports of common. So the next thing we're going to do is to create our order controllers. So on the order folder, I'll create a new file. On the controllers folder, I'll create a new file and I'm going to name it order controllers.js. In the other controllers, we're going to create the function to place order using cash and delivery. We're going to create the function to place order using Stripe. And we're also going to create function to verify Stripe. We're going to create a function to get all orders from the admin panel, to display user order to the front end, and update order status from the admin panel as well. So we'll start by placing order using cash and delivery. So I'm just going to name the function place order.
and it's going to be an asynchronous function to requests and respond. We'll pass in request and respond. This is the first function for cash on delivery. We'll create another function for payments with Stripe. So here, const place order Stripe. It's also going to be an async arrow function. We'll pass in request and respond. Then we'll create another function to get all orders from our admin panel. So here we're going to have const all orders will be a sync arrow function. The parameter will be requests respond. After this, we'll create another function to get user orders for front end. So const user orders, and it's going to be an async arrow function, and the parameter will be requests and response. Also, we'll create a function to update the order status from the admin. Const update status will be equal to async arrow function. Parameter will be requests and respond. And we're going to export. So here we're going to have export default. Now it's going to be export curly braces. We'll start with. We'll have the first one is place order. So here, place order with Stripe. All orders. User order. And we have update status. So we're going to create our order routes. So in the routes folder, we're going to have order routes.js. Now order routes, we're going to import express from express package. Express. And then we're going to import all the functions from our order controllers. So best thing is to just copy all of this and we'll just paste here. So we're going to import curly braces, paste everything in the curly braces. Let me close this. From controllers /controllers/order controllers.js. Then we're going to create an instance of our order router. So const order router will be equal to express.router. So we'll start by creating the route for our admin features, which is going to be getting all the list of all orders and also updating status of orders. So we're going to have order router dot post method. Then we'll create our endpoints, which is going to be lists, comma. We're going to render our function all orders. So this is all orders. And for the admin to be able to view all the orders, we want to ensure that the admin is logged in, which means that we need to deal with authentication, which we've already done right here in our middleware, the admin auth. So we need to add the authentication to the API endpoint here. So we're just going to have admin auth here. I'll add a comma. And right here, we need to import admin auth from our middleware /admin auth.js. So here, admin auth.js. So we've added authentication to this. So ensure that only when admin is logged in can they view the list of orders. Then we'll do for the next one, updating status. And here, we're going to have order router dot post method into brackets status, which is going to be the API endpoint. Add our admin auth as well. Then our function is going to be the update status function. So this two is for the admin panel. Then we need to create the API endpoint for our payment features, which is payment on delivery and Stripe payment. So here, order router dot post method, our endpoint for placing order using cash on delivery. We're just going to have place. We'll add our comma. We want to ensure that the user is authenticated as well. We've already done user authentication in alt user for our middleware. So, and here the function is place order. So we're going to import the authentication as well. Import alt user from // middleware / alt.js. So this is for payment on delivery. The second one will be for Stripe payment. So place order Stripe. The API endpoint is Stripe. We're authenticating the user. We're placing order with Stripe, which is the same thing that we have here. Next is for our user features, which is going to be the front end. We want to ensure that users are able to see the list of all their orders. So here, order router dot post method as well, / user orders, comma, authenticate user as well, comma, user orders. And finally, we're going to export our order router. Export default order router. So now we're going to open our server.js and we're going to include the API endpoint for our order router. So here, app.use / API / order, comma, order router from our order router.js. Let's see, it has been from order routes.js. So now I'm going to close our route as well. Then we can now write the code for our order controllers. So we're going to start with all orders, which is going to be the function to get all the order list for our admin panel. So we use our try catch statement. In the try block, we're going to fetch all orders from the database using the order model. So const orders will be equal to await order model from our order models file .js. We're going to add .js here. Order model .find. Open our brackets, then we'll pass an empty object. And then we'll send a response message to the client, including the retrieved orders. So here, response.json, success, true, with the orders. If there's any error with our catch block, with our try block, our catch block is going to handle it and display the error. Plug in a console error, response.json, success, false, message could not fetch orders. Okay, so this is to fetch all the orders at the admin panel. Now to display the orders for the user at the front end. Now for the user orders, we use our try catch statement. At the try block, we need to extract the user's ID from request.body. So const user ID will be equal to request.body. Then we're going to save the orders in our database and sort it as well. So here, const orders will be equal to await order model dot find, open our brackets, user ID, comma, dot sorts the dates -1, and we'll display a message. We generate a response. Response.json success true with the order lists. So here, orders. If there's any error with our try block, our catch block will undo it. So could not fetch orders as well. Then to update status as well, we use our try catch statements. In the try block, we extract the order ID and the status from post.body. So here, const order ID, comma, status be equals request.body. And then we're going to update the status of the specified order in the database. Here and wait. Order model dot find by ID and update. Find by ID and updates. Order ID, comma, status. And then we're going to send the success response to the client indicating that the status has been updated. So here, response.json success is true. Message would be order status updated. If there's any error with our try block, our catch block will undo it. And here the message is just going to be error.message. Next is to write the code for placing order using cash on delivery method. So here we'll have a try catch statement. In the try block, we're going to extract the user ID, the amount, and the address from request.body. So right here we'll have const user ID, comma, amount, comma, address will be equal to request.body. And we're going to fetch the user's data to get the cart item. So const user data will be equals await user model dot find by ID user ID. We're now going to check if user ID is not available. That means the user data is also not available. We want to display a message that the user was not found. We'll use an if statement here. If not user data, generate a response. Success will be false. The message will be user not found. And if the user is found, we'll go to the next thing, which is going to be fetching the product details and include the name in the item array. So right here, we're going to have const items will be equal to await promise.all object.entries the user data dot cart data, because we want to fetch the cart data as well. I want to map using creating an asynchronous function. Then we'll pass our item ID and the quantity. Okay, so in our function, we want to save the item ID for the user. So here, const products will be equals await product model. I need the product model dot find by ID item ID. We need to import product model as well. So import product model from .forward/models slash product models. Now, if no product is found, we want to throw an error showing that the product with the ID is not found. So we want to have if not product throw name error not found. We can just have no product found. And if products are found, we want to return, open our curly braces, the item ID, comma. We want to fetch the product name. So here, name would be product.name. And a comma. We want to fetch the product image. So image would be product.image. I want to fetch the product price as well. Price would be product.price. Quantity as well. We need to fetch the quantity of the product. So after this object entry, after this const items where it closes, we're going to check if the length of the item is equal to 0. That means if there's no items at all, we want to show that our cart is empty. So if items.length equals 0, return a response.json into success false, and the message is going to be cart is empty. That means if no product is found in the cart, and if product is found in the cart, we want to prepare the other data object. So here, const other data be equal to user ID. That will be the first one. Const other data will be equal to, supposed to be a curly braces, user ID, comma, the items, comma, the amount, comma, the address, the payment method. By default, is going to be cash on delivery, comma, the payment, and we're going to set it to false as well, and the date. We want the current date, so we're going to use .now method. After creating our order data, we're going to create a new order document and save it. So here, const new order will be equal to new order model, order data, and we'll save it. Await new order dot save method, and we're going to clear the user's cart once we already have our order data in the orders page. So here, await user model dot find by ID and update user ID, comma, the cart data. We'll set the cart data to empty. We'll set it to an empty object, and we'll generate a response order placed. So here, response.json success is true, and the message is going to be order placed. If there's any error with our catch block, with our try block, our catch block is just going to log the error, and the message that will display will be order could not be placed. Okay. Now that we've created the functions to handle placing order with cash on delivery, user orders, update status, and all others, we'll come back to place order with Stripe later. But we need to sync all the functions with our front end. So I'm going to close this. Then I'm going to open the front end folder, open the pages. We'll start with our checkout page.
In the checkout page, we've already created a state that is going to manage the selected payment method, and by default, we are setting it to cash on delivery. So now we need to extract the necessary values and function from shop context that we're going to need. First, the first one is going to be our cart items. So I'm going to open shop context so that we can get the actual values from the shop context. So let's close this. We need cart items. I'm going to copy this, paste it here, comma. We need the set cart items, the setter function itself. So let's also set cart items. We need the cart amounts. So here, we'll copy this get cart amount, paste it here. We need delivery fee. This is delivery fee from the values. So paste delivery fee here. We need the product itself. We need token and we need navigate. So token. So I'll add a comma here. We need navigate. And we need products as well. And here we have products. We'll add a comma and we'll paste this. So this is equals use context is shop food context. Food context has been imported right here, and the use context as well. Now we need to create a stage to manage the form input data for the shipping details. So right here, const form data and the setter function sets form data be equals to, open our brackets, use states, we create an object. So by default, the first name we have first name, last name, empty, email as well, streets, the city zip code, city zip code, the states, the phone, and the country as well. So this is going to store the input data. So now we need to create a function that will handle changes in our input field and update the form data state. So after this, we're going to create a function and we're going to name it on change handler. We'll pass events as the parameter. And in the event, we're going to extract the name attribute of the input field that triggered the event. So here, const name will be equal to event dot target dot name, add a comma, add a semicolon, and we're going to extract the current value of the input field. So here, const value, although we have no current value in each of the input field, we're going to pass it later, the target dot value. And we're going to update the state, which is the form data, while preserving the existing value. So here, set form data with, we'll pass data, we'll create an array function, we'll pass data, open our brackets here, and right here, we'll keep the previous form data. So data, by spreading the data, comma, we'll have name. We are updating only the field that's changed right now. So here, value. So this function is going to handle the changes in the input field and update the form data. Now, in our form itself, this is our form. For each of the input field, for the first input field is for first name, so we're going to pass the value here. So this is value, and this is form data. We're getting the value from form data dot first name. Then on change, we use the onChange method to call the onChange handler, which is the function that is handling the changes that will be made in the input field. Okay, so the second one is for last name. We'll do the same thing. So better still, I'm just going to copy this and I'm going to paste it right here. And this is going to be for last name. Use an onChange method to call the onChange handler. The third one will be for email. So I'm going to change this value here to email. Next one will be for phone number. I'll change this here to phone, which is going to serve as the value. Next one will be for street address. Paste it, I'll change this to street. Next will be for city. I'll do the same thing, paste. Just change the value to city. This one will be for state, paste. Change this to state. Then this here will be for zip code. Do the same thing, change the value to zip code. And lastly, we have the country. I'll change this to country as well. So now we're going to write the function that is going to handle the submission. So I'm going to name the function on submit handler. Const on submit handler. And it's going to be an asynchronous arrow function. And the parameter here is going to be an event. First, we need to prevent defaults from submission behavior. So here, events dot prevent defaults. Now we'll use our try block. So here, try catch statement. In the try statement, we're going to create our other items, and it's going to be in an empty array. So here, let other items be equal to empty array. Then we're going to look through the cat items to extract the product details. So we use our for statement for const items in cat items for another for statement here for const item in cat items item. We use an if statement to check if the item is in the items. So if cat items item greater than 0, we want to find the product details from our products list. So here const item info will be equal structured clone products dot find products. I want to find our product ID dot underscore ID that matches with our items. Then we use an if statement to check if there's an item that matches with the item info. We want to assign the quantity. So here we're going to have item info dot quantity will be equal to cat item. And also we're going to add to other items array. So here we're going to have other items
dot push,
the push method.
item info. So after the for loop,
We're going to create the other object to send to backend.
so here, let order data be equal to,
Open and curly braces. We need the shipping address.
so here, address, oh no, address, from data, by the comma,
We'll add the list of the ordered products.
so here,
Items,
other items,
and then we need to get the total order amount, including the delivery fee.
so we have
Item
amount, we call the get cut amount
amount function.
close delivery fee. After this,
We would now undo different payment methods. The first payment method is cash on delivery. So we'll use the switch case to undo the payment method.
so we're going to have switch.
Statements.
So here, the switch method, the first case value is for cash on delivery. So COD,
Just with a short form.
so the first one,
We need to we'll send the order details to backend for cash on delivery.
so we have const response equals
And wait.
Axios from Axios package. Let's see if Axios package is imported. We have our Axios package here.
Dot
Post method. We need our backend URL. So here, backend URL, and it has been imported here. I'm pressing tab actually to select it so that it can import it.
so backend URL.
Close.
We concatenate this with our API
API endpoint / API / order
/
place. And we'll send in our order data as well.
comma. We need to ensure that there is a token for the user that we're sending in the orders.
So here we're going to have headers token for authentication.
And we use an if statement to check if our request is successful. We need to clear the cart items after successful order placement, and we need to redirect the user to the orders page.
So here, if response
Data
success set cart items
to an
empty
object,
then navigate to / orders page.
the orders here is the route that we're using at our front end.
Okay,
So
we'll use an else statement.
in case if it goes otherwise,
Otherwise, we want to display a toast notification. Toast from React Toastify .error response .data .message.
and if there's any error with our catch block, with our try block,
Our catch block is just going to log the error in the console.
error,
And we want to display a toast notification. Toast.error
error.message. So our form itself is a submit form.
So here we're going to use the onSubmit method to
Call the function.
onSubmit handler.
So now we're going to test our checkout page. We have items in our cart already for this user demo account. So I'm going to click on proceed to checkout. Then I'm going to select cash on delivery. That is by default. We're still testing with cash on delivery. So the first name,
I'm just going to give it demo. So if you type anything,
nothing is actually working because there's a little error somewhere. The error is coming from here, from this our unchanged handler. Because right here, we're saying that we want to extract the name attribute of the input field that will trigger the event. But in our input field, we have no name attributes at all. In all of our input field, we have no name attributes. It's just the type, the value, the unchanged method, the class name, and the placeholder. We don't have any name attributes. So right here,
we're going to have name. And the first one is for first name. The second one will be name, and this is for last name. Copy this and just paste it here. Name, and this is for email. And the next one is for the phone. So here, name, phone. Then the next name attributes will be for the streets. And another name attribute here, name. This will be for city. Another name attributes will be for states. The next input field, the name attribute will be for the zip code. Zip code. Okay. And finally, our last name attribute will be for country. So now we should be able to type in the field. Okay, so let me just say demo. And the last name is account. And the email, let's say demo accounts@gmail.com. Phone number, we'll just pick a random phone number. Street address, let's pick the street address. City, let's say island. States, Lagos. Zip code, just a random zip code. And if we click on place order now, cannot access item before initialization. Okay, let's check that. So if I right click on inspect. Okay, so on the console, we're having reference error, cannot access item before initialization on submit handler function. So if we click on this, let's see where we're getting the error. Let me click on it again. So we're getting the error here. So we're supposed to add an S here for items. Now let's see if the error persists. Let's try again. Demo account. Where is account? Let's just see demo flavor, the email, demo account, this phone number, the street address, the city, the state, the zip code. This is just a demo. And if I click on place order, so let's try placing a new order now with the same demo account. Right now we have nothing in our cart. Previously we had about 12 items in the cart, so I had to delete the entire cart item so that we can start afresh. So now let's add new items to the cart. This is the first item, second item, and the third item that we're adding to our cart. And on the cart page itself, we're going to click on checkout. Let's say I increase the quantity of this. Now we're going to click on checkout. We're selecting cash on delivery. So first name, let's say demo flavor, email address, demo account, phone number, just a random phone number, street address, city, country, zip code. And if we click on place order now, okay, we're getting this error, set cart item is not a function. So right here in our checkout page, we're clearing the cart after successful order has been placed. So that means that in our food context, we did not pass set cart item as a function. So here, set cart items, we need to output it as well. We need to add it to the values that other components and pages can have access to. So if we place the order now, let's head back here, place a new order, 3 different orders. And I click on cart page, click on proceed to checkout, fill in the details, phone number, street address, city, country, zip code. If I click on place order, it's going to redirect us to the orders page. We're going to create the orders page, the entire code in the orders page. So now we're going to check our, let me refresh, in our MongoDB. We're going to check for the orders. So this is the current order that we have here. We have 3 items in the order. First item, you can see cup of tequila sunrise, the image, the price, and the quantity too. This is the second item, grilled spicy boneless chicken, the item ID, the image, the quantity, and the price. This is the third item, and this is the address, which is storing the shipping address, the first name, last name, email, street, city, zip code, state, phone number, country, the status of the order, payment method, the payment, and the date. So this order is working. Now we need to create our orders page in front end and admin panel as well, so that we can fetch all the orders and have it displayed on this page.
So I'm going to close food contexts and checkouts. Then in the pages, I'm going to create a new page, a new folder, and the name of the folder is going to be order. Okay, we already have a folder for order already, so I'm just going to open it. Okay, so right here, the first thing we need to get is to access token and currency from our food context. So here, first, token, currency will be equals to use context will be food context. We need to import the food context. So import food context, imports food context from dot forward slash context slash food context. Then we'll create a state variable to store our order data. So here, const order data, set order data be equals to, and we're going to initialize this state with an empty array. And then we're going to create the function to load our order data from backend. So we're going to have const. I would name the function load order data be equal to, it's going to be an asynchronous function. And it's going to take no parameter. We use our try catch statement. In the try block, we're going to check if no token is available, we want to exit the function. So if not token, return null. And if there is token, we want to send request to fetch our user's order. So we're going to have const response will be equal to await the usual axios from axios package dot post method. Then we need our backend URL from our app, concatenate it with our API endpoint, which is dot forward slash API slash order slash user orders. Comma, then an empty object, and we need the headers for token. Headers will be token. So I'm going to close this so that we can have a bigger space. Next, we're going to use an if statement to check if our response is successful. We want to let all our orders item. We want to display everything. So if response dot data dot success, let all orders item be equal to, then we're going to loop through each orders and extract the individual items. So we'll loop through the response dot data dot orders dot map. We'll pass order here, create an arrow function, and we're going to map through the order. So order.items.map, we pass our item. Then we're going to add the order details to each item. So here, item, the status first, be equal to order.status, semicolon, then the payment, item, payment, will be equal to order.payment. Then we'll have the payment method as well. Item, payment method will be equal to order.payment method. And we're going to have the date. Item date will be equal to order.dates. Then we're going to add all the items to our orders item. So here, all orders items dot push method item. And right here, we'll log the data to see in our console response.data.
And we need to reverse the order to show the most recent order and update the state. So set orders data. So all orders items dot reverse. We'll use the reverse method. If there's any error with our try block, the catch block is going to log the error in the console. And then we'll use our use effect to fetch the data whenever the token changes. Okay. Use effects, call our arrow function, load order data, and our dependency array is going to be the token. So here we pass token. Now we can now design the UI for our order. We'll create a div tag with the class name of order container. In the order container, we'll have another div tag for our order title. So for order title, we'll have an h1 tag that will display my orders. After this div tag, we'll create another div tag. And in this div tag, we're going to map over our order data. So here we're going to have order data dot map. We'll pass item and their unique index number. Create an arrow function. Then we'll display individual orders with their key information. So here we'll have a div tag. So this div tag will have the class name of order item container. And it will have a key to uniquely identify each orders. And the key is going to be index. Then we're going to have the order item details. So we'll have another div tag with the class name of order item details. In the order item details, we have an image for the order that we want to display. And the source is going to be item.image. We'll give it the class name of order item image. Class name order item image. After the image, we'll have another div tag. In this div tag, we're going to have the item name. So we'll have a p tag with the class name of order item name. And this is going to be item.name. After the name, we'll have our order item info in the div tag. So order item info. And this is going to take two p tags. The first one is going to be the price, or we need the currency, and the item.price. The second one will be the quantity. So we type quantity. And for this quantity, we're going to have item.quantity. After this div, we'll have two p tags. The first one will be for the date, and the second one will be for the payment method. So here we have dates, and we use a span tag. We need the new date, so we'll use the new date method. We need the current date, so new date item dot dates dot so local string. And we're going to give the p a class name as well. So here, class name, order item dates. The second p tag will be for the payment method. So we'll give it the class name, order item payments. And the p tag will be for payment method, the text. Payments. We have a span tag as well. In between it, we're going to get the item.payment methods. Then after these two divs, we'll create another div tag for our status container. dot status order item status container. In the status container, we'll create another div tag for the order item status. In our order item status, we need the status indicator. So a p tag is going to do that. It will have no text. Then we have another p tag that will take the text item dot status. After this div, we'll have a button to track the order, and the text is going to be track order. But in the button, we need to use an onClick method to load our order data. OnClick method we'll call load order data, and we'll give the button a class name of track order button. So if we check our orders page now, this is what we have. This is the latest order here, the image, the name, the price, the quantity, the dates and time, the payments, the order place, and the button to track order. This is the second item, and the image is actually very big. So these are the items that we placed an order on. Okay, and if we check our console as well, I click on console, we have the orders displayed. This order are displayed here. So this is working now. We need to start our orders page. So we're going to create our orders.css. We have the page already, but first we need to link it to our GSX file. So import ./order.css. So we'll start by styling our order container. In the order container, we'll have a padding of 2 rem. The border top will take 2 rem as well. And we have our order title, the H1 tag. Font size will take 30 pixels. Then we have our order item container. So for the order item container, we'll set the padding to 1 rem. It's supposed to have a dot since it's not a tag. Then our border top will take 1 pixel solid with this color code. Then we have our border button. We'll take the same value. I'm just going to copy this and place it here. Then the text color should take this color code. Display is going to be flex. Justify content, space between. We'll give it a gap of 6 rem. Then we have our order item details. So for the order item details, display would be flex as well. Align items, flex stats. Gap would be 8 rem. And we'll have a font size of 0.9 rem. Then we have the order item image. For the order item image, the width, we'll set the width to 6 rem. Then for order item name, that is the next thing we need to style. Oh, Ctrl Z, Ctrl C. For the order item name, we'll set the font width to 600. And the font size, we take 1.2 rem. Then we have our order item info. For the order item info, display would be flex. Align items at the center. Gap will take 0.77 rem. Margin top will take 0.5 rem. The font size will take 1 rem. Now we have the other item dates and payments. So we're styling this together. And the other item payments. Dot other item payments. We'll have a margin top of 0.5 rem, followed by our other item status container. Style this as well. Display with the flex. Align items at the center. We'll have a gap of 6 rem. And we have the other item status. For other item status, display with the flex as well. Align the items at the center. Gap will take 0.5 rem. Then we have our status indicator. The width will take 0.5 rem. Then the height will be 0.5 rem as well. The border radius will set it to 50%. 50%. And we'll set the background to this color code. Then we have the track order button right here. We'll set the border to 1 pixel solid with this color code. And the width will take 15 pixels, 150 pixels. The height will take 30 pixels. Align items, align self will be center. We'll set the font size to 1 rem. And we'll set the font width to 500. The border radius will be 1 rem. And if you hover on the track button, I want to change the background color to red. So right now, this is the orders that we have. We'll start the page. This is the first order for this user. This is the second order. You can see the image, the name of the product, the price, the quantity, the date and time when the user placed the order, the payment method, which is cash on delivery. So now we need to create the orders page for our admin panel as well before we now work on the Stripe payments gateway. So I'm going to close the orders in our front end. We'll close the entire front end folder. And we're going to open our admin panel now. And in the pages, we're going to open the orders page. So first off, before the admin is able to view the order, we need to ensure that there's a token available. So right here in our app.js, we're going to pass token as well. So I'll copy this and paste this here, then I'll close it. Back to our orders page. In the orders, we're going to pass token as a parameter. So first off, we need to use a use state to store the orders that we're going to fetch from our backend. So here, const orders, and the setter function set orders will be equals use state, and we're going to initialize it with an empty array. After that, we're going to create a function that will undo fetching all orders from the backend. So I'm going to name the function fetch all orders. And it's going to be an asynchronous function. Async. And it's going to take an empty parameter.
In the function, we're going to check if there's no authentication. That means if there's no token, return null. So here, if not token, return null. After this, if there is token, we'll use our try catch block to handle the rest. So try catch statement. In the try statement, we'll check if there's no authentication token. We want to return early as well. We've done that here. So right here, we're going to use a post method. We'll make a post request to get the list of all the orders that we have at the backend. So here, const response will be equal to await Axios from Axios package. We need to import Axios. Import Axios from Axios package. So await post dot Axios dot post method, and we'll have our backend URL from app. So we need to import the backend URL. Import backend URL from app. So here, backend URL plus our API endpoint. We're concatenating with our API endpoints. And this is quote slash API slash order slash lists. We'll add a comma. And also we'll send an empty object at a comma. And we'll also send the token in headers for authentication. So here, we're going to have headers with token. Then let's log the response in our console to see if we're able to generate the list of all the orders from our backend. But before we can see anything at the console, we need to ensure that this function is working. Right now, we're not able to call this function. So we're going to use the use effect hook to fetch all the orders when the component mounts or when the token changes. So we use effects, create an arrow function, and we're going to call the fetch all orders function. And we're going to pass token here as a dependency array. Token as a dependency array to ensure that fetch all orders run whenever the token changes. So if we open our admin panel, food spot admin, and on the orders page here, if I right click on inspect, and I click on console, right here we're getting an object. In the object from orders.jsx, in the object, if we check our data, success here is true, order array is 2. This is our headers for our token. Because we're logged in, we don't need to log in again. This is what we have here, orders. We have 2 orders from 2 different users. That's why we have 2 orders. The first one, we have 3 items here. First item, second item, and the third item. The second one, if I close this, the second one here, we have 3 orders as well. First order, second. So we have 6 orders in total. And if we check our orders page from the front end, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 orders. First one being special fried rice with chicken. If I check the first one that we have here, you can see it's special fried rice with chicken. That's what we have. Grilled spicy chicken. That's grilled spicy boneless chicken. That's the same thing that we have here. If I expand it more, you can see the name. The price is 26. Quantity is 1. The first one, the quantity is 2. Price is 28. As you can see here, this cup of tequila cocktail, the quantity is 2. The price is 28. And that is the same thing that we have here. Quantity 2, price 28. We have the name, we have the item ID, we have the image that we are storing in our Cloudinary and all of that. So we're able to get all our orders here. Now we need to display it on the screen for the admin to see. So now that we're able to I'm going to comment this console out. And we're going to use an if statement to check if the API can be successful. We want to update our order state. So here, the response.data.success sets orders to response.data.orders, and if otherwise, which is going to be an else statement, we want to display a toast notification, toast.error response.data.message. And if there's any issue with our try block, our catch block is just going to log the error in console and also display a toast notification error.message. Now let's design our UI for the orders page. We'll have an h3 tag with a class name of order title, and the text is going to be all orders.
After this h3 tag, we'll have a div tag with a class name of other container. In the other container, we're going to have our table, and the table is going to take a class name of other table. In the table, we're going to have thread. We're going to have the table head, and after the table head, we'll have our table body. But in the table head, we're going to have the row, table row. Then we'll have how many? We're going to have about 12 table headers. The first one will be for customer's name, so I'm just going to write customer. The second table header will be the email. The third will be telephone for the phone number. The fourth will be the shipping address. The fifth will be the product name. The sixth will be the quantity. The seventh will be the items. That is for the number of total items. Then we'll have the price, followed by payment method, maybe cash on delivery or Stripe. And then the next one is going to be payment status. Followed by the dates. And we're also going to have delivery status. Okay, so that is for the head. And in our table body, we're going to map over our orders. This orders here. The orders here, we're going to map over it. So in our table body, orders.map, pass order and index number, create our arrow function, we'll create our table row. So this is not supposed to be a curly braces. Let me just have Ctrl Z, Ctrl Z, Ctrl Z. So this is going to be a regular bracket. We'll have our table row, and the key is going to be index. In the table row, we'll have our table data. The first one is going to have the first table data here. We're going to have order.address, because we're getting the details from the address property. Address.first name. The second table data is going to be order.address.email. So I'm just going to copy order.address because we're going to be using that a lot. So I'm going to copy this. Copy. The next table data would be order.address.phone number. So if you're wondering why we're using order.address, let me show you. In the console, in the object that we're getting, in our data for our orders, so we're getting from orders to get the customer's name and their email. Let's check the first order. You get the customer's name, email, country, city, first name, last name, phone number, state, zip code, and street from the address object. And you're going to get the items itself, what they order, from items object. So that is why we have to go through orders.address.first name, orders.address.email, orders.address.last name, orders.address.phone, if you want to get for phone number, for city, and if we want to get for the items, what they got is going to be orders.item, and we're going to map over that. It's going to be orders.items.map over this array. Then we can now access maybe the quantity of what they are getting and every other thing. So for the payment and payment method and status that we have here, it's just going to be order.payment method, order.status, order.user ID, and all sorts. So let's continue. You can see that we're already getting these details here. After the phone number, we need to get the street address. So table data, we're going to have order.address.street, comma, order.address.city. We need the city, order.address dot, we need the states, comma, order.address dot country. For the country, let me close this. And also we need the zip code. So here, order.address.zip code. So after the full address, the next table data would be for the product name. So for that, we're going to map over the items, like I said earlier. And in between these, we're going to map over order.items.map, pass item, and their index number. So the first one will have a p tag. And for this p tag, we're going to have item.name. That is the name of what they are getting. And we'll have a key, which is going to have the index number. After this table data, we'll have another table data. And in this table data, we want to map over, we want to get the quantity. So here, we're just going to copy what we have here. I'm just going to copy this and paste it here. And this is going to be item.quantity in a separate table data. So let me add. So the next table data is going to be order.item.the length, which is going to be the quantity, the number of items. Then we'll have another table data for the payment method. So here we're going to have order for, this is going to be for the order amounts. So let's start with that. We need the currency, and also we need order.amount. And the next table data will be for the payment method. Table data. This is for order.payment method. And we'll have another table data for the, we want to check the payments, the payment status. So here, order.payment. We use a ternary operator to check whether it is done or it is pending. And also, another table data will be for the current date when the order was placed. So here, new date, order.date dot to local string. After that, we'll create another table data, and that is going to be for the selection for our order status. So here we're going to have select tag. For the select tag, we're going to pass the value, and the value is going to be order.status. In our select tag, we'll have a class name as well. So let me just give it a class name here. The class name is going to be order status. So in the select tag, we're going to have the options that we can select from. So we're going to have 5 options. The first option is going to be order placed. Second option is going to be packing. The fourth option is going to be shipped. Next option will be out for delivery. And the last option will be delivered. So for all this value here, it's going to be the same text that the option will display. So I'm just going to copy this and paste it in between the tags. Out for delivery, that's the same thing that's going to be here. And delivered as well, that's the same thing that's going to be here. So for this selection now, to update the status, we need to create a function that is going to undo that as well. A function that is going to update the order status when the admin changes it. If the admin changes the, by default, we're going to have order placed. So if the, after the order has been placed, maybe the order has been shipped, the admin needs to update the user at the front end that their order has been shipped, their order is out for delivery and all of that. So let's create a function that is going to undo that for us. So after this fetch all orders function, we're going to create the function to update the order status when the admin changes it. So I'm going to give the function the name status handler, and it's going to be an asynchronous function. And the parameter is going to be an event because the process of clicking by the admin is an event. And we're going to pass the order ID as well. In the function, we'll use our try catch statement. In the try statement, we'll send a post request to update the order status. So here we're going to have const response will be equal to await axios.post method. Call our backend URL. And we're going to concatenate it with our API endpoint /API/order/status. And also we're going to send the order ID and the new status. So here we're going to have order ID, comma, status, and the status that we're sending is based on the event.targets.value. Whatever the admin clicks on is going to be the status. Whatever option the admin selects from the select option will be the status. And also we're going to send authentication token. So here headers will be token. So we'll use an if statement to check. If the status is updated successfully, we want to fetch the updated orders. So if response dot data dot success await fetch all orders. If there's any issue with we want to display the error, and also we want to display toast notification as well. Error.message. And in the select option, I'm going to copy this function because we're going to call it in the select option that we have here. So in the select tag, we'll use an onChange method. When the admin changes from this option to this option, then we'll create an arrow function. We'll pass our event as a parameter, and we're going to call the status handler function. And also it's going to take event order dot underscore ID. So right now, we have an error. Let's inspect and see the error that we have. So first off, we have cannot read undefined property reading length. Okay, we're going to check that. We have a reference error. Currency is not defined at order.gsx. So here I just comment this out. So we're going to come back to this. So where are we using currency? Okay, we're using currency here in front of the amount. We need to get our currency from app.gsx. Okay, right here we have not defined the currency that we want to use. Export const currency should be equal to dollars. Okay, so I'm just going to copy this and I'm going to paste it right here at the comma, paste currency. Okay, so we don't have any error again. These are the two orders that this particular user has placed over time. This demo account. Now let's start with this so that it can look better. So we're going to open our admin folder, orders.css. First off, we need to import our CSS file, .orders.css. So let's start. We'll start with our order title, or let's start with the orders container. Okay, for orders container, the width will be 100%. Overflow on x-axis will be auto. This is to enable horizontal scrolling. Then we have our order table. So for the order table, the width will be 100% as well. And also border collapse. Border collapse will be collapse. And we're going to have white space, no wrap. Then we have our TH and TR, table head and table data. So here dot order table ch, comma, dot order table cd. Padding will take 12 pixels. Border will be 1 pixel solid with this color code. Text align left. Then we're going to have the table header itself, dot order table ch. The background color will take this color code, and the font width will be bold. Now we have the other status. Let's see. This is where we have our other status. So we're just going to copy this and paste it here. Remove this first quotes. For the other status, padding will take 6 pixels. Border radius will be 5 pixels. The border will take 1 pixel solid hash, this color code. And the background color will be white. So right now, this is what we have. You can scroll, scroll, and scroll. Okay, so something is missing. Customer email, telephone, shipping address, product name, the quantity, item price, payment method, the payment status. Okay. The price, we're missing price here. We're missing the items, the number of items. We need to get the items. If we head back here, I'm going to uncomment this. This is supposed to be order.items.lengths. Let's see. Okay. The customer's name, email, the telephone, shipping address, very complete, the street name, the axis, the states, the country, and the zip code. We have the name of the products that the user orders, quantity, and the number of items here is 3. The quantity for each of the item, we have 2 of these, 1 of these, 1 of these, and the number of items that this user order is 3. The price is 134. Payment method, cash on delivery. Payment is still pending because the user is here to make payments. This is the date when it was made, and the delivery status as well. So we can change this to packing. Let's check our front end. So we've selected packing here. If we check the front end now, even without reloading, it's going to track the order, and it's showing here that this package is packing, this is packing, this is packing. If we change it now to shipped, if we come back here and I click on track order here, you're going to see that the user is going to see the status shipped, shipped, shipped. So for the second order, let's say it is delivered, and we select delivered. If we come back here and we click on track order, you're going to see delivered for this, and delivered for this, because the account made an order for these 3 items and it has been delivered. Okay, so the status is working. Now we need to, this testing that we've done now is for cash on delivery. We need to write the function that is going to undo payments with Stripe. So first off, we need to create a Stripe account. So we're just going to Google Stripe here. And on Stripe, we're going to click on the official website, open the website. So this is Stripe official website. You're either going to sign in if you have an account. So this is the official website here, looking good. So click on sign in. If you have an account, if you do not have an account, new to Stripe, create account, create the account and follow the steps. So I'm just going to sign in now, and it's going to lead us to the dashboard. So after successful login or sign up, you're going to get to your dashboard, and this is the test mode here. So on the dashboard, you're going to get this section here for developers. So here, this is the publishable key and the secret key. So over on the secret key, and then right click so that you can copy it. Then we're going to open, let me close all this other page here so that we'll be left with our backend. I'm going to close the admin page and the front end as well. So in the backend, we open our env file because we need to put the Stripe secret key here. Stripe secret key will be equal to, you paste what you just copied make sure it starts with SK for the secret key. If it starts with PK, is the publishable key. Then after this, we're going to open our orders controllers so that we can create the function for placing order using Stripe. So right here, we just have like a small intro here. So before anything, before any of the functions, we need to initialize our currency. So here, const currency will be equal to, we're using US dollars, so USD, and we need a delivery charge as well. Const delivery charge will be equal to, we're using $12 in this case. Now we can continue, but we need the gateway as well to initialize our Stripe. So here we're going to have const Stripe will be equal to new Stripe into brackets process dot env dot Stripe secret key. So we're just going to copy this keyword here and we're going to paste it right here. Okay, the Stripe secret key. Now back to the function right here. I'm going to delete this. So right here we use our try catch statements. In the try block, we're going to extract the user's ID, the amount, and the address from the request.body. So here, const user ID, comma, amount, comma, let me delete, we have a double O here, it should be single, address from request.body, so here request.body, and then we're going to get the origin URL from request headers, and we're going to use it to redirect URLs in Stripe. So here, const origin will be equal to request dot headers would fetch the user's data from the database using the user ID. So we'll create a variable, we're going to store that, and the variable is going to be user data will be equals await user model dot find by ID user ID. Let's not forget to import the user model at the top. Okay, so we have user model already. Then we're going to check if the user does not exist. We want to return an error response. So here we use an if statement to check if not user data. Then we want to return response.json success false, comma, message user not found. Let me close this so that we can have a bigger screen. And if the user is found, we're going to retrieve the user's cart items, mapping each item to fetch the product details. So here, const items will be equals await promise all dot all, open our brackets. Then we're going to have object dot entries user data dot cart data dot map. We'll create an asynchronous function, async arrow function, and the parameters here is going to be the item ID and quantity. And here we'll create const product will be equal to await product model dot find by ID the item ID. And after this, we're going to return the product ID, the name of the product, the image, and the price of the product. So here, we're going to have return, open our curly braces, item ID, which is representing the product ID, name for product dot name, comma image, which is going to be product dot image, comma price, and it's going to be product dot price, and we'll have quantity as well.
And after this, after retrieving the user's cart item, mapping each item to fetch the product details, we're going to check if the cart is empty. We want to return an error response.
So if items dot length equals 0, we want to return response dot JSON success false message cart is empty. After this if statement,
We are going to create a new order object to store in the database.
so here we're going to have const order data. Order data will be equals, open our curly braces.
We're going to add the user's ID,
Placing the order. So here, the ID of the user placing the order,
the list of items in the
cart, which is going to be items, the amount, that is the total amount of items, the address, the payment method. In this case, is going to be Stripe. Payments, which is going to be false. And the date is going to be the current date, date.now method. Okay.
Then we're going to save the new order to the database. So we'll create a new variable const
New order will be equal to new order model order data, and we'll save it and wait. New order dot save method.
Also, we need to add a delivery charge as a separate item in the Stripe checkout.
So here we're going to have
Line
items dot push currency will be currency,
comma
product data
product
underscore data would be the name. And this is not supposed to be in a quotes. Name will be delivery charge. So all of this is supposed to be in a curly braces.
and this is the label for delivery charge. That's going to be the label for delivery charge.
Then we'll add a comma,
And
we need to get the unit amounts as well. So we're converting the delivery charge to cents. Delivery charge times
100.
So this right here is supposed to be in our price data object. So I'm going to cut this, and I'm going to have price data, and we're going to paste this here. This is supposed to be
A semicolon.
okay. So after this,
We're going to have, we always charge delivery per order.
so we're going to have quantity,
And it's going to be 1. And then after this, we need to create the checkout session with success and cancel URLs. In the sense that if the payment is successful, we want to redirect on a successful payment. And if it is a failure, we want to redirect on a payment failure. So after this, we're going to come here.
and we're going to have const sessions, and this is what is going to be our URL for success and failure payment dot checkout dot sessions dot create, open our brackets, then our curly braces. The first one is going to be for the success URL, success underscore URL. We'll start with a backtick, open, use our $sign, then open our curly braces. We'll get the origin for the URL, slash verify success. In this case, since we're using the success URL, success is true, and order ID will be equal to another $sign, open a curly braces, new order dot underscore ID, then why the comma, and we're going to use this as well for the cancel URL. That is, if the payment is not successful, cancel underscore URL. I'm going to copy what we have here, and I'm going to paste it right here. Success here will just be false if the payment is not successful. Then I'll add a comma, and we're going to add the items to be purchased, which is the line items. Add the comma, then we'll set the mode of payment. Mode will be payment. So we need to send back the Stripe session to the front end for redirection. So here, response.json, success is true, comma, session URL, session underscore URL will be session dot URL. Okay, and if there's any issue with our try block, the catch block will log the error in the console. So log in console error. So now in our checkout page, which will be on the front end, so pages in the checkouts, we have the switch method that we're using here, and the first case here is for cash on delivery, and the next case is going to be for the payment with Stripe. So after this break here, we'll create another case, and the case is going to be Stripe. Case no curly just Stripe, STRIPE. Then we'll have our colon. So for the Stripe, we need to send order details to the backend for Stripe payments. Okay, so let's do that. We're going to have const response Stripe will be equal to await. We use post method, axios.post, open our brackets. We need our backend URL, and we'll concatenate it with our API endpoint, /API /order /Stripe. That is the endpoint for payment with Stripe. We'll add a comma. Let me press enter after this comma. Then we'll send our order data and also the token for authentication in the headers. Headers will take token. After this, we'll use an if statement to check if the Stripe response 6 is a success. Then we should return the session URL, and the window should redirect us to Stripe payment page. So here, if response Stripe dot data dot success, we want to get the session URL first. Session SUSSION underscore URL. In case if you're confused about the spelling, just head back here and see what you have. This session URL here, you can just repaste. Imagine I made a typo error. Session URL will be equals response Stripe.data dot data, and then the window should redirect us to Stripe payments page. So here we're going to have window dot location dot replace into session URL, and if otherwise else, we want to display an error message. Toast dot error response Stripe dot data dot message. So earlier on here, if we scroll up, we can see that this Stripe here is showing that if you hover on it, we will not find the name Stripe. Do you mean Stripe? We need to import Stripe from the Stripe package, from Stripe. Okay, so that this Stripe can work. So let's test now using Stripe payments. We'll head over to the home page. Let's select this pizza. We're adding it to cart. Then we'll click on our cart page. Click on proceed to checkout. And now we're paying with Stripe. First name, I'm just going to use the email. We're going to use this email, sample@gmail.com. Street address, phone number. We're just going to pick random. And if I click on place order now, you can see that it's loading. And now it has led us to the Stripe payments page. You can see we have the price here. We have the name of the item here. Freshly baked pepperoni pizza. The price as well is here. Delivery charge is here. And the price is here as well. So if the user does not make payments now, it's going to lead us to the cancel URL. So let's say I press back. You're going to see it here. Verify success is false, which is the same thing that we had here. The same thing that we have here for the cancel URL. We're getting the origin of the URL. Verify here success false and the order ID. That is the same thing that we have here. This is the order ID for the product, for the freshly baked pizza. Okay, so let's try again now. Let's add more to what we are ordering. Let's say we want to place order for this grilled spicy boneless chicken as well. Now we have two items, and I click on proceed to checkout. Stripe. I'm selecting Stripe. I'll select the name, flavor, just a demo account. I don't want us to repeat the same account, so let's select another account. Let's select this email, sample@email.com, phone number, street address, city, state, country, and the zip code. And we click on place order. Now we're going to get the details. The price, the total price here, $53. The freshly baked pepperoni pizza here is 15. Grilled spicy boneless chicken is 26, and the delivery charge is 12. So we can get the items that we order as well on the page, because we have the code here to list the price. In our price data, we're getting the currency, the unit amount, which is the delivery charge, the quantity, and also in our line items as well, which is where we're converting items into Stripe required formats for checkout session. We are listing our product data, and it's going to give us the name .item .name as well. So right here, we're going to select card payments. Let's just pick a random email, demoaccount@gmail.com. We need to get information. Since this is testing, we're just going to get Stripe dummy card number. So here I'm going to have Stripe dummy card. If I click on this, it should lead us to the page to test card. Okay, so this is the testing page right here. Once this finishes loading, we're going to have a sidebar here. Let's test card by country. I'm going to select test card by country. I'm going to pick United States, and in the checkout, I'll paste what I just picked. I'm just going to select a random month. Let's say 3rd of 27. CVV, we'll just type in a random number. Card name, and the country is going to be United States because that's what we selected. Zip code, just the random zip code. If I click on pay now, you can see here, verify success is true, and we have the order ID. Now, after this verification, we need the verification page. So instead of just leading us to a blank page, we should get a notification that order has been placed successfully and our cart is going to be cleared, and it will lead us back to our orders page. But there will be a notification. So we need to create the verification page. So instead of having a blank page right here, let's work on the verification. We're going to start with
writing the function that will undo the verification at our other controllers. So right here, after the place order function, we're going to create another function that is very crucial for verifying payment status, and we're going to ensure that only paid orders remain in our database. So here const, we're going to name it verify stripe, and it's going to be an asynchronous function, and it's going to request and respond. First, we're going to extract the order ID, success status, and user ID from request.body. So here, const order ID, success, and user ID will be equal to request.body. And then we use our try catch block. So try catch statement. In the try block, if payment is successful, then we're going to update the order status to mark it as paid. So if success equals true, then we're going to update the order status. So here await order model dot find by ID and update, and update now on update order ID, comma, the payment, we'll pass payment here and we'll assign true to it. Then we're going to clear the user's cart after successful payment. So here await user model dot find by ID and delete user ID. We find the user ID and we're going to delete the user's cart data. So here we'll set it to an empty object and we'll generate the response response.json success true. So if otherwise, so here we're going to have an else statement. If the payment fails, we want to delete the order from our database. So here we'll have await order model dot find by ID and delete the user ID. We'll find the user ID, find by ID and delete the order ID, and we'll generate a success response, a failure response, response.json success is false. So if there's any error with our try block, our catch block is going to handle it. So I'm just going to copy the catch block here and I'm just going to paste it right here. It's going to log the error in console and will send a failure response with error message. And now this verify stripe function here, we need to add it to this as well so that other pages can have access to it as well. So we'll add it here, then we'll create a route for it. So we'll open the order route. Let me reduce this a bit. We're going to have order router dot post method, and the API endpoint will be verify stripe. We'll add a comma. We're going to authenticate this as well. So alt user, comma, verify. We'll call the verify stripe function from. So we'll add it here as well. Verify stripe. Add a comma. We'll close the other routes and other controllers in the backend, and we're going to create a verification page at our front end. So in pages, we're going to create a new file and we're going to name it verify.gsx. So here refc, this is for the verification. First off, we need to import the necessary values from
food context, and the necessary values are navigate, token, and set cart items. So here we're going to have const navigate, comma, token, comma, set cart items to be equals to use context, food context. So the navigate is to redirect the user to a different page. The token is for authentication to verify our user identity, and the set cart item is the function to update the cart items in the context. Then we will now create a React router to access query parameters in our URL. So here, const the state variable is going to be search params, and the setter function will be set search params, and it will be equals to use search params, use search params. So we want to search for the URL parameter, then we'll retrieve query parameters from the URL to indicate whether the payment was successful and also to get the ID of the order being verified. So here we'll have const success will be equals to search params dot get into success. This is to indicate whether the payment was successful. Now we need to get the ID of the order. So here order ID will be equals to search params dot get order ID, which will be present in the URL. Then we're going to create the function to verify the payment status using the backend API. So we'll name the function verify payments. And it will be an asynchronous function. It will be an empty parameter. We use our try catch statement. In our try block, we're going to check if the token, if the user is authenticated, that means if the token is available. So here, if no token is available, so if not token, we want to return null. We should exit early without any delay if there's no token. So here, return null. And if there's a token available, we're going to send a post request to verify the Stripe payment status. So here, const response will be equal to await axios.post method. We'll call our backend URL from app, and we're going to concatenate it with our API endpoint. So that falls the API / order / the endpoint for Stripe verification is verify Stripe. We have that in our other routes, comma. Then we'll send the success and order ID as payload. So here, success, comma, order ID. Also, we include the authentication token in the headers. So here, headers token. And then after all of this, we're going to check using an if statement. If our response is successful, we want to clear the cart items as the order has been placed. And we also want to redirect the user to the orders page. And we're also going to display the success toast notification. So we use an if else statement. So the if condition is if response dot data dot success set cart items to an empty object, navigate, that means to redirect us to orders page, and also display a toast notification using React Toastify dot success order placed successfully. If otherwise, which is where the else statement comes in, if the payment fails, we want to redirect the user back to the carts page and display toast notification that the error has failed. So navigate back to carts, and also toast a failure message that order failed. Now If there's any issue with our try block, our can't block is going to catch it. Log into console, the error. After all of this, we're going to use effects hook to run the verify payment function when the component mounts. So right here, let's see, after this, we'll use effects, create an arrow function, and we'll verify payments when the token changes. So here, we'll call the verify payment function, and we're going to add token as a dependency array. Then now, in our app.js, we need to route this. We need to add this to our route setup. So we'll open our app.js. So right here, we'll add it to the route. We'll have routes, the part here for verify, and the elements. We're going to render the verify page, and we'll close this. Let's see, as the verify page being rendered, why do we have a problem? Ctrl Z, Ctrl Z, Ctrl Z, Ctrl Z, verify page from pages. We'll close this. Then we'll close this as well. Okay. So now it has led us to the orders page because we already checked out earlier. So if we check the new orders that we've placed, freshly baked pizza, payment method here is Stripe. The grilled spicy boneless chicken, payment method is Stripe. This here, payment method is Stripe. These are all the ones that we've made payment for using Stripe. And if we check the backend now, you can see that these latest orders, you can see that the payment method is Stripe. Okay. So the name, the email, the phone number, and every other thing, payment method is Stripe. The first one, sample@gmail.com, the address, the payment method, Stripe, the date and time, and all of that. And if we put this as shipped, if we come back here and let's say we reload, let's track order for the ones with Stripe payment method. If we click on track order here, track order here, track order, let's track order for each and every one of them. This here is already shipped because at the back end, at the admin panel, we have updated here that is shipped. You can see freshly baked pepperoni pizza, $15, quantity is 1, payment is Stripe, and that's the same thing that we have here. Stripe, $27. Let's see. Freshly baked pepperoni pizza. Okay, so this is it. So you can make payments with either Stripe or cash on delivery. So this is the end of this tutorial. Don't forget to like, subscribe, drop a comment on what you want me to build next, and also share this video if you really enjoyed it. And I'll be posting a new tutorial very soon. Don't forget to like and subscribe, guys. Don't forget to like. Thank you.
What if you could book a table at your favorite restaurant from a site you built yourself? Today, we're building Emerald Bistro, a stunning full-stack restaurant reservation system using MongoDB, Express, React, and Node.js. From a jaw-dropping hero section to an interactive menu to an admin panel that gives you control of everything, this project has it all. And trust me, you will stay to the end for the reservation system and our sleek admin dashboard. We're starting with the front end, the heart of customers' experience. First, we'll create a sleek navigation bar with a dark background, our brand name Emerald Bistro on the left, and Crepes link to the right with home, reservation menu, and contact. Then comes the visual punch, a hero section with rich background image of food that makes your mouth water. Centered on the top is our message, where luxury meets diner, Emerald Bistro, and a button to call to action, book a table. Next, we would bring the menu to life. And trust me, this is not just a menu section. We would build an elegant menu section where each item is displayed as a beautifully styled card with image, name, description, and price. And we'll create a category-based filtering section where users can filter category based on their choice. But what is a restaurant without reservation? Let's bring the experience full circle. Now, we would build a fully functional reservation form with name, email, phone number, reservation date, time of reservation, number of guests, all seamlessly validated and submitted to the backend. And on the right side, we would include essential info like location, contact, open time, and icons to stay connected with the restaurant. And here is where things get serious, the admin panel that runs the show behind the scene. Admin will start with a secure login. Only then the dashboard can be accessed. Then, we would create a powerful sidebar with navigation links to add products, list products, get reservation, and log out. In the add products page, admin can upload an image, enter a price name, enter a product name, description, category, price, and then add it straight to the database. In the list products page, all menu items are fetched and displayed with an image, price, name, category, and an icon to delete instantly, and we're going to get a notification that the product has been removed. In the reservation section, every reservation made by the user is shown in a clean table with their name, email, phone number, date, time, guest, and a delete action. So with this button, you can delete the reservation. And the logout section would lock the admin out of the dashboard. So what have we built? A fully functional, beautifully designed, full-stack MERN reservation system, one that looks good and works flawlessly. From front-end to the back-end logic and the admin that controls the entire project, Emerald Bistro is ready to serve. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and let me know in the comment section what you want me to build next. So let's get started. Let's bring Emerald Bistro website to life. So the first thing you're going to do is to create your project folder. I'll create my folder in another folder called YouTube Project. Right click on new folder, and I'm going to name the folder Food Restaurant Reservation System. Sorry, that's what I mean. Restaurant Reservation. And I'm going to open this folder in VS Code. So you open your VS Code, then you navigate to File, click on Open Folder, and on the folder you locate where you created the project folder. I created mine in YouTube Project. So here, Restaurant Reservation, I'll select the folder and open it in VS Code. On the sidebar, you're going to right click, then click on New Folder. We'll start by creating our folders. We'll start with the front end. Create the front end folder. We'll right click on the sidebar as well. We'll create the back end folder. We'll right click on the sidebar and we'll create the admin folder. So we're going to start with our front end. We'll right click again and we're going to open an integrated terminal. And right here, you're going to type in this command, npm create vit at latest full stop. Then you press enter. And right here, you're going to see the option to select framework. We're using React, select React. We're using JavaScript. And now you're going to run this command, npm install. And press enter again. And now all the packages for React has been fully installed. We're just going to check them out now and do some cleanups. So we have our source folder, we have index.html. Let's change this
So the name of our project, Emerald Bistro. Okay. And let's close the source folder. Now let's test if this app is working. We're going to run this command, npm run dev. This is going to create the link that would enable us view our React app in our local browser. And right here we have this link. Over on the link and you click on follow link. Now our app is working, as you can see. Our counter button is working, everything is working. Now we need to do some cleanup, then install Tailwind CSS. So right here we'll head back to, we'll delete app.css. Click on delete. Then in our app.jsx, I'll delete everything, Control A. Then I'll use REFC to create the React snippet. To use this shortcut, we need to have this extension installed. We need to have, you head to extension and you search for this extension, EX7 React Redos React Native Snippets. Okay, make sure you install this to use other shortcuts in React. I have mine installed, so do what to install yours. So we'll clean up we'll delete the entire thing in index.css as well. And now let's install our Tailwind. So right here, instead of having app, let's see if it's still going to work. Let's say subscribe to my channel. Don't forget to subscribe to my channel. So right here, you can see that the changes we made has been updated in real time here. Now let's install Tailwind. We need to visit the official Tailwind CSS website. Then you go to the documentation, and in the documentation you're going to see get started with Tailwind CSS. We're using Vite, right? So we're going to follow all this process to install our Tailwind. First off, in our terminal, we need to paste this code. So I'm going to copy this code and I'll head back to the terminal. I need to stop this from working. So Ctrl C, then you type in Y to terminate the job. And I'm going to paste what I just copied. Then move to the next step. In our vite.config, in this case, they're using TypeScript. We're using JavaScript in our case. So it's going to be vite.config.js. We're going to copy this line of code and paste it. So we'll head here to vite.config.js. And we're going to paste this line of code. And then you're going to copy this code as well. And also paste it here. So after React, add comma and paste this right here. Okay, so that's all for the Vite. Then in our CSS, which is going to be index.css, you copy this line of code as well, and you're going to paste it. Index.css, you paste this here. And the next step is to run our terminal now. Remember, we stopped our terminal. So if you check here, our Tailwind has been fully installed. And if you check our package log.json, you can see that in our dependencies, React, Tailwind for Vite version 4 has been installed. Okay, so we're going to run this now. But before that, let's try styling. So I'm going to have this in an H1 tag, Ctrl X, H1, and I'm going to paste this now. So if we try to style now, let's say text 3XL, and the text color should be, you can see now that because we've installed Tailwind, you can see all the Tailwind properties is showing. Text amber, let's say we're using this color code. Okay, so now let's open our terminal again. npm run dev, press enter, and right here we have our link. Click on follow link and you can see what we have. The color has changed and the size as well. So now that our Tailwind is working, the next thing we need to do for the front end is to create our project structure. So in our source folder, we'll start by creating a new folder and we're going to name it components. Then we'll create another folder for context. And then we'll create another folder for pages. Okay, so in each of this, in the component folder, we're going to create a file. And we're going to name the file navbar.jsx. This is for our navigation. Then we'll create another file for hero.jsx. REFC to create React snippets. We'll do the same thing for the navbar, REFC. Then we'll continue with creating our files. We'll create another file for footer.jsx, REFC. We'll create another file for the menu.jsx, REFC. Okay. And we need to create our reservation form. So here reservation form.gsx RAFC as well.
Okay, then I'm going to close all of what I just created now. Hero. Then in the pages folder, we're going to create our own page.
Homepage.gsx. Here as well, RAFC.
Okay. And for our context, we're going to create our menu context later. So the next step is to set up our route. We're here to install, so we need to install another package, and the name of the package is React Router DOM. So I'm just going to open a new terminal. So
We're going to search for React Router DOM.
I've already been to the website before, so make sure you're on this website. This is the URL. And on the right side, you're going to see the installation code. Copy the code and paste it in the front-end terminal. And now we have our React Router DOM installed. If we check package.log.json, you're going to see it right here in the dependencies, React Router DOM. Now we can set up our routes. So we're going to open our main.jsx and wrap our entire application around our browser router. So I'm going to do the strict mode. And here we're going to have browser router from React Router DOM. Browser router. Then the app will be in between the browser router. So I'll paste in my app here. But we need to import our browser router. Import browser router from React Router DOM. So we have wrapped our entire application with browser router. And now we're going to set up our routes. So we're going to delete the H1 tag that we have here. And now first we need to render our navbar because it's going to be at the top of all the pages. So we're going to have navbar right here, and we'll import navbar from component/component/navbar. Then we'll set up our routes, and we'll have our routes without an S. The paths will be for home page. So element, and we're going to render home page. And we'll close this as well. So we need to import routes as well. Import routes. And routes without an S from React Router DOM. Then we're going to import our home page as well. Import home page from pages folder /home page. And then we're going to have our footer that will be at the bottom of all pages. Footer. And we'll do the same thing here. We're going to import footer from our component folder /footer. So if we check now, we're going to have our navbar, our home page, and our footer. So we're going to start with the home page now. So we'll close app.jsx and we're going to open our component, open the navbar, and we'll start work. So right here, I'm going to delete this. If you have not subscribed to my channel, please do subscribe to my channel. We use our nav tag. In the nav tag, we'll have two div tags. For the first div tag, we'll have our h2 tag. And it's going to take the name of the company, Emerald Bistro. And for the second div tag, we're going to have our lists for the links. So we'll have our UL, then LI. We're going to have 4 list items. The first one will take home. The second will take reservations. The third will take menu. And the last one will take contacts. Okay. And if we check here, this is what we have representing our navbar. So we need to style it. So we'll start by styling our nav tag. Class name, display is going to be flex. Justify will be between, and we'll add a padding of 2 rem. We'll set the background color to black
and the text color will be white. Text white. So for our H2 tag as well, the font will be bold. The text size will be 2XL. And for the list items, so we'll style it as well. Display will be flex, justified will be between, and we'll have a gap of 8. So for each of the items, for each of the list items, we're going to style everything at the same time. So class name, font will be bold, text will be large, and cursor will be pointer. If you hover on it, the text color will be amber. 400. Okay, let's see what we have now. Alright, so this is what we have. If you hover on all the lists, now let's create our own page. So I'm going to close nav.gsx and I'm going to open hero section because that's the next thing to do. We need to first render our hero section in our own page. So I'll come here and I'm going to mount it here. Hero. I need to import it. I'm going to import hero from component folder /component/hero. If we check here now, you're going to see hero instead of home page because we already mount the hero section in our home page. For the hero section, we need an image, and for other section, the next section after our hero section, which is going to be our menu display, we need the images there before we're connecting to our backend, which we're here to do. We need to display image in the front end. So now we're going to get all the images from this folder here, from all this. So I'm going to copy all of this and I'm going to paste it to our asset folder that we have here. Here, replace. So all the images have been placed, and right here we have an assets.js file, which is where we've prepared, which is what we're going to use for our asset folder. So I've imported all the images here that is going to be displayed in the menu. This is for the category item, all the category, different categories, pizza, rice, noodles, and chicken. And here, this is for our products. We have an array of objects representing each product. So right here, we have, for each product, we have an ID, a name, a description, a price, image, category, and a date. Okay. So we have several items that will be displayed on the menu. We're going to get to that when we get to the menu section. So now let's work on our hero section. Open the hero section. So right here, this div tag here is the first div tag, which is where we're going to have our background image. Then we'll have another div tag that is going to serve as our transparent dark overlay. This div tag. After this, I'll create another div tag for our centered text content. This is the div tag for that. There we're going to have an H2 tag. We'll have an H1 tag, H1, and we'll have a button. Okay, so let me write a comment so that here is for the transparent dark overlay, and the second div tag here is for the center text contents. Okay, so now for our H2 tag, it's going to take this text where luxury meets diner. Our H1 will take emerald bistro, and the button will take this text as well, book a table. So this is what you're going to see for now. If we style, while styling, we're going to add the background image. So let's get to that. So we'll start by styling the initial div tag. Class name, position will be relative, the entire height will be 100 VH, the width we'll set it to full, and the background will cover the entire thing. The background will be at the center, and we're going to have a background no repeats. So let's add our background image. We need to get the background image from our asset folder, and we're using this image for our background. We're using this image for the background. Name of the image is hero2.jpg, so we need to import it. We're going to import background image. I'll name a background image here from dot forward slash asset folder slash hero2 dot jpg.
So let me close this so that we can have a larger screen.
Here we're going to add style, and we'll add another curly braces.
So we'll call on background image. Background image.
We're using the URL.
You use a backtick first.
URL,
Open our bracket. Then
we use the dollar sign,
open our curly braces,
and we use our background
image that we have stored. And you should see the background image here.
Now for the transparent dark overlay, I made a mistake. Transparent.
We'll style this as well.
Class name. Display would be absolute.
Position,
Would be absolute. Insert,
we'll set this to 0.
the background color will take gray 900.
We'll set our opacity to
30. And we're going to set our Z index to 10.
Now for the centered contents, class name,
Position will be relative.
Z index will be 20. Display here will be flex.
Flex direction will be colon. We want all items at the center, so item center.
Justify content as well, center.
The height should be full, and the text should be at the center as well.
The text color will be white,
So text white, and we'll have a padding of 4.
then for our h2 tag, we'll have our class name.
The text to be large.
On a medium screen,
Our text to be Excel. We'll have a margin bottom of 4. Tracking
widest,
and it will be in uppercase. So uppercase.
while for the h1 tag,
Class name. Text to be 4XL. MD. Text will be 6XL. Font to be bold. And a margin bottom of 6. So here, we'll style the button. Background color will be amber.
400.
The text color will be black. The fonts will be bold. PY will be 3. PX will be 6. Rounded LG. We want a large. And when you hover on it, the background color will be 500. Then we'll add a transition as well. Transition.
So this is the hero section that we're going to have. Our button is not big enough.
Okay, there should be space between this.
Let's see. Okay, so now we have a button. Next would be our menu display. So we're going to close our hero section and we're going to open, let me close this. We're going to open our menu file. Before having anything in the menu, we need to first create our context. So right here, I'm going to create a file and I'm going to name it menu context.gsx. So in the context, we're going to create a simple context that is going to undo getting our products and all of that. So first,
We're going to import React.
the menu context is going to serve as the powerhouse here. We are going to write all the logic. The logic for getting our products will be in our menu context. The function that is going to undo fetching our menu from backend will also be written here in our menu context. So this is like a powerhouse that would enable other components and pages to have access to the products and menu as well. So here we're going to first import React. Then I'm going to get the
Products, import products
from the asset folder that we have here. We have our products here. Okay, so we're going to import products
from dot forward slash asset folder slash assets.
Okay, so now we're going to create our context. First, we need to create our context using create context.
Exports,
We're going to use export so that other components can have access to it.
const menu context will be equals to create
contexts. And we're going to create our context provider function. So const menu context provider be equal to, we'll pass children here. Okay, and we'll create our function. We're passing children as the parameter. And right here, we're going to export our menu context provider. So export default menu context provider. In our menu context provider function, we need to return the menu context provider, and we're going to add the values as well. The values is going to contain our state variable that is going to hold our products and other functions. So here we're going to have return open brackets. Right here we're going to have menu context dot provider. Right here in between this we're going to have children, and here we'll have our value. Add another curly braces, and in the value we're going to pass all the necessary values that other components will use. So here, before the return statement, we're going to create the state variable that is going to handle our menu and a setter function to update the menu when the state changes. So we're going to have const menu, const open brackets menu, comma set menu be equals to use state, and our use state is going to be the product that we just fetched. So here I want to make a simple change. Instead of using menu, let's change this to product. And here we're going to have set products. So this is going to store all the products, all the product item that we have in our assets, and here the setter function is going to update it. Okay, and for the value now, we're going to pass our products so that the menu component will have access to the products that we have here. Okay, so next thing now is to open our main.jsx, and right here we're going to have our menu context provider. Okay, and we'll place our app in between this. Okay, we're going to wrap our entire application around our menu context provider so that the entire application, the components and other pages can have access to the menu context provider. So now we've created our provider now. Next is to start working on our menu. So we'll open our menu. For this menu, as I said in the introduction, we're going to learn to filter based on category. And in our assets.jsx here, in the assets.js, we have our category item here, which is what we're going to be filtering with. So we need to import it here in our menu. So we're going to import category item from assets, and also the next step is to extract our product from our menu context provider. Okay, we're yet to export it correctly. Okay, product, the values here, product. So in the menu, we're going to extract const products will be equals to use context, and it's going to be menu contexts. Ensure that menu context imports immediately so that you won't be having an error. Okay, next thing is to create a state variable that is going to hold our category and a setter function to update the category whenever the category changes. So right here we're going to create a state variable const category setter function set category, and it's going to be equals to use state. We want, by default, we want the category to be all the category. Okay, so now let's design our UI. In our div tag, we're going to create 3 div tags. The first will be for our header. So here we're going to have section header. The second div tag will be for the category button. Category button or selection. And the third will be for our menu display.
display. Okay, so for the first div, we're going to have an h1 tag, and here the text is going to take discover our menu. The second div is where we're going to have our category. We'll have an h2 tag here, and it's going to take this text, explore our categories. Our categories. After this h2, we'll have a list item, ul, and in the list, we're going to map over the category item to display each categories. So here, we're going to have category item that we imported earlier, dot map. We've done the imports here. We'll pass our item, and we'll pass index number to identify each of the category. Then create our brackets, and we're going to list them using li. So the list item, and the list item is going to take item dot category item, category title. Okay, the list is going to take the category title because that is what we want to display. The title, the first title or second title, spaghetti, third, fourth, fifth. Okay, now back to our menu. In our list item, we need to pass a key, which is going to be the index number, to uniquely identify each of the lists. And also, we want to ensure that when the user clicks on the category, it displays the item that matches with that category. Just, we have it here. It displays products that matches with the category. We have category here for rice. We have a category title with rice here. Okay, so here we're going to have on click, create a function, and here we're going to have set category. We'll pass previous as the parameter, and now we're going to use a ternary operator to check if the previous item dot category title is all, then display all category. If it isn't, display the category that matches with the item title. So item, there should be a colon here. If it isn't, we're going to have item dot category title. Okay, so this should not have a quote. Okay, so if the category is all, which is what we did earlier here, by default we want it to be all so that it will display all the products that we have, or the menu. If it isn't, it should display the item that matches with the category title. Okay, so after this brackets here and this curly braces, we're going to style. We'll style later, and now we'll move to the next div, which is for our menu display. In the menu display, we're going to use a logic to check if we have products at all. If the length of the product is greater than 0, we want to filter products based on category and also map over our product array. And if it isn't, we want to display a text that says that no products are available. So right here, let's start. We want to have product dot length is greater than 0. Use the ternary operator. Then I want to do this. If it isn't, we're going to do this. Okay, now let's work on the first bits. Here we're going to map over we're going to filter and map. So product dot filter, we'll pass product here. Products. I want to filter based on category. So if category is all, or category is equal to, so here we're filtering. If we filter product, the filter pass the individual product. If category is all, or the category matches with product that's category. Okay, then we'll continue dot map, open our bracket again, and we'll pass our product once more. Then here we're going to display our div. We'll close the div tag as well. In between this div tag is where this div tag is going to serve as the product card, each product card. So for each of them, we need to pass a key to uniquely identify each of the products. We have product dot underscore ID. So in our product card, we're going to have our image. We'll have image and the source for this image. So this is going to be products dot, the source will be product dot image and the alt will be product dot name. After the product image, we're going to have the product details. That will be in a div tag. And in this div tag, we'll have another div tag. So for this other div tag, we'll have an h3 tag, which is going to be the name of the product. And this is going to take product.name of the product. After this, we're going to have a span tag for the price. In this span tag, we'll have another span tag. And in the other span tag is where we're going to have, here will be for the dots. After this, we'll have our price in dollars, product dot price. After the div tag for our product details, we'll have our p tag for product description. It's just going to be, let me just have like a simple text, a dummy text. Okay. Now, this is for the first bracket. Okay. This is for the first bracket that we have here. That is if there is a product in our database or wherever we're getting our product. If there's no products, we're going to have a p tag and it's going to display no product available. Now we're going to mount our menu in our home page. So after the hero section, we'll mount our menu. And here we're going to have it. You can see we have the discover. I mean, this is for Spag. If I click on this Spag now, you can see that we have two products that matches with it. If I click on all the products will be displayed from the rice, the name, the image, the price, the description. We have a pizza here looking yummy. The name, the price, the description. We have a noodles. We have a drink here, cup of tequila sunrise. We have the price and everything. We have chicken, my best. I love chicken. Okay, so we have chicken, we have Spag. We have all the products that we have stored in, and we have a cup of drink and everything. Okay, so if we click on any of the category, the product that matches with the category is going to be displayed. If I click on rice, we're going to have two products here. If I click on noodles, we're going to have two products that matches with it. If I click on chicken, best of the best. If I click on drink, you can see this now. Okay, so we need to start now. So we'll head back to our menu and we're going to start sliding. So we'll have a class name, px4, py12, max width, let's have a max width of 6 XL, and we want everything to be at the center. Okay, for our section header, the text should be at the center. Margin bottom will be 6. For the text itself, we'll give it a class name. We want to have the text size should take 4 XL. The fonts will be bold. And the text color should be gray. Now for our category section, all text should be at the center. Class name, text, center. Margin bottom will be 8. For the H2 tag that we have here, class name, text should be 2 XL. The font weight should be medium. And we'll have margin bottom 4. Text should be gray, 700. Now for our UL tag, we're going to style this as well. Class name, display would be flex wrap. Justify content with the center. with a gap of 4. Gap of 4.
Now for each list item, we're going to style this as well.
So come here after this. We have our class name. Let me have it on the next slide. Okay,
Class name.
in this case, we're not going to do the regular styling
Because we want to have a ternary operator to check if a category is active, we want to display certain color. If a category is not active, we want to display certain color.
So we use our
Curly braces, and in the curly braces, we use our backtick.
to style the first one. Cursor, pointer, px will be 6, py will be 2, rounded full, fonts will be medium, the text should be small, transition all, and the duration should be 200.
Now, for the styling that's going to have a ternary operator, we use the $, then a curly braces. Now, we want to check
If category equals to item dot category title,
if the category is active. That's the meaning of this line. If it's a category is equal to item with category title, we want to display a certain color, and
which is the background color should be
amber 500.
if it isn't, we want the background color of that
Of other categories to be gray 200, and if we hover on it,
we should want the background color
to be amber 100. Okay, so after our category, next thing we need to do is to style our menu.
So here, class name, display will be grid.
Grid equals 1.
Okay, on medium screen, grid equals 2,
That is 2 columns.
and we'll add a gap of 8.
Then for our products, card, which is also going to be our menu card,
Class name, display will be flex. We want all items at the center. We want a gap of 6. There should be a space. Gap of 6. Padding should be 4. We'll have a border. Border gray
100.
Then border radius
XL,
want a shadow, small shadow, SM,
SM. And when you hover on it, do we need that? No.
let's just have a transition.
Okay, let's add it. When you hover on it,
The shadow will be small.
the shadow will be medium. Sorry.
MD. Oh, SHAD.
Okay. Then we'll style our image. So here we're going to have class name.
The width should be 30. The height will be of the same size.
30 as well.
Object cover,
Rounded form. Then for our product details, the first div tag, give it a class name. Flex will be 1. Flex 1. And the second div tag, we'll give it a class name.
display will be flex,
Justify between items at the center. Now for the product name,
where we have our H3 tag. Text should be large. Font semi-bold.
and
The text color should be gray.
800. Now for our span tag here, we'll style as well.
Text will be large as well. The font will be semi-bold.
The font width,
And the text color, text
amber
600. Position will be relative. And the margin left will be 4.
Now for the second span tag, which is going to have the dot, class name,
Before, the content should be empty. Okay, before.
Okay. Before, we're going to have an empty content.
Okay, let's use a double quote now. Let's use a double quote here. Okay,
Now we have no error again.
before, position should be absolute. Before, the width will be 10. Before, border would be on the bottom, and the border will be dotted. Before, border will be gray. Gray 400. Before,
We'll have a negative left of 12.
before, we'll have a top of half.
Before,
We'll transform, and then we'll add a translate.
translate on
Y-axis, y half.
Okay, that is for the dotted. And then for the p tag that we're going to have here,
Class name, the text size will be small. Text SM. Text color will be gray, 500, and margin top will be 1. Now for the p tag that we have here,
no products.
available, text to be small as well. Whole span will be 2,
And the text color will be
gray, gray 500. So right now this is what we have, all the categories. You can see that we have all the food category. Okay, we should add the margin button on this text here. Okay, if we click on spag, you can see if you click on pizza, if you click on rice, if you click on noodles, chicken, drinks, all categories. Okay, if we head back here, oh, there's no space. Okay, add the space and you can see the difference now. Okay, discover our menu, explore our category. We have different categories. All the products and the images have been displayed. Now we'll move on to the next. So we're going to close our menu contest, and we're going to create our reservation form. So I'm going to close the assets folder as well, and we'll open our reservation form. We'll delete this. But before that, we need to mount our reservation form in our own page. So here, we're going to have reservation form. Okay, now back to the reservation form. I'll delete this, and we'll start by designing the UI. So our reservation form will have one div tag, and in the div tag we'll have our form tag, which will be on the left, and another div tag on the right that's going to be for the address. So in our form tag, we're going to create our form. In our form tag, we're going to have an h2 tag, and it's going to take this text, reserve a table. After the h2 tag, we're going to have an h1 tag that will take this text, dine with us, then followed by a span tag. For Ctrl Z, it should be lowercase, SPAN. And in the span, we're going to have reserve now. After our h1 tag, we're now going to create our div tag. So in the div tag, we'll create another div for each of the input field. The first one will have label, and the text for the label will be full name. After the label tag, we'll have our input field for name. And this is going to, the type will be text. So we're just going to search for text here. Okay, we'll have a placeholder for full name. Placeholder full name. So best thing is to copy this div here and we'll paste it here. We're just going to tweak a little. This is going to be for email. The type here would be email. And the placeholder here will be email address. Let's just have email. Then we're going to have another div tag for phone number. So here we're going to have the label will be phone number. The type will be telephone. And our placeholder will be phone number. Okay, after this div, we'll have another div, and that is going to be for dates. And here, the label will be reservation dates. Reservation dates. The type will be dates. The input type. And our placeholder, we need no placeholder here, since this is going to show as a calendar. So I'm going to delete this. And one thing we need to ensure is that every input field will be required. So we're going to add required for every one of the input field. So after the dates, we are going to have our time reservation. After dates is time. So we'll have the next input field for the time. The label will be time of reservation. Reservation. And the type is going to be, so for the time reservation, is going to be a selection. It's going to be a drop down. So instead of using input field, we are going to use the select tag. Okay. So in our select tag, this is going to be required as well. We'll have our options. And the value for the option will be empty, but the text will be select time. And after the option, we are now going to display our time selection, but we have not yet written the logic, the function that will undo generating time. So we're going to write that soon. Then after this div tag, we'll have the number of guests. So here, this is going to be number of guests. Okay, and it's also going to use a select tag. So option. No, sorry, I mean select. We're going to use select. Okay. So we don't need the name and the ID. Now in the select tag, we are going to display our option, but we need to generate the option from 1 to 10 guests using array.map, and then we're going to create an array of 10 elements from 0 to 9 using the array.keys, and we'll map over the arrays and generate option elements for the guests drop down. So here, what we're going to do, open our curly braces, then open our square bracket, array of 10, like I said, dot keys dot map, we'll pass I, then we'll open our square brackets, and here we're going to have our option tag, and the value is going to be Ctrl Z, the value here is going to be I plus 1 space plus 1. Okay. And the key for each option is going to be I plus 1 as well. Okay, so this is going to generate the option from 1 to 10 guests using array.map. And we're creating an array of 10 elements using the array
intent.keys, and then we're mapping over the array to generate the option elements for the drop down menu. So right here, and our option text will take I plus 1 space guests. The S should be in brackets. Okay. After this div tag, we would create our button to submit, and the button type will be a submit type. I'm just going to say book now. Okay, after our form tag, we'll have the next div tag, which is going to be for the address. So let me just add the space. Before that, we need to get our time. Okay, so we're going to create the function that is going to dynamically generate time slots from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. So right here, const, I'll name the function generate time slots be equal to, open our curly braces, and we'll start the code. First, we need to create a variable that would store the time slot and initialize an array. Const slots be equal to an empty array, and then we'll loop from 9 a.m. to 8 p.m. Final slot will be 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. So we use a for statement for let hour be equal to 9 semicolon hour is less than 21 semicolon hour plus plus. If you don't know about looping, please ensure you learn about it. Then we're going to convert 24 hours format to 12 hours format for the start time. So const start hour, this is for start hour, will be equals to hour modulus 12 equals, we're using a ternary operator. If hour modulus 12 is 0, then it is 12 hours. If it isn't, then we should have hours modulus 12. Okay. And now we'll go for the start period, which is AM for our start time. So const start period will be equal to, you do the same thing, hour less than, if hour is less than 12, use our ternary operator, then it is AM. If it isn't, then it is PM. Okay. Now this is for the start time. We need to convert the 24-hour format to 12-hour format for the end time, which is going to be 1 hour after the start time, 1 hour from start time. So const end hour will be equal to hour plus 1 modulus 12. We'll use our ternary operator, then it's 12 hours. If it isn't, it's going to be hour plus 1 modulus 12. Okay. Const next is for our end period, will be equal to hour plus 1 is less than 12, then that is AM. If it isn't, that is PM. Okay. Then now we are going to create the format for 9 a.m. to 10 p.m., 10 to 11, 11 to 12. So here slots that's push. We use our backtick, then a $sign, our curly braces, start hour, (0, and the start period to the end hour, 0, end period. Okay, so this is going to be the format, and now we're going to return the array of time slots for us to use in our drop down. So we're going to return slots. Then now we can now use it in our drop down for time selection. So we're going to head over here where we have our time selection. In the option, immediately after the option, we're going to dynamically generate time slot from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. by mapping over the generate slot function. So here, generate slots dot map, the function dot map. Then we open a bracket, we pass slots and the index number for each. Open our brackets. So here we're going to have our option. The value is going to be the slot. Slots. In the curly braces, the key will be the index. Key will be index. And the option value is going to be slots. Okay. Now that we're able to generate our time slot already, next thing we need to do now is the address section, which is this div tag that we have here. So we'll create another div tag, and in this div tag we'll have an h3 tag that would be address. After this div tag, we'll create a p tag that is going to take this text. After this p tag, then we'll create another div tag immediately after the first div, and we'll have an h3 tag that is going to take open time. Then we'll have two p tags. The first one is going to take this text, and the second one will take this text. Then after the div tag here, we'll create another div tag, and in this div tag we'll have an h3 tag. Stay connected. Then we'll have another div tag here for our icons, and we're here to install React icon, so we need to install React icon now. So we're going to install React icons. We're just going to type React icons. The npm package is what we're installing, and if you're on the official website here, you head over here to copy the installation code. Then we're going to paste it on our front-end terminal. So to install React icon, we're going to add our icon here. So we're using the Facebook icon. So I'm just going to type for Facebook, the icon, then Twitter icon as well from the FA section. Then we'll have our Instagram icon, and we'll have the Reddit icon and the YouTube icon. And we're going to import all of the icons here at the top. We're going to import in the curly braces FA Facebook, comma, FA Twitter, comma, Reddit, comma, FA Instagram, comma, FA YouTube. I think that's what we have from React icons. Okay, /FA. So now this is what we have. We have the icons, we have our table, we have all of this, full name, email, reservation dates, we have the time slots, we have number of guests, we have the address and all of that. So we need to style now. But before styling, we need to use state to manage our form input values, and we're going to initialize the values of all the field with empty values. So let's write all the logic before we start styling. Const. We're going to name this form data, and the setter function will be set form data, which is going to be equals to use states, and we'll have our curly braces. So we'll start with the name, then the email. Name, we're going to initialize it with an empty value. Email, we initialize it with an empty string as well. Then we'll have the phone. We'll do the same, initialize with an empty string, comma. We'll have time. We initialize this with an empty string, and we'll have guests, and we initialize it with 1. We're going to set the default guest count to 1. Then we'll now create a function that is going to undo
changes whenever the state for our form input changes. Okay, I'm going to name the form undo changes. It's going to be equal to pass event as a parameter. Then right here, we're going to spread the existing data, form data, and update the field that changed using our computed property name. So here, set form data. Then we'll have our curly braces, spread our form data. Form data. We'll add our comma. Then e.target dot value. E.target dot name with e.target dot value. Okay, now that we have this, we are now going to head back to our input field. So head here to our input field. In the first input, we are going to pass the name of this input field. After this text, we'll have name, and it's going to match with the name that we have in our form data. And we're going to bind the value here with the name in our form data. So value will be form data dot name, and we'll use an unchanged method to call our function to update the changes, to update our input field. If any changes is made, we'll do the same thing here. The name is going to be email, which is the same as our form data, and we'll bind our value with form data dot name. On change method to call our undo change function, which will update the input field states if there's any changes. We'll do the same for. So right here, this is supposed to be email. Okay, so form data dot email. Now for telephone, we'll do the same. The name will be phone, so that it will match with our form data, and the value is going to be form data dot phone. Form data dot phone. We use an unchanged method to call our undo change. And for our date as well, we'll do the same thing. The name will be dates. Then we'll pass our value from data dot phone, and we'll use our unchanged method to call our undo change function. Then for the selection as well, in our, this is for time selection. So right here, where we have our select tag, where is it? Okay. So right here, the name will be time, and our value will be form data dot time. And change method to call undo changes if any change is made. Then right here as well, for the name will be guests. Our value will be form data dot guests. On change method, then we'll call our undo changes function to undo the changes. Okay, I think that's all that we have. Now we can now style. We'll start styling from the first div tag that we have. So here, class name, minimum height should be the screen size. Okay, and the background color that we're using is going to be this color code, hash FFP. It's very close to white, 2B7, 2B. We'll have a padding of 6. And on the medium screen, our padding should be 12. And for the second div tag, class name, max width of 6XL, MX Auto. Display will be grid. And on the medium screen, grid was 3. And what the gap of 8. Now for the form tag, we have a class name, MD, full span will be 2, yes, and the background color will be white. While the padding of 8, We want border radius around it. Rounded LG. Shadow empty. Now for our H2 tag, text will be Excel. Fonts, our font weight should be semi-bold. Yeah, that should do it. And the text color, amber 400. Text, no, not text shadow, text color, text amber 400. Yeah, this should be in uppercase, and tracking should be wider. Now for our H1 tag that we have here, the text size should be 3XL. Fonts will be bold, and margin bottom should be 4. And for the span tag, class name, text amber 500. That should do it. Now for this div tag here, display will be grid. On the medium screen, grid goes 2. Gap will be 4. Class name, grid. Gap will be 1.5. Okay, let's have a class name here on the label. We're going to use the class name for all of it. So font bold. Okay, so I'm just going to copy this, paste it here. Right, the next label, paste it here. Do the same thing here, paste it here. Do the same thing here, paste it here. Do the same thing here, paste it here. I think that's the last one. Okay, let's continue. Then we have our input field after the name, the value. Okay, after required, I'm just going to select the required. Since we have required for all our inputs field, I'm going to select everything, Control D, and we're going to style all of the input field. Oh, Control Z. Then here we'll have class name. We'll start styling. We'll set the width to full. Padding, we'll take 3. Let's see what we're doing. Okay, oh, there's an error. Width full, padding will be 3. Margin bottom, we'll set it to 3 as well. We want the border around it, so border, and the border radius rounded large. And on focus, we want a ring focus, a ring, and then on focus as well. Let us see what we're typing. The color ring will be blue, 300. Okay, so after this we're going to style. We'll style the div tag where we have our label and input. I've styled the first one, so I'm just going to copy this and I'm going to paste it. This is the second div for the email. We'll paste this as well for the third. We'll paste this for the fourth. I'll do the same thing here for the fifth, and I'll do the same thing here for the last div. Then we're going to style our submit button. So right here we'll have our class name. The width will be full. Margin top will be 4. The background color will be amber. So background amber 600. The text color will be white. And we're going to have a padding of 3. So padding 3. The border radius, a large one, rounded LG. And when you hover on it, the background color should be amber 500, should be lighter. And we'll have the transition as well. Then for the address section that we have here, we'll style this as well. Class name, the background color will be black. The text color, gray, 300. Padding will be 8. We'll have a border radius, a large one, rounded LG, and a shadow, medium shadow. Now add the space, 10. Now for the H3 tag that we have here, the text is going to be large and the font to be bold. So we're going to use the same styling for all the H3 tags that we have. So I'm just going to copy this class name here. I'll paste it here. And I'm going to paste it here as well. Then we'll now style the icons that we have. So class name, text here for Excel. And the color, red, let's use 500. Everything is going to take the same styling. So I'm going to copy this. I'll paste here. I'll paste here. I'll paste here. And I'll paste here as well. So let's see what we have now. So this is what we have. We need to style this div here so that it can be flex. So display will be flex. And we'll add a gap of 4. So right here, we'll add a margin bottom of 2. This should do it. And the bottom that we have here will not be inside this div tag. So I'm going to cut this, Ctrl S, and I'm going to paste it outside the div tag. So let's see. Oh, okay, you can see that the button is now very big. Okay, so the next is to build our footer component. In the footer section, we're going to have 2 div tags, div times 2. The top and the bottom section. For the top section, we're going to have an H2 tag. We're going to have a P tag. And we're going to have a div tag for our input field and button. So here we'll have an input field for email. And we'll have a button as well. Okay, so the H2 tag will take this text and the P tag will take this text as well. Then for our input field, our placeholder will be email. Enter your email address. Enter your email address. Then for our button, it's going to take join now. After this div tag, we'll have our bottom section. And in the bottom section, we'll have 2 divs, the left and the right. On the left side, we'll have an H2 tag. And we'll have a div tag as well. So for this div tag, we're going to have our icons, Facebook, okay, and we'll have Instagram and YouTube. We are using these 3 icons, and the H2 tag will take this text, Emerald Bistro. After this div tag, we'll have the right section, which is going to contain a list, and we'll have 4 list items. The first list item is going to be home. Second is going to be menu. Third will be about us, and the last one is going to be privacy policy. Okay, so this is what we have in our footer section. As you can see it here. Now let's style this. We'll start by styling the top. Class name, display will be flex. Flex direction will be colon. We'll add a gap of 12. We'll add a padding on X, padding on Y, 16 as well. The background color will be white. And for the top section now, class name, display will be grid. We want to place all the content at the center. Place content center. And we'll have a gap of 6. Text will be at the center as well. Then for our H2 tag, text for Excel, the font will be bold. Text to be gray with this color here. For our P tag, the text will be large, text LG, and the text color will be gray. Now for the div tag here, where we have our input and button, flex grow, PX will be 4, PY will be 3. border and border on the right side. So here border will be 0, and we'll have the border color amber 500, and the border radius around it. So rounded on the left side, full. Outline will be none, and the text size should be small size. So this styling here is for the input field. So I'm going to cut this. It's not supposed to be for the div tag, it's for the inputs. Okay, so you cut and paste it in the input field. Now for the div tag itself, display will be flex as well. Items at the center, justify center, and the max width will be Excel. Margin will be auto, and we'll have our width as full. Now we'll style the button. For the button, the background color will be amber 500. The text color will be white. PX will be 6. PY will be 3. Rounded on the right side, full. And the font will be bold. That is for the button. Next thing on the list that we need to style is the bottom section for our footer. So we'll have a class name. Display will be flex. We'll have a gap of 6. Display will be flex. Flex direction will be colon. On medium size, flex direction will be row. Justify will be between. Items at the center, text at the center. Item center, text center, and on the medium screen, text on the left. Gap will be 6. Then we have the left section. We have the H2 tag here. We'll have our class name. Text should be 2XL, and the font will be bold. Text, the color gray 800. So right here, display will be flex. Justify center. On the medium screen, justify will be stats, and we'll have a gap of 4. Margin top will be 3. Text amber 500. Now for our icon, I want to style everything at the same time, so I want to select it all. So let's style. Class name, text should be 3XL. The size should be 3 times the size. Cursor will be pointer. That should do. Now for our lists, display will be flex. We'll have a gap of 6. Justify content center, and the text color will be gray 700. Text will be base, and the font size will be medium. Okay, now for our list items. Our cursor will be set to pointer. Then after all these divs here, we need our copyright. So we'll have a p tag here that will take this text, Emerald Bistro here. Let's style this as well. So class name, the text will be at the center. So text center, and the text will be small. Text color will be gray 500, and margin top will set it to 4. So this is what we have now. Our footer is looking all good. We have all of our menu, and we have our navbar, our hero section, our menu display. We have the reservation form, and we have our footer. Now we need to set up our backend. So I'm going to close all the files that has to do with front end. Close our contents, close our pages. Then we're going to right click on the backend folder and open it in integrated terminal. So I'm going to expand this now. So right here in our backend file, in our backend folder, we need to create a file, and we're going to name it server.js. Before anything, we're going to, in our terminal, we're going to run this command, npm init, press enter. Our package name is backend, press enter, version, description, entry point, as you can see, is server.js. Press enter, test command, git repository, just keep pressing enter until you get to OK. Then we're going to install other dependencies that we need now. So npm install. We'll start by installing cores. I would explain what each of them are for. So after typing, and then we'll install .env, then express, nodemon, mongoose, malta, JSON web token, Cloudinary. So let me expand this so that we can see the screen properly. Cloudinary. So we're going to install all of these. So let me explain what each of them is for. The cause here is a security feature in web browser that restricts how resources on the server can be accessed from different domains. So this is a package in Node.js that helps us configure access permission. Then we have .env, which is a package that loads the environment variable from a .env file, keeping sensitive data like our API keys, and it secures and separates it from the code. Then we have our express. Our express package will be used to undo server requests, and nodemon is a tool that automatically restarts a Node.js application when it detects a file change. And mongoose here is a library for working with our MongoDB in Node.js. It helps us structure, define schemas, and interact with our database easily. Then we have the Malta, which serves as a middleware for handling file upload in Node.js, and is often used to process images, PDFs, and other files sent via form. In this case, we're going to use the Malta to process our image upload for the menu. Then we have JSON web token, which is a package used for creating and verifying JSON web tokens, which help us with user authentication and authorization. Then we have Cloudinary as well, which is a cloud-based service that helps store and manage. It helps store, manage, and optimize images and video that are often used for uploading and saving media files. So in this case, we're using Cloudinary for image, and we're using Malta for image as well. Then I'm going to press enter now. Okay, so we've encountered an error because the spelling of Cloudinary is not correct. We need to retype everything now. So I'm going to recopy everything, and I'm just going to, this is going to be Cloudinary. Then I'm going to press enter. I'm going to reduce this, and we're going to see we have Cloudinary, cause.env, express, JSON web token, mongoose, malta, nodemon. All of this has been installed. Now in our scripts, I'm going to delete this test. And after the main file, which is server.js, we're going to have our type. So type here is going to be module, and I'll add a comma. Okay, so after our start file, we are going to have our server, a property for server, and here we want to always restart our server with nodemon server.js. Okay, now we're going to create a very simple server and test out our server. So we're going to start creating the server. First, we need to import our express from express package, which we're going to use to handle server requests. So import express from express package, and then we're going to import our cause, which will enable cross-origin resource sharing. We import cause from cause package, and then we are going to load environment variable from .env file, which we're here to create. So I'm just going to have import. So we're going to create the file now. .env /config. And now we are going to initialize our express app. Const app will be equals to express, and we set the server port from the environment variable or to a default to 4000. So const port will be equals to process.env.port or 4000. The port is going to be port 4000. And now we need to enable CORS for handling cross-origin requests. So here we're going to have app.use, open our brackets, and we're going to have CORS. And then we'll pass the incoming JSON payloads. So app.use, open brackets, express.json. Now we're going to check if our API is working. So we're going to have app.get, open our brackets, then we'll pass request and response as the parameter. We'll create our function. Response.send is going to be API working, and then we'll start our server after this. App.listen, we'll pass the port, comma, create the function with no parameter. In the console, we are going to have server started on ports. Then we'll concatenate it with the ports, which is 4000. Then we'll remove this. Okay, so now we need to test our server, but before that, let's create our project structure. We're going to have the config folder. We'll create another folder for controllers. We'll create another folder for middleware, WARE. We'll create another folder for models. We'll create another folder for routes. And finally, we'll create a file for .env. Okay. So now let's test this server. In our terminal, we're going to run this command, npm run server, and I'll press enter. And now you can see in our terminal we're getting server started on port 4000. Server, started. You can see that node model started the server because of the simple change that we just made now. So this server is working. Now we need to set up our database, and we'll connect it with our local server that we have here. So I'll close all of these, and we're going to visit the official website of MongoDB. So MongoDB Atlas, press enter. So you visit the website, click on the link, and it's going to lead you to the website. On the website, click on sign in. If you do not have an account, click on sign up. So I'm just going to log in now because I have an account. So when you visit the official website, you're going to create a new project. So we'll click on view all projects, and then click on new project. We're going to create a new project here. We'll name our project to Restaurant Reservation MERN. Then you click on next. Ensure that your email is available. And now a new project has been created, Restaurant Reservation MERN Overview. Then click on create cluster. It will lead you to another page. So to deploy your cluster, we're using the free package, Cluster 0. You can use any provider of your choice, say Amazon Web Service, Google Cloud, Azure, whichever one. Then select the region that is closest to you. I'm in Africa, so I'm going to select Cape Town, and I will click on create deployment. And right now, you are going to change the password that you have here. Then you click on create database user, then choose a connection method. Click on drivers, we're using Node.js, sorry, and this is the latest version. So we've already installed our driver for MongoDB. We have installed Mongoose. Okay. Now we're going to copy this line of code from MongoDB plus SRV down to where we have the /. You copy this line of code. You head back to your VS Code or whatever editor you're using. Then you type in MongoDB underscore URI will be equal to, you paste where you just copied now, and you're going to delete the /. So it's going to end with .net. Then you come here and click on done. So once that is done, you head over to the sidebar, click on network access, and then you're going to add a new IP address, allow access from anywhere, click on confirm. Once this new IP address has been active, you get a confirmation email. And now we can now continue with our code. So we're just going to click on clusters again, so that we're going to be on the clusters page. Once we have collection, we'll be able to click on browse collection. So let's create our code to connect our local server with our MongoDB. So in the config folder, we're going to create a file, mongodb.js, lowercase mongodb.js. Press enter. Then first we need to import the Mongoose library to interact with MongoDB. We're going to import Mongoose from Mongoose package. Then we're going to create a function to establish a connection to the MongoDB database. So I'm going to name the function connect database, connect DB, and it's going to be an asynchronous function with no parameter. Then we use an event listener to log a message when the database connection is successfully established. So here we'll have Mongoose, Ctrl-Z, Mongoose dot connection dot on, open our brackets. Once it's connected, we'll create an arrow function here that would log the message. So in the console, we're going to log the message connection available or connection secured, whichever one you prefer. So I'm going to use connection secured. After this, we are now going to connect the MongoDB database using the URI that was stored in our environment variable. So here we're going to have await mongoose dot connect, open our brackets. Then we start with a backtick followed by a $. Then we open our curly braces, process dot env dot mongodb underscore URI. Okay. Followed by, after the closing curly braces, and this is going to follow by menu. Let's just have menu here. Then we're going to export the connect database function to use another part of our application. So we're going to export defaults connect GB. So now we're going to open our server file, and after our ports right here, we're going to connect to database by calling the connect database function. So here, connect DB. This is going to add .js. Okay. And here we're going to add, because we're calling a function, connect DB function. And now you can see that we have a change here, connection secured, server started on port 4000, because that is the message that we want to log in our console, connection secured. So now we've been able to connect with our database, with our MongoDB. So now I'm going to close this. Now the next thing is to set up our Cloudinary as well, to ensure that we're able to upload images. Now you see that these pages are now showing that we can click on them. Before it was default because the database was not connected to any local server. So now let's search Cloudinary. Cloudinary. And on Cloudinary, click on visit the official website, sign up for free. If you have an account, click on login. If you do not have an account, click on sign up. If you have an account, just log in with your account. Once you create an account or once you log in, first we need to copy this cloud name. In our .env file, we are going to have another property for Cloudinary name, Cloudinary underscore name, and we're going to paste what we just copied now. Then we can now continue. First, we need to click on go to API keys, and right here you're going to click on generate a new API key, and it will ask for your email to send confirmation code. It will ask for the confirmation code that will be sent to your email. You're just going to copy and paste the confirmation code there, and you're going to click on approve, and the new API, it will be generated for you. You're just going to edit the name. I'm going to use mine as MERN Stack Restaurant Reservation. Click on enter. Now you're going to copy the API key, and you're going to paste it here. First, we need to Cloudinary underscore API underscore key, and it will be equal to Ctrl Z. Let's have it in a double quote. Then we'll have our Cloudinary secret key as well. Cloudinary underscore secrets underscore key to be equal to, we're going to get the secret key from here, API secrets. You come here, then you click on the eye icon, then you can now click on copy, and you're going to paste it here. Okay, so we'll close this, and now let's start up our Cloudinary. I'll create a new file in config folder, and I'm going to name the folder cloudinary.js and cloudinary.js. So right here, first thing is to import v2 as Cloudinary from our Cloudinary package. I'm going to import v2 as Cloudinary. From Cloudinary package. Then we're going to create a function that is going to connect Cloudinary. It's going to be an asynchronous function. So const, I'll name the function connect Cloudinary, which is going to be an asynchronous function with no parameter. And now we're going to configure, I'll press enter, we'll configure our Cloudinary. So here, cloudinary.config, open our brackets, then our curly braces, we'll get the cloud name, and we're getting it from our env file. So process.env.cloudinary name. So I'm just going to copy the keyword here to avoid typo error. Then we need the API key. So API key will be process.env dots. We need the Cloudinary API key that we've stored in our env file. Then we need the API secrets. So here, API secrets key is going to be process.env dots Cloudinary secrets key as well. We'll paste it right here. So after this, we're going to export our connect Cloudinary function so that other part of the application can have access to it. Export defaults connect Cloudinary. And in our server.js, we're going to call our connect Cloudinary function. So here, connect Cloudinary.js. Okay. So now that we've set up our Cloudinary, we're going to close all of this. Now in our middleware, we're going to create a file, and I'm going to name it Malta.js. I'll click enter. As I said earlier, Malta is a middleware for handling file upload in Node.js. So we're going to be using it to process our image. So first thing we need to do here is to import Malta package to undo file upload. We're going to import Malta from Malta package. Then we're going to configure the storage setting for uploaded file. So const storage will be equal to Malta dot disk storage Open our brackets, then open our curly braces. We need to define the find name function to set how the uploaded file should be named. So here we're going to have file name of a function. Open our brackets, requests, comma, file, and callback. And now we're going to use the original file name